Did you get a soda?
I don't have anything like that.
Oh.
Yeah. Just water. Whatever.
Are there videos of the Demon Souls Platinum breaking people?
Yeah, well, that's typically like in the title on those like achievement hunter channels or trophy hunter channels, where they'll like go through and like, oh my god, this game was like, oh, this game's platinum, it broke me, it stole my soul, and it's just like they just describe the most mundane process. It's just like, okay, it's tedious, but is it really that big of a deal? Like I saw someone was like, the Skyrim platinum took over my life, and I'm like, really? I did it in like a month and a half.
Well,
with school.
I mean, granted, that is like a huge commitment.
It is, but it's like, okay, I mean, you know, I had college and I still did it in like a month and a half.
Yeah, I wonder if there are any
time.
videos. There probably aren't any videos like that for KH3. Because you don't have to play the game on the highest difficulty for that one. I would have farmed the, like, 100k souls or whatever that I lost, but, I was way too tired.
You what?
Farmed the 100k souls I lost.
Yeah, how did that happen?
Just me not making good decisions because I was tired.
Ugh. Yuck.
Wasn't the game's fault, and I'm gonna try not doing that ever again. I did summon Soul Raider, though, for Phalanx, because he wanted me to.
Okay.
He wanted to do Tower Knight, but I wanted to, wait. And apparently YouTube will not accept 14-hour stream VODs. I think 12 hours, roughly 12 hours is the limit. So the YouTube VOD is just missing like a few hours of footage.
Oh, fabulous. Guess you gotta download the Twitch one and then crop it out. And
there's no need for that
itself.
because I local record, so...
That's true. Yeah, so either way, you just gotta crop out the part that it's missing and...
Yeah. I could probably split it, for YouTube uploads, I could probably split that stream into 2 separate uploads. Oh yeah, you weren't there to answer it. Soul Raider asked us what our next Souls Platinum's gonna be, and I told him basically that it depends on whether or not we can be bothered to fully commit to Elden Ring until we get it.
Yeah, I foresee Elden Ring being done in chunks.
Yeah.
Like, unfortunately, like, it sucks that we had to restart twice. I don't know if I don't know if I want to do, like, 4-month gaps between each session. That's a bit too much. But I also don't want to, like, go so hard that we burn out and feel the need to stop for months at a time.
Yeah, what I told him, was that, in all likelihood, our next Souls Platinum is going to be my Platinum of Scholar.
Yeah, because, like,
I already have the game installed anyway, so, like, if we get tired of Elden Ring and want to take a break, we can just make new characters in Scholar and do that.
Yeah, at this point, I have them all anyway, so, like, Elden Ring's my only outstanding one. Sekiro's not a Souls game. It just
Which
borrows
reminds
some of the
me,
Souls mechanics.
Which reminds me that, like, I need to get Sekiro on console at some point. I have it on PC,
Yeah.
but...
Yeah, I have both. Let's see. I guess technically speaking, Neo 2 and Lords of the Fallen 2 count.
Well, isn't the new Lords of the Fallen a reboot?
Yeah. I just call it Lords of the Fallen 2 because it's the second one, and it's like better than just saying Lords of the Fallen. Which one?
Oh,
Yeah, anyway.
that reminds me. I don't know if I have Neo 2. I don't think I do. I have Neo 1 because I got it for free, a few years ago. So we could do that as well.
Yeah, at some point.
I think I also have Code Vein.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping to be hard carried in Neo 2 because I wasn't really feeling it. Like, I wanted to do that with because I kind of hard carried Rich in several Souls games. I was kind of looking forward to him returning the favor, and then everything kind of went squirrely. But yeah. I don't know. I don't really like the Neo games. They just don't do it for me. Like,
yeah, I have
they
a
have their
love-hate
moments,
relationship
but...
with Ninja Gaiden, so I imagine it'll probably be the same with Neo, given it's the same studio.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's Code Veins 100% that we need to finish on Steam. I think I also have the vanilla game of Code Vein on console on disc? I'd have to check. I'm pretty sure I do.
Yeah, I would just be using my existing character for that. I'm not making a new fucking character. I don't like that game that much.
Yeah. And then there's Neo.
It's... Same deal. I'm not making a new character.
Yeah.
No, thank you. Like, that'll help me grind, if nothing else, like, all the souls I get in your world. But, I doubt it's gonna be enough for me to actually, like, end up, getting to the level I would need to be to even survive in those DLC missions and finally get those trophies, but we'll see how it goes, I guess. I also haven't touched it in almost 6 years. Oh my god!
Yeah, I've never even touched Neo. I still have to finish, like, at least once the, like, original Ninja Gaiden. Or, not technically the original, it's Sigma. What else could we play?
I'm curious about this Liza P that I'm hearing about, and then, like, I don't know if that's a single-player thing, or if
it might be. I don't have it, though.
I just know it's a Souls-like. Yeah. Dragon's Dogma looks pretty good. I've had it forever, and I've just never gotten around to it.
In terms of multiplayer, if we can figure out how it, like, works and stuff, and I can get it working with, like, OBS or something, I believe you have Borderlands 1 on Steam, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do. I know you bought me the Borderlands games at some point.
Ish. I think you got some of them for free.
Yeah, something like that. But I closed out Steam because that fucking guy messaged me again, and I didn't feel like opening it. I'm too tired to be trying to navigate some socially awkward, spurgy kind of like, hey, I'm just gonna look you up on Steam and then start sending you pictures of myself and my family. Like, fucking what? Why, though?
They're truly exceptionally weird.
Yeah. Like he's just a guy I knew on YouTube like 10 years ago.
10 years ago?
Oh, 12. 12 years ago. Technically 13. Anyway. Yeah, it's like I was like in fucking high school. But
I'm logging in. I so I'm not sure. I guess it doesn't really matter who goes first.
yeah, I you were in. Oh yeah, no, that's right. You're okay.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go chuck myself and then go put my sign down in 1-2, and then I'm gonna go wash my hands while you like
Yeah.
pick me up and go kill stuff.
Yeah, I gotta think of this. I'm trying to think of like what the order should be here. Let's see. I had it in my head when I woke up, and now I'm too tired to remember what it was. Like I had an order in mind, and now I'm trying to.
Lord's Path.
Yeah, I guess we can just do it that way.
Yeah, we can figure out like what level to do next, like after this one. I'm gonna put my sign down and wash my hands.
Yep. No, the fuck it ain't. It's been on the charger since this afternoon.
So I think the only thing here that we're concerned about is Brostrava.
No, not even.
Oh, I thought we were gonna get the mausoleum key again.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. That's true. Yeah, because just for completion's sake, having the duplicate demon brand. why I'm even picking up their drops. I'm not going to use any of them. It's just taking up space in my box. Fuck it, whatever. Excuse you, you fucking cranky lizard. You fucking be doing that to my left ear. Hey. Magic sword, go burr. Oh, I didn't even get a Strava in 1-1.
Oh.
Yeah, I should probably do that, huh? Either that or I could just do it in...
Yeah, because you're doing, like, because you're doing, you have poison, so,
Yeah.
you could just cheese him and +2.
Yeah. Alright, so... Dragon's over there. I'm going to trust that this is not going to backfire on me. And by that I mean get fire on my back. It is. Okay, I'm good. I'm fine. Oh, shush. Hey. Fucking asshole. Where's my regen ring? There it is. Okay.
Everything's dead, I guess.
Okay. I love how -1 was basically the optimistic Giga Chad version of like of the you know the virgin nihilistic Shin Godzilla. Like in a lot of ways it was like a mirror of that movie.
Uh-oh.
Yep. Okay, moving along. Oh my. Skip it. Ow.
Well, he's beefy. I'm just gonna go kill the archers.
Yep, we don't need to worry about it now, so... Oh, ouchie. Okay. Yeah, you know what?
Keep murdering Todd.
I'm just gonna join you in this taking care of archers thing that we're doing here, because ow. Just gonna do it the classic way. Bop them on the schnoz, and then once they're out of the equation, just shoot them in the noggin. In the noogly nooglin, which is a combination of noodle and noggin. Whoa. Ooh. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna come down.
That is a lot of fucking camera shake.
Okay.
Yeah. So, how was the movie? Did it like suck or something?
No, it was really good.
Uh,
It's like one of the best ones they've done. It was a nice change of pace because Toho's movies have kind of been sucking a lot lately, and then they've had those shitty quote unquote anime. Only one of them was actually an anime.
Tie-ins?
Yeah, kinda. They were like their own continuities, but like they're just not good. So it was good to see like a good Japanese Godzilla movie again, because that hasn't happened in a long time. Everybody's like, oh, but Shin Godzilla. No, that one fucking sucked. Like in Shin Godzilla, it's just, oh well, you know, the plucky new blood bureaucrat doesn't like the way the old guard is doing things, and he comes up with a clever new plan for the military to stop Godzilla, even though it doesn't actually work because as a monster that's heavily mutated by blah 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 and this, that, and the other thing, and it's constantly evolving, and there's just no stopping it, and eventually it could take over the planet, and blah 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 blah. And it's like, okay, so it's nihilism, existential dread, and oh, by the way, its final stage of evolution is hinted in the symbolism at the end to be, oh, it's going to take on a human form now. Oh, wait a minute. So what you're basically saying is, oh, the humans are the real monsters the whole time. Fuck off. It's just, it's so tired. It's so dumb. It's just that typical, like, you know, I describe Anno's work like this a lot, but it's just that edgy, oh, I'm 14 and this is deep, you know, that kind of thing. And it's just, this one was the inverse. It was like the mirror of it. Like, it had a lot of similar ideas, but like it was also a period piece, like set in 1947. So it's like immediately after World War II. And so it's like, you've got this failed kamikaze pilot who couldn't go through with what he was charged with doing. Like, you know, he was actually supposed to go fly his plane to the death, you know, in World War II, and he couldn't do it. He kind of, like, you know, shirked his duty, so to speak, which, hey, good for him. But he also, like, he froze up during a major situation and got his entire garrison killed. And so like a lot of it is his personal struggle with that, and then when he comes home, he's kind of reviled for not having died in war, and all that kind of stuff. And like so he's got it's a lot of it has to do with his personal arc and how it relates to the monster and all that kind of stuff. It's really good. And then like it has to do with like not the government, stopping the monster, but like the people stopping the monster. It's good stuff. It was really good. Oh, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? I guess a little more health couldn't hurt. I don't know. I don't think it really matters at this juncture.
Yeah, I'm just getting more MP so that way I can actually use the fucking,
Yeah, I'll go more
the
faith.
Soul Thirst.
Yeah. Okay. Did I need anything with the Iron Demon Soul? I gotta check. Estrella, Dragon God, Armored Spider, Old Monk, Penetrator, Good Ending, Old Monk, Leech Monk or Dragon God, and Estrella. Okay. No, I don't need the Iron Demon Soul for anything, so it would be poppable. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I should probably put some stuff away in the box here. Okay, Thomas. I got lots of junk to give you. So that was that. Yeah, okay. ERB, KMS. Hey, Baldwin, check this out. Thomas looks like he enjoyed that. The sick fuck. Yeah, I like the classic filter. It is very it's not like 100% accurate, but at the same time it's accurate enough that it looks really good.
Yeah, it's that uncanny valley effect that bothers me. Like, it
Well,
doesn't look quite like the original.
Well, that's because the original just had a different lighting engine. Like it wasn't capable of what this game is capable of as far as lighting and texture work. So that was going to have an impact on it. All right, so let's see. Yeah, just gonna go and put my sign down at the Lord's Path.
Oh, I didn't notice that there's, like, at least on the Lord's Path one, and maybe all of the Archstones, there's, like, a little bit of grass on it in this one.
Not all of them, but yeah, there is some grass on this one. That's for sure. But yeah, no, that was a good movie. It was very optimistic, as opposed to that nihilistic kind of way of looking at things that the last one was, and the way the anime one was, and it was like, eh. But here it's good. Like, I would still probably recommend, like, a receptive newcomer to the series start with the original 1954 movie, Um, I would say a normie would do well with Legendary's take, um, and then maybe go from there, like to see what exactly it is that those movies are celebrating. Um, and then as far as like if I were to recommend a particular Toho movie to like a modern younger audience that is in the spirit of the original, that is a very very well made movie. I mean, the cinematography was incredible. Like I was genuinely impressed by like just the camera placement, the shot composition, all that kind of stuff, the way everything moved and looked. It was really good. The only criticism I really had was that, like, and this is just a common thing with Toho, the CG you could kind of tell wasn't real. Like it wasn't like Hollywood level CG where it's like, oh no, that just looks real. Um, it had that kind of tokusatsu quality to it. Um, it wasn't anywhere near as janky as it has been before, but it definitely had its moments where it's like, yeah, no, that balloon isn't really there. Things like that.
Yeah.
So it was good. I would definitely recommend it as like the modern Toho movie to watch.
Alright, and I did my Ostrava in the first level, so...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I figure I'm just gonna save the NPCs for +2. That way, that's my final world. I have all the NPCs. Everybody's okay. I'm just gonna buzz through this, not sit there and worry about it too much on this cycle.
It would make more sense if you went the other way.
Hmm?
It would make a bit more sense if you went down the other path so you could take care of the dogs.
Okay, well, so you want me to go? Okay,
To
we're
the
both going
other
down
entrance
underneath.
down to the tunnel, so on the opposite end.
We can just break from here. If you go towards Ostrava, I go that way. It's the same thing,
Oh,
and I don't have to deal with the dragon.
okay.
Hi.
I've murdered lots of Tods within the past few days.
Ow. You ever, Jesse? I said "ow" from across the room. You ever find yourself in a situation where literally the entire pack pounces on you at the exact same time?
I
Yeah,
guess I will come back.
that's a thing that happened. I took 2 of them with me, but
Demon Souls. Making
Mhm.
the man's best friend, man's best enemy.
Quite the opposite.
Why are you down here, sir? That was interesting. Ooh.
Oh, hey, and Ghost. Okay. Oh, I'm moving to another world, yes. Oh, yes.
Did you end up summoned? Or...
I'm down underneath, going back to the dogs.
Oh, I didn't see your health bar.
Yeah. I'm so tired. Fucking... I don't know what's up with this week. It's like I'll be up for like a 24-hour period with only 1 hour of sleep. Then the next day I'm kind of tired but relatively normal, and then the day after that it's, oh yeah, no, I'm just up for 26 hours and then get 4 hours of sleep.
Thank you. Time to fall.
Anyway.
This is bad. How did this happen? Noble father.
Alright, so the underground is clear up to the merchant. Whew!
Oh, I didn't know that the blue knights
Ow.
here can drop edge sharpening stones.
Dude, really? Just, no.
Oh, actually, this technically makes things
I'll
more
just-
convenient.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright. Back to the... Yeah. Inner ward. Alright. My sign is down right behind the last Blue Eye Knight. Between the carts.
So, with Godzilla, is it like multiple timelines, or is it like a
Yeah,
single
very
timeline?
much so. No, it's multiple timelines. They're
So
all
there isn't
kinda
technically
disjointed.
a chronological order, so I would just be
Correct.
watching them in release at best.
Yeah, or you could just pick up with a certain set of movies or whatever. Like I said, I always recommend the 1954 original in Japanese.
It's probably
Like
public
as
domain by now.
I don't think so. Japanese copyright law is weird. Anyway, um, definitely like if you want like the movie, that's it. Um, but as far as like everything beyond that point, um, there are a lot of thanks, Dick. Um, there are a lot of ways you can approach it. Um, like you could just follow it in release order. So you start with 1954, and then you go to Raids Again, which was hot garbage.
Ow.
Then you go to like, Mothra and King Ghidorah, or actually it wasn't King Ghidorah, it was just Ghidorah, the three-headed monster. Monster Zero, stuff like that.
Oh.
Just the old Showa, where Godzilla was kind of more of like a superhero figure. Do you want me to come to you, or what are we doing? I'm just killing these guys up here.
I'm trying to kill these fuckers.
Alright.
I just got shot with an arrow.
Yeah, that's where you would find stuff like, the really doofy looking Godzilla suits, and he's teaming up with like Anguirus and Jet Jaguar, and like he's kind of like a superhero figure that protects the Earth and the environment, that kind of stuff. It gets really weird in the Showa era. But then you've got like the Heisei series, which is much more serious. The Heisei series, oh good lord! The Heisei series is actually one long continuity of movies. So that one is actually a contained story. So, like, the Heisei series in particular is The Return of Godzilla 1984. Ow. I think I just bit it. Yep, I did.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Yeah. He's got a very mean shield. Anyway, slides back down. Running up the stairs and a safe quit'll do you. But yeah, Heisei was like The Return of Godzilla 1984, then Godzilla vs. Biollante 1989, and then you had Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah 1991, Godzilla and Mothra: The Battle for Earth 1992, then 93 was Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2, which is kind of a misleading title. It's not a sequel to the 1974 Mechagodzilla, or the 1975 second Mechagodzilla movie, Terror of Mechagodzilla, which would itself been Mechagodzilla 2. It's referring to the monster Mechagodzilla 2, so I really think it should have been titled like Mechagodzilla Mark 2. But yeah. So that was kind of the thing there. And then you had 1994 was Space Godzilla, and then 1995 was the end of the Heisei era with Destroya, which then you get to the Millennium era, which starts with 2000, and then those are pretty much all disjointed except for the Kiryu saga. the Kiryu Saga is actually like a series of well, a couple of movies. Not really a series, just a couple of movies that connect to each other, follow one story featuring the third model of Mechagodzilla, which has nothing to do with the other two iterations of Mechagodzilla. It's just the third one that they came up with. It's the third iteration of the character. So Kiryu has its own story, but like other than that, the Millennium series is pretty disconnected. I'm not really all that fond of the Millennium series, honestly. Ow.
Come on.
Yeah, he's kind of annoying. Are you for real? From Full Health? Anyway. Yeah, I'm not terribly fond of the Millennium series for the most part. It's kind of it's just kind of there. Everybody loves the 2001 movie Godzilla, Mothra, and King Ghidorah, Giant Monsters All Out Attack. Wait, was that it? Yeah, I think that's the title of it. Yeah. That one was really weird. I wasn't fond of the Godzilla model in that one in particular. It was pretty ugly. It was like an obese crocodile with like dead white eyes. They did kind of flip the script in an interesting way in that one, in which case like Ghidorah, which is typically a villain monster, was the hero, and Godzilla was the villain. It was weird, but it was interesting. But yeah, GMK was a thing that exists. I don't really care for it. Final Wars was kind of like the end of that series. The Millennium Era only lasted like 5 years, and then Final Wars was the end of it. That was just like an absolutely insane balls to the wall nonsense movie. Think Power Rangers levels of nonsense, but with giant Godzilla monsters and shit. It was really weird, like aliens and these like enhanced superhumans, and it was fucking bonkers. That's the one Tippy shared a clip from earlier, where Godzilla nukes Zilla. Which is the American Godzilla from 1998, which is canonically actually not Godzilla, just another monster that the Americans called Godzilla because they thought it was Godzilla. Ow.
Sorry.
I hate it so much. I hate it so much. Oh, I'm only seeing his health bar over his head. That's interesting. And I have no boss music.
Why is he getting back up? Huh?
I'm not getting credit. I'm not getting credit, am I? Demon vanquished.
That he got back up even though we killed him. Like he had no health left. That seems like a design oversight.
Objective met. Resurrecting in your world. Okay.
Well, at least you still got credit.
Yeah. I only got fucking 10k for it. Jesus Christ, how stingy. Alright. So, I guess...
We could probably make Northern Regalia as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that. So I guess we can go do my 2-1.
Go some of these soul items. A little bit. Where's the lady? Oh. I didn't realize that levels were that expensive now.
Yeah. It's taken me 47,975 to level up. Where is the main? Oh, there she is.
Are you begging for it?
So I'm gonna need to put cloak on.
Be careful. Aye, Captain.
Okay, that's that.
Alright. I'm not supposed to be punctual, I'm supposed to be suicidal.
Yeah, so Millennium is kind of a mixed bag. I don't really care for it that much, but it's not like terrible. Then that was kind of it until the Legendary movies, which are really good. Godzilla versus Kong is
I'm keeping a close watch.
it's a bit different. It's a little bit more of the Showa cheese in there, but it's still like a good movie. Um, my biggest problem with it, I think, is just the story is kind of dumb. Like, just the way it uses like the two like kid characters, and then like they end up like entangled with this bumbling security guard, and like it's just, and then they like stop Mecha Godzilla by like just complete accident in one point, and it's like it's kind of weird. But like overall, it was pretty good. Um, it really like went balls deep with the sci-fi, and expanded on a bunch of just really wild shit. Um, so like it took it from that super grounded starting point that the 2014 movie started with, and then like King of the Monsters kind of King of the Monsters expanded on it and made it a little bit more of the typical like that was very much a Heisei movie. Um, and then Godzilla versus Kong was a lot more of like a Showa movie. Um, but it all kind of still connects. I think there's a new one coming out. I'm not sure about anything regarding that, but I haven't looked into it at all. But I think there's even a new TV series that connects to it. But anyway, so the Legendary movies are really good. Those are the American ones. The other stuff in the modern era is like you've got like there were the quote unquote anime series, anime trilogy. It's not anime; it's CG, but I guess it has enough of an anime style to it that they call it an anime. Whatever. Um, that was not very good. We don't talk about that. It's kind of like Toho's equivalent to the '98 movie. It's really bad. Like everything about it is really bad. It's boring. It's pretentious. It doesn't make any sense. Um, it's just trash. The animation isn't even any good. It's like just no. The character writing sucks. The animation sucks. Um, fucking Mecha Godzilla isn't even Mecha Godzilla. It's a fucking city
Huh?
of yeah. It's a fucking city of living metal. Fucking excuse me.
My sign is down in 2-1.
Okay. It's a mess. Ghidorah is this like interdimensional fucking space traveling god that these fucking aliens worship. It's fucking weird. Um, just don't. just don't. Um, then Singular Point. I tried to watch a little bit of it. I got fucking bored. Like I didn't even I watched. I don't think I even finished the first one. I might have finished the first one. I don't even remember. But I wasn't into it. It doesn't help that the monster designs are absolutely hideous in that they look so stupid. Godzilla doesn't even look like fucking Godzilla. Like, not even close. And then you've got Shin Godzilla, which does Hideki Anno tell you anything? Yeah. Evangelion guy. So, a Godzilla movie directed by the Evangelion guy. Is it any surprise that it's pretentious horseshit? That's kind of what I was getting into before. It was like, the radiation of, it created the monster, and humans are the real monsters, and the government solves the problem, and all that kind of stuff. But not really. It's just gonna come back. Holy shit!
Probably wouldn't have been nearly as much of a problem, nor would that have happened had the backstabs been functional in this game.
My jaw is on the floor.
The good thing that our world tendency doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, I'll say. Like, holy shit.
Oh, it's gonna matter in... No, it actually isn't gonna matter in Latria, because we're not doing Rydell.
Yeah.
So...
Fucking...
Yeah,
wow.
I don't think it matters anymore.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go get that 11,000. And then... we'll just ignore him.
Yeah.
We'll just, like, ignore whatever we don't actually have to deal with. Like, there's no sense in picking shit up and taking the time. It's just like, no, let's just cook through this. Clap those spider cheeks. Moving on.
That is a fucking lingering hitbox, bro.
It is.
It is so dumb.
Yeah. Okay. Gotta go recover those souls.
You were standing on midair.
Neat. If the game, like, tweaks out and all of a sudden I'm... No, don't you dare. Okay, don't bother.
Huh? I think you pushed me. Fortunately, I landed on the elevator.
What?
Still.
How did I... what?
I don't know. But I'm okay.
Well, that's good. But yeah, Shin sucked. It was just that typical, like, I'm 14 and this nihilism sure is deep and profound kind of stuff. Like, ooh, look how intellectual and serious and artistic this is because it's got dramatic music and moody lighting and, ooh, it's so dark and terrifying. It's like, no. And then, like... Yeah, like I said, okay, the only thing I remember about, like, Rondo Higuchi is the fact that he was the plucky young bureaucrat who disagreed with the old guard's way of doing things, and he wanted to make a change in the government. And it's just like, yeah, fucking whatever. Ow. Okay, I have an idea.
Ow.
Or miss completely, sure. Let's go with that. Working on it. If this motherfucker would let me get... Are you fucking... See, he can clear the entire fucking room before I can cast a spell. He literally jumps in perfect sync to where he can always snap at me before I'm able to cast a spell. Come on. Okay.
Yeah, I have like a vague interest in like Evangelion, but at the same time, like I know that it's just one of those like bad animes.
It's mid. It's like a 5 out of 10 at best. It has its moments where it's like, oh, that's cool, but then like just dumb shit happens, and it really falls apart. Like in the end, like that whole like last third of the show and the movie. Oh my god, what a clusterfuck! Like it completely loses its mind. And like when you look into it, it's like, okay, I get it. Like Ano like hit a bad depressive bout because of his mom dying. Like I get it. Like perfectly understandable that he'd be not in a very good headspace. Um,
Maybe take a break from making the show until you're in a better headspace.
yeah, because it's like, okay, I get it, but it's still bad. You know. Um, so that kind of thing. Rebuild is definitely the superior version of Evangelion. As much as Digibro might complain about me saying that, but you know what? He can cry about it. It's the truth.
I would really like you to move forward. Come on, fat ass. Ow.
Dude, really? You switched targets? Come on, man. All right, let's just go. We don't need to fight him. Ow, that's so cheap. So, one way of putting it, I guess, is like -1 is Shin Godzilla done right. Instead of all that nihilistic horse shit and the government saving the day and all that stuff, it's a much more like optimistic and personal thing. About an actual human being who's in a bad situation he doesn't want to be in, and trying to make the best of it and figure things out. So, yeah. So, like as far as the oh, and that's the thing. Like, I guess they have a remake or a reboot or something. Like, however they're doing it. There's a new Godzilla versus Megalon coming out. The last time they did a Godzilla versus Megalon was in the 70s. So that'll be interesting. I have no idea how that's gonna, play out, um, but yeah. So like, it's a pretty good series on the whole. Like, the only Showa movie that I think is a real like objective stinker is Raids Again, because it was literally made as a cash grab. Um, it was just made for the sake of like, oh well, the first one was popular, so let's make another one. One of those kind of things. But other than that, like the Showa era is honestly pretty good. It's weird as hell, and it can get kind of cheesy and like childish, but like it's actually still pretty good. And then Heisei is like the peak. Outside of Legendary, like Heisei and Legendary are basically the peak. Millennium is kind of mid, and aside from -1, Reiwa has been kind of a turd.
I still need to actually watch, like, all of the Alien movies. I've only seen Alien and Aliens.
You know, I'm gonna tell you right now, you'd be fine to stop there. It's a series.
You slashed that to the point that it clipped through the fucking fence and fell the bottom of the level.
Neat. I guess you could say I have the power of God and anime on my side. I don't know how you would be able to say that. It doesn't really make any sense, but, you know. Wait a minute. Did I forget something? I think I forgot something. Nope. Okay.
Oh.
Dude. Can you, like, not do that to me, please? That's kind of rude. A little rude, my guy. But yeah, I would definitely recommend it at some point, you know, down the line. 1954, the entire Heisei series. I like 2000 quite a bit. I was like 6 when that came out. Actually, no, I was like 5 because it came out in 1999. But yeah, that was a good one. The Legendary series is really good. And -1 is really good. So for like a starting point, that's what I would say is like 1954, Heisei, Legendary, -1. Like I was telling Snuggly, the cartoon for the 1998 movie is actually not bad. The 98 movie sucks, but like the cartoon's actually pretty okay. And technically speaking, even if it's only one of the movies, the 98 movie and cartoon are in continuity with the Millennium series, technically. Spider Stone. All right. How does it feel to have a 70-year-old movie franchise explained to you in like 5 minutes?
I don't know. It's a lot of information to I don't. Thanks.
Right? It is a lot of information. Holy shit!
I guess I'm gonna take off that flame resistance ring.
It served you well.
I guess I'll be outside the door to Ed's.
Okay. I'm on my way back up. I had a torrent of like all of the movies. I don't know if I still have it. I know I have like most, if not all, of the movies on my computer. I just don't know if I have the torrent. The problem is, I can't even like enjoy most of them anymore because it's like, hey, military's in it. That's why I mostly stop at like at Showa. That's why I was glad that like -1 is a period piece, takes place in 1947 when camouflage didn't even exist.
Uh, camouflage was being, I think, camouflage started being experimented with during like World War One. There is like camouflage patterns and stuff from World War Two. They just don't look like modern digital camo.
Yeah, like or even like the stuff from like the 80s and 90s where it's all like those nasty barfy blotches. Like what I don't know what the fuck's up with that, but yeah.
Barfy blotches?
So like it's hard to explain because the stuff that you would commonly see on like the army
What the
in
fuck
like
just pushed me?
now it's your turn to experience the beautiful collision of this game.
How is it even collision? Like, it was like there was like an invisible hitbox above my head on the elevator.
Exactly. That's collision. It's just you collided with something. God only knows what. Yeah. It's kind of hard to explain, but like, I think the best thing I can tell you is like if you look at the uniforms they're wearing in like the 1998 Godzilla, that's what I mean by the barfy blotches, where it's like the heavy smattering smears of like black, green, brown, like, but it's like it looks like puke.
Hmm.
Oh, that's fucking gross. This corpse run sucks.
Yeah. I think I'll probably stay in the back and just use my bow.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea.
I just wish this game had the hawk ring, but I guess that's technically what the sticky infusion is.
Oh my god, it just occurred to me. We didn't have to do that loop. We went the long way. Watch.
Oh.
This is what 4 hours of sleep after being awake for 26 hours looks like. Anyway. But yeah. Like in that movie there was like nothing. Not a single little bit, and I was just like, hell yeah. You know, all the uniforms are like just solid gray, solid blue, and I'm like, thank you. Why can't modern militaries just go back to this? It worked for them back then. The jungles aren't any junglier than they were in the 20s and the 30s. Before all that shit existed. Damn, ho. Yeah, she does not seem terribly perturbed by my soul ray.
Nor my arrows. Well, I think we both found our little cheese spots.
Right?
It didn't do the DM once.
Yeah, that's. I was just about to say, like, she didn't do the oil puke thing. Interesting.
Oh, so the armored spider is female?
Yeah, to my knowledge, anyway. Armored spider's pronouns are she, it.
should probably look up where to get more of these later. Let me see. Can be bought from patches. Okay.
Ooh, nice. Minimal waste, too. I can just drop those in my whole bungus, and that's level. Excuse me? It just said 48, 126. Whatever. Okay. Alright, now I gotta go splat. I don't know why they couldn't just, take out the requirement to be in soul form for co-op.
Because that wouldn't be faithful.
Hmm. Oh, you know what's great? We can just bypass 2-2 by going to the right and dropping down.
Yeah. Also, I didn't mention this earlier. The classic filter did not fix 2-1.
It did not.
It's still so arid and midday and desert-like.
Yeah, it's better, but that's not saying much.
Alright, I assume you're coming back to 2-1?
Yep, my sign is down.
Oh, I don't need my cling ring on anymore.
I'm not even gonna bother because I'm gonna get one-shotted anyway. Oh, come on! Good thing I have the regenerator ring. Are you... Are you serious?
Ow.
Alright, let's go. Fucking ow. I'm getting real sick of this shit. Alright, you go get Ed and I will continue. Dude, fucking really? Oh, for crying out loud! Why doesn't he clink
it's a good
what I
thing
do?
that I'm right here.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh wow, that is a fuckload of Hearthstone shards. What the fuck?
Hmm. Oh my god, he doesn't clink, but I do. Every fucking time I try to attack him, I clink. I'm coming up the elevator. Alright, I am like down at the mouth of that cave, right where it gets outside.
Bitch bit me through the fucking stairs.
Of course. Don't you know anything about canines?
Every time this game decides, hey, you want to do a bash, right? Right?
Yeah, it's been doing that to me too. Something about like holding the shield. No, I'm holding the shield. I'm pressing forward, and no, it's
No, they
doing
just
normal
added
attacks.
the bash. Like, it's just some erroneous thing where it's like misreading what you want to do when you're walking forward while holding a shield and pressing R1 at
That's what I'm
roughly the
saying.
same time.
That's what I'm saying. Like I'm trying to replicate it right now and like purposely confuse it, and it refuses to be confused. But I've had it happen to me where I'm in the middle of a fight, and it's just like, no, you want to do a bash. I'm like, no, actually, I don't.
I'm not sure why I was given a backstab there, but alright.
You love to see how inconsistent it is too. Ow. Oh, that attack is normally a 2-hit. Oh, but for him it was a 1-hit. Through my shield, really? Seriously? Okay. It's so random what sounds come out of the controller and what don't. Okay. My sign is back down. Is it just me or did they like make it scale harder than in the original? I don't remember the damage curve being this sharp.
Well, we were, like, massively over-leveled in the original when we played 6 months ago
Yeah.
because of duplication. I know that the Dragon God is going to one-shot us for sure.
Oh yeah. Well, like even factoring that out, it just seems like the damage itself is higher. I don't know. But same spot, sign is there waiting, and whenever you get to it, you get to it, and that's okay.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to get here. I'm not used to coming back to this spot more than a single time.
Yeah. Oh, if I didn't get deleted by a fireball, you know, that'd be great.
Why do you get fucking hyper armor for that animation, bro?
Did I do a stupid again? I think I did a stupid again. My god. Whatever, too late. I missed my turn. Kind of ended up back on the floor below. That's
He
cool.
decided to drop down here. He didn't do that last cycle. I need to not forget to use Soul Thirst this time.
Oh, she didn't like that. Okay.
That was what it said. We are indebted.
Oh, right. Yeah, we need the, fuck.
That was
All
what it
right.
said.
Hmm?
No, I just remembered we need the Flame Lurker soul to make the Northern Regalia.
Oh, yeah.
We
Oh, well, that's the next stop anyway, so... Whenever you're ready, I'll meet you there.
How much MP does Second Chance cost to use?
Um...
Hey, Baldwin. The fucking "you died" screen looks so weird with the classic filter.
Let's see. 100. It
Okay.
takes 2 miracle slots and costs 100 mana.
I need the Cling Ring.
I'm gonna go Cat Ring. Because we're taking the Gravity Express. Fuck those tunnels.
of your boys followed you down.
That's cute.
Two of them did.
Oh. Adorable.
Uh... That was
okay.
a thing. Okay.
I mean, I can evacuate.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be Greystone, isn't it? Yeah. All right, let's try that again. Ah, that is so unreasonable. I honestly don't care about the crystal lizards anymore. Okay.
We are barely doing damage.
Yep.
Oh, come on, man. I wish you would stop jumping on me. What the fuck is he? Does he think he's attacking?
I don't know.
Ah, yes. Punch the boss.
Whoa there. That actually went surprisingly well.
I think we should do Shrine of Storms next. I'm running low on Half Moon Grass.
That's kind of what I had in mind too. Like, we'll be fine to do Flame Lurker and Dragon God, but then after that, yeah, definitely Shrine of Storms.
Where is she? Ugh. That will never not bother me with this game.
Oh, the fact that the maiden just kind of bounces around?
She bounces around in the original, but in the original she's way easier to spot. She like
Okay.
really blends in this one. It's very difficult to find
Actually,
her.
yeah, she really does.
Like, I don't mind the maiden, like, moving around or whatever. I mean, the Firekeeper does that in Dark Souls 3, too. But, in this
Yeah.
one, she just... It's too difficult to find her.
Are you begging for a
Alright, I guess, Oh, Soul
Okay,
Ray
that's the
also
one.
costs only 1. That's interesting. So it's literally just a straight upgrade over Soul Arrow.
Yep. All right. Yeah, the
Um,
only downside to Soul Ray is just the amount of mana it uses.
yeah. Um,
Uh,
do I
but
have
yeah.
anything else I need to put in the box? I don't think
So
so.
I've got Northern Regalia, and so yeah, the next thing is going to be your Flame Lurker, and then we do Dragon God and move on to Shrine of Storms. Actually, you know what? I want to at the very least do my 3-1 because I want to get Frake because I gotta give him something. Yeah. Um,
Um, we could maybe do, like, my 4-1? I don't know.
yeah,
Unless
yeah,
there's
we could.
some... Because I am legitimately running low on Half Moon Grass.
Yeah, yeah, we
So...
can. Yeah, then yeah, we can just do yours and then. All right. Nexus. This is actually a fun flame worker. I'm glad that went as well as it did.
Yeah, it was just a little slow. I
Yeah.
thought we would be doing more damage.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'd have to, like, be at, like, an equivalent soul level in the original PS3, I think, to really confirm.
Yeah.
But, it does feel like enemies are stronger in New Game Plus in this one for some reason.
Yeah. I just
Like,
I'm
I know that New Game
surprised.
Plus scaling in the original was bad, too, but...
Yeah. Um. By the way, I'm level 92 now. What level are you?
95.
Oh wow.
I use the Beast Demon Soul. Um,
Ah, that'll do it. Okay. Um. Okay. Yeah. Now I gotta go split myself. Actually, wait. Hang on. 51K to level up. I should actually have plenty of. Oh yeah, I overshot it a little bit. Let's go to 30 vitality. Get that 1100 HP. Her inflections are so wrong. Soul of the Lost withdrawn from its vessel. Like no, Soul of the Lost withdrawn from its vessel. Like it's supposed to be a confident chant, not whatever that is. I was just thinking, like, when I mentioned to Dash earlier that like we're not going to be playing the remake until we get around to it with him, um, and so but we're going to just get the Archstones in +2 anyway. Like he's just so fucking negative about every little thing. He's like, oh, that's going to be at least a year. I'm like, so? I'm just making a statement. Like,
Honestly, I
okay.
think I'll probably need a year to settle down from this game after all the problems it has.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not in any rush to play it again. I mean, we played through the original like 12 times half a year ago, and now here we are getting the platinum in this one in 5 days. Like, I'm a little cooked.
I was cooked back then. That's why I didn't feel like getting to the Demon Souls Platinum for Dash and RPCs 3 immediately because it was boring.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you got saved by the GPU problems and his dad being a tool. But yeah,
are you in 3-2 or 4-1?
I what? No, which I'm in soul form. What did you want to do? Your 4-1?
Yeah, I guess if we're gonna go to your 3... Oh, did I say 3-2?
Yeah, you said 3-2. All right, so yeah, all right.
I'll go to 4-1.
All right.
Because I need a vendor to buy like grass from, which means that we either I hope Blige sells grass.
Oh God, Satsuki. Nope. Nope.
At least you're in soul form.
Yeah. Oh God. Okay. This is not 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 okay.
Oh Jesus.
I am going to,
I have a Satsuki too.
Are you in pure black?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll do it. Okay, I need to put on my thief ring.
I need to go back.
Yeah. Well, on the plus side, we can get rid of him. All right. Put on your thief ring. My sign is down. Yeah, that's fucking terrifying. I forgot all about that.
Thief ring.
He's the one red phantom I don't want to fight. He's so overpowered. Like he literally.
If you put your sign by the archstone, like next to it, I can stay here and then.
It's next to the box. That broken box right in front of the archstone.
So I want you to keep Satsuki like way the fuck over there when you fight him. So including if you die, so that way he's just nowhere near me.
I will do my best.
Like I have cloak if I need it, but
yeah. Okay. So what I'm gonna do.
I mean, I can probably run around, but he's poison. You're gonna have to.
My controller literally decided to die at that exact second. I cast the spell, and then it died. But now the PlayStation recognizes that it's charging, so. Okay.
Yeah,
My sign is back down. Whenever you... Oh, boy. He has entirely too much HP. But at least now we can both fight him together, so it's at least possible. That auto dodge shit is mad annoying.
Did his AI just break?
We're not that lucky. Wait a minute. Wait a tick. No. You son of a... Fuck him.
Let's. Ugh.
That was awful.
Okay.
And what? Fragrant ring. There it is. Would have been a little bit smoother had I put the ally ring on, but I kind of forgot. Or friend's ring, rather. Okay.
Oh! Damn it.
Yeah, that's kind of bullshit.
Just the fact that they're next to each other is the whole problem.
Yeah, they both aggro at the exact same fucking time. Oh shit, Satsuki! I took my thief ring off. I think he got to me as soon as I warped away. That is not okay. On any level. Okay. My sign is back down.
Yep. And
At least yours is permanently gone. Because we'll never be in pure black in this world again.
Oh, killing Black Phantoms it will do world tendency things, right? Even if they're NPCs?
Yeah.
Hopefully me dying to the skeletons won't count against it too much. Let me go back to the Nexus and move my world tendency.
I mean, if anything happens, then we'll just invade. Like, if need be, I can just invade you, and then that'll bump you up to neutral or white. And so we are going to go through and kill Adjudicator.
Yeah, I'm figuring we go through and kill Adjudicator, and then we do 4-2, so I can get patches.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and Urbane, too.
How did you get hit by that?
I would love to know. Yeah, you know what? I'm kind of low. Yeah, we're gonna have to do mine too. I'm getting kind of low on half anyway. I don't think I have any more in the box. I gotta check, but yeah. Okay.
They give a lot more souls now. Like they're giving more souls than I would have imagined.
I just got over 1,000.
Yeah, I think the archer gave me 2,500.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I should get the Talisman of God again, so that way I can trade it.
Yeah. Nice thing is we don't need to do any crazy shit. We can just go to Adjudicator after we get Blige. You just have to get the copper key. What the fuck happened there? Oh, it just unlocks because it feels like it. Okay. I don't even move. It just decides it doesn't want to be locked on anymore. Alright, so yeah, you just have to have the key, and then we head down here.
Oh right, I need to go to the other side here to get it.
Yep. Oh god, as soon as I parried you, you never stood a chance.
The plus side too is that if I have 4-2 available, I can very quickly and easily get that like 100,000 that I lost back. So
Yeah, yeah.
Did you go up?
No, I'm down in that forked tunnel. I need to leave.
Huh. I didn't see you break the... I didn't... Did you just come from the illusory wall?
Yep.
That's instanced.
Oh.
Yeah, there's... Now it's broken for me.
Interesting.
That's weird.
Okay. Well then. Yeah, there was like 2 of them, and
yeah, they make a nice ice cream sandwich.
Yeah. Can you not? What was that? The camera was literally like getting caught on every possible wall. I could not move. I'm trying to move back the way I came. The camera doesn't know which fucking end is up. And all of a sudden, I'm just like, every time I turn the stick, I'm getting caught. For the record, I cannot budge from this spot. Satsuki will kill me. So.
Yep, I'm coming back.
Yeah, at least my character tendency's going up again. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Shut up, woman. Get on my horse. When you tuck on its winky.
It is such a weird thing that our like synchronous like sleep issues this past like week. Literally I stayed up for like 35, 36 hours and I got like not even half of like 8 hours of sleep maybe.
That would be 4.
It was like 3 or 4 hours of sleep after staying awake for 36 hours.
Yeah. And here I am. Well. Hi. Are you fucking serious? Why did none of those parries go through? I hate it.
Oh, I can just go back this way. That's interesting. I didn't think you could. Well, I learned something useful. I should not be going that way. That is to the black skeleton.
Oh, you don't want to go that way because it's black, is that it?
It will one-shot me with its katanas.
Correct. It will. Very much so.
Can the Vanguard be poisoned?
I'll try.
Yeah, because we will be ultimately coming out the other end of the tunnel, which is behind it.
Yeah. I will give it a try.
So I don't think I'm in pure black character tendency anymore, but I'm still very much in black tendency.
Yeah. I don't know if it applies to both, or if only the one who got the killing blow on a red phantom moves up. But
I mean, push comes to
regardless.
shove, we can boost up our character tendency
Yeah.
with invasions, so...
Yeah, it was like the next words out of my mouth was like, regardless, we can just fix it.
Yeah, we should... Yeah, but we should, like, fix it as, like, the last thing that we do in, like, New Game Plus Plus. So that way we have as much health as possible in soul form for co-op.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess New Game Plus 2 is probably going to have to be the quote-unquote all NPCs quest thingy.
Yeah. That's why
Well,
I'm
strictly
gonna be...
speaking, there aren't that many NPCs involved there. Like, I mean, technically there's vendors, and that's about it.
Yeah. Whoa, buddy. Okay, yeah, just vacuum him to me. Sure thing, why not?
I need to clip out that backstab that I got yesterday in Latria.
Alright, there's that, and then I believe this. Which one of these is the way to Blige? This is Blige over here. You've got the copper key, okay. I'm gonna go see about poisoning a fat guy. Alright, big man.
How many souls does the Black Skeleton give us in New Game Plus?
That's a good question. I completely overshot him. What is the spawn range on this cloud?
Oh, I remember the spawn clouds being weird like that too. You can poison him.
Yes, you can.
Oh, good morning, Cheerio. Hi. Hopefully I can get that new capture card relatively soon.
Hmm.
I don't understand why the illusory walls are like instanced.
Yeah, that's really weird. I think we'll die of old age before poison kills Vanguard.
You should probably attack him in the meanwhile.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do.
Who couldn't do it?
Oh god, they do jiggle. Oh god. Oh. His meat do jiggle jiggle and fold.
Guess I'll buy the whole leather set because I don't think I got it in the last cycle.
Ow. I was one-shotted by his ass. Despite the fact that I rolled away. You know, because of course shockwaves from ass slams are just kind of like that, you know? Yeah, I'm thinking the character tendency thing is a good idea because this whole not having much health and soul form is for the birds. We should probably boost that soon.
Yeah.
Nice thing is it costs us nothing in terms of like ephemeral eyes. One just stays alive, the other just repeatedly invades. And then the invader is the one that dies. Free karma.
Why does Vanguard have so much health in New Game Plus? Like, I know that I'm not anywhere near Pure White, so he's going to have more HP, but Jesus Christ.
Yeah, seriously. Oh, that'll also boost our world tendency. I can see his health bar from here.
Because he's still poisoned.
Yeah.
He'll probably need another Dutch oven relatively soon.
All right then.
Yeah, he'll need another Dutch oven.
Okay. Yeah, I think it does about 2,000. Hey, big guy. God, you're cute. I'm about to get fucking smashed. He's got really weird nipples.
He has nipples?
Look at them flappy things on his not tits. They're like, he's got like tit folds, but then like below that, he's got like these floppy
Weird
tentacle nipple things
yeah.
right on his stomach. Ow!
Oh!
I am really tired of this black world tendency and low character tendency shit. Can we just boost? All right, you know what? I'll put my sign back down.
Yeah, we can't boost your character tendency until I'm not in muscle form anymore.
Yep.
You just gotta keep suplexing the demon.
I think you're a little confused on who's suplexing whomst. At least I get my post-mortem vengeance by, my farts just slowly killing him no matter what. Oh, I'm not here in the world? Haha, well, guess what? You're feeling me. I'm just gonna do this, it's a lot safer. Lock-on just kind of decided to turn off for a minute there.
Thank you, lock on.
Get the platinum trophy. Good rushing. I just noticed that. Alright, so as long as you've rescued Blige, then we are at liberty to continue to Adjudicator.
Yep. I need to send some things to my storage. Let's see, Soldier's Lotus.
I'm gonna put my...
I like that I know about this now. Let's see. Uchigatana. I think that's it. Yeah.
You know, the fucked up part is it was right there in front of us in the list of things we could do with our items. It just didn't register that it was there. Both brains just kind of ignored it.
Have fun with the black boy.
There's an innuendo in there somewhere, but... Oh, he is unreasonably defensive.
Oh, come on, give him. Let me backstab you. Stone chunk. The Adjudicator's shield.
Interesting. Okay.
Chunk to
Hi. You're terrifying. Not really. Stab. Please be careful. This is a ledge.
Nice try, Moth. Good aim.
Just the fact that you call them moths.
Stone shard.
I'm very dumb. I'm not all here right now, okay? Just the instant moment of realization.
Oh, and I'm remembering you're not, well, yeah, you're gonna want Flash too, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Should have earlier. Have both of those up.
I like how I had just enough health for those 3 darts to just... 3 darts is too much!
I don't understand how they could render, like, rain here, but they couldn't render poop rain in the Swamp of Sorrow.
Yeah.
Doesn't really make sense.
You know what else doesn't really make any sense? Backwards Swahili.
Backwards what?
Swahili. It's an African language.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's like, you speak it backwards. It's just like, what? Okay. Now we actually get to attack his meat wound. This is also a completely incorrect redesign that misses the point of the boss. Like, he's supposed to be so invulnerable because he's covered in gold armor. And that the hole in his armor where this axe is embedded, where this piece of metal debris is embedded, is his weak point for a reason. I mean, I suppose you still get, somewhat the same communication, but it's not as clear. And then again, it's also grotesqueness for grotesqueness' sake. Grotesqueness' sake. Are you serious? Oh my god, are you fucking serious?
Yeah, that did so much damage to my... I don't have the stamina to block that.
Okay, well, I have an idea. Upon you saving and quitting, I am going to use my Black Eye Stone, and we're going to up your world tendency. And your character tendency. Just saying. So you just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm heading back to the Archstone. Are you, invading?
Hang on. Okay. You may now proceed to clap my cheeks, yes. You get good boy points and safe world points. Yay! Then it won't really matter that we have to redo the level because everything will be much easier. black stuff just kind of faded away. Gonna let me invade or what?
Is it? Are you getting invasion errors?
No, it's just the black fog just stops.
Hmm.
And then just nothing happens. I don't get it.
So, is that a GIF just like Godzilla curled up and using like some kind of breath thing to make himself like float into the air?
That is the Showa era. You get used to shit like that.
It looks so. Um. Hmm.
You will probably never see a stranger movie than Godzilla vs. Hedorah. 1971 was a fucking year, let me tell you. is there a fucking cooldown? Like, what the fuck?
Go back to the Nexus and then come back here.
Yeah.
I could also, I mean, if we're doing like world tendency reset, I guess I should be going back to the Nexus too.
Yeah, let's do that.
I don't get how. I really don't understand the whole thing of like, I mean, I haven't played the older ones, so I don't. In some capacity, it's just like an alien language, but I don't know. In response to that, like Elistic Haze thing, someone said that they liked every other Bethesda game before Skyrim immensely more, and that they stopped liking their entire franchise after when Skyrim came out, or something to that effect.
Yeah. I can tell you right now, Skyrim is the best Elder Scrolls game. Like, it just is. I don't. Okay, I don't think that the lack of certain features like spellcrafting, like the simplification of magic and things like that, I don't think that is enough, or the introduction of quest markers that you can just turn off or ignore. Um, like, I don't think that is enough to sit there and say, oh, the game is bad now, and it's not as good as the old ones. The ones prior to Oblivion had the dice roll system for combat. You could literally be hitting an enemy and it's rolling dice and saying, no, you missed. But that doesn't make any sense. Like, dice roll to hit stuff is for RPGs where you're not visibly seeing your weapon collide. Like, that's for like Pokemon and Final Fantasy and shit like that. Like, other than the Final Fantasies where your weapon actually does collide, but you know what I mean. Like, if your weapon actually hits the enemy model, it should do something. It should not be, oh no, you missed. It's like, well, that doesn't make any sense. It creates dissonance. So no, I'm sorry, but it's an objective improvement to have taken that out. Spellcrafting, I mean, take it or leave it, frankly. I mean, I think it's a cool idea, and it should probably be there, but like, I don't think it's going to make or break the game. And when you look at like Morrowind or Cyrodiil, or Skyrim, like these worlds, first of all, they're better than the worlds in Arena and Daggerfall. They just are. The worlds in Arena and Daggerfall are these, 2D procedurally generated, giant open empty maps with just repeating textures. There's nothing going on. There's not really any storytelling. It's just you're going from one town to the next to the next to the next. You're trying to do these quest lines, and everything is delivered to you in text. It's fine for 1994, 1996, but it doesn't compare in terms of objective quality when it comes to storytelling with the newer ones, or environment design with the newer ones. Morrowind was handmade. Cyrodiil was handmade. Skyrim was handmade, and you just this idea of I'm invading. Like this idea of everything before Skyrim was so much better. Like, okay, well, actually take off the nostalgia goggles and look at it for a minute. Oblivion, its world, Cyrodiil, and also the Deadlands, the Plains of Oblivion you go to in that game, it's kind of bland. Like,
From what little I've seen of Oblivion, it looks like a very empty game.
It is. It really is. You have the towns, which are neat, but there's not very many people in them. And all the people look and sound basically the same. Like there's like a handful of voice actors. Everybody's got the same voice. You know, you'll hear two people who look different but have the same voice talking to each other. It's weird. Um, you know, so there's not a whole hell of a lot going on as far as NPCs are concerned. It was like their first attempt at Radiant AI. And like the dungeons, it's like, okay, you've got forts, caves, and the Deadlands. Those are your options for dungeons in Oblivion. Okay. Caves are garbage. They're needlessly long. They're confusing. There's nothing in them that's of any real value. You know, there's some chests and whatnot, but it's like, okay, it's so much time investment just to go into a cave just for the stuff that's in the chest when the cave itself is boring, tedious, confusing. The forts are kind of the same deal. Like they're better. They're better, but they're not great. Like they're just kind of there, and they're all pretty much the same thing, just in a different layout with more or less the same enemies. You're going to have ghosts and zombies and skeletons, and it's like, okay, you might have some bandits in there, and it's kind of the same thing for like I kind of lump them together, but like the Aelid ruins are just they're just elven forts. They're just the elven version of a fort. As far as like the dungeon design goes, I'm behind you, by the way.
Yeah.
They're just the elven version of a fort. It's the same thing every time, same couple enemies, nothing really any different. And then you go into like the Deadlands. The main draw of the game as part of the story is the plains of Oblivion. Okay, you go to Mehrunes Dagon's Plain of Oblivion. Well, you end up in a situation where you're now just doing the same thing each and every time. You port in through an Oblivion gate, and you're in basically hell, and you navigate your way around the outer banks of the island that you're on into the tower that you need to go into. You ascend the tower. It's the same couple of rooms every time with the same couple enemies every time. You grab the sigil stone, you leave. It closes the gate, done. So it's like, well, what's really going on there? You know, like, and Morrowind gave you a lot of freedom when it came to certain things like spellcrafting. Like you could create, you know, like a levitation spell that, you know, God help you when your magic runs out. You know, like if you can go really high, you can fly above the entire island of Ardenfell, but I hope you have enough mana to get down. You can do stuff like that, and it's cool. But it's like, okay, the default walking speed is heinously slow. You know, the dungeons again are not really anything special. The enemy variety is not really anything special. Elder Scrolls has always been mostly about its writing. And Skyrim is the first game in the series that kind of tipped that on its head a bit. Not drastically. It's not a night and day comparison. By the way, I'm assuming you've gone back to the Nexus and are coming back.
Yeah, I just came back.
Okay. I'm trying to invade again. Like Skyrim is the first one where the gameplay itself is actually really good. Like it's got an enjoyable control scheme and loop by default. It's easy to pick up and play. It's not convoluted. It doesn't require installing a mod just to have controller support. You know, it's kind of like that. You know, I believe it's only 4 kills. I don't know. I don't remember. Killing a Red Phantom is heavily weighted versus...
For world tenancy, that's true, but for character tenancy, it'll be more.
I think it's like 8, maybe. Yeah, anyway. Like Skyrim is the first one that really like has engaging gameplay
Yeah,
relative.
I've honestly had more fun even with some of the tedium that comes with the restrictions and difficulty I've chosen. I've had more fun, I think, just playing Skyrim on legendary difficulty in survival mode for like a few hours than I have like playing basically any other open world game. And with
Yeah,
that, I mean like with regards to actually the open world itself, it's Skyrim just has like the best pacing and like very well thought out RPG elements.
mm,
Most other open world games, like even open world RPGs I've played that I thought were at least reasonably competent ish, like Lightning Returns, they're just not as good.
yeah,
Um, and Lightning Returns had like relatively good pacing too. It's just super bogged down by the somewhat shallow ish RPG elements, and every fucking side quest in that game is a fucking fetch quest. Well, almost all of them.
yeah, yeah. And this is the thing. Like when you think about it, like Skyrim is like Pokemon. You know, it's very simple, but it's very effective. You know, like it gives you a lot to work with, but none of it is particularly complex or off-putting. It's all very easy to understand, very surface level stuff, but it gives you a lot of those surface level things to work with. And okay, well, the meta build is Stealth Archer. But why do you have to have a meta build? What makes you think you have to do it that way just because that's the most efficient or effective build to have? It's like you can still do anything you want. You can literally just
I mean,
not
Stealth
do a
Archer's only an effective build when you have like enough like skill points in like the stealth and archery trees anyway. And you
yeah, but
also need
like
to
yeah,
have like specific bows and arrows. And it's just it takes work.
hmm.
It's
Well, it
not
does.
like, fucking like Kingdom Hearts 2 where the most overpowered mechanics are obtained purely by just progressing the story. You don't have to do anything extra.
Yeah. No, this is the thing is so like I said, Skyrim is like Pokemon in that it gives you a lot to work with. All of it's very simple, but it all works together well, and it's understandable, it's approachable, it's easy to pick up and play, but you can easily get lost in it. And it does a damn good job with environmental storytelling. It puts Oblivion to shame. I can tell you that right now. Like Skyrim absolutely puts Oblivion to shame when it comes to when it comes to environmental storytelling and things like that. Like when you're just navigating around Skyrim, when you find a cave or whatever, it's not going to be the same thing in every cave. They're all going to be different in some way. And one might tell a story of, some hunters who got in over their heads and were murdered by a Spriggan, and then you find the only survivor outside and you help them out. And it's like, and then you go in and you try to deal with the Spriggan or, you find, you find a lighthouse where, you know, um, it looks like it was absolutely ransacked, and when you find these notes around the house, and then like around the living quarters inside the lighthouse, and you're like putting this together. You're reading the story of what happened here. You're reading this guy's diary, and it's like, and then you go down into the basement, and it's like, oh shit, this entire family was fucking murdered by Chorus.
I'm
You know?
back in Shrine of Storms.
Okay.
Question, just to confirm with you.
Mm,
Quote, Ocarina of Time is a better open world game.
no.
I wasn't aware that any such open world existed in Ocarina of Time. It isn't really that type of game.
It's arguably the first open world in the sense that like when you leave the Kokiri Forest, you can go anywhere you want, but you can't really do much there. Like you can go straight to Kakariko Village. You can go to Lake Hylia. You can go to these places. You can go to Lon Lon Ranch. You can do whatever you want as soon as you leave the forest, but not a whole hell of a lot you're going to find there. You've got to progress the story by going to talk to Zelda. So. No game. Task failed successfully. Anyway, but yeah, no, like that's how it is. It's like, yeah, technically you can go anywhere you want in Ocarina of Time, but there's nothing there until you meet certain criteria in the story. That's how it works. So it is technically an open world game, but at the same time, not really. Not in the way that we understand open world games today, where there are like, organic things to do in the world. There are quests to do. There are dungeons to find. There's items to pick up. It's not an open world in that sense. But it is an open world in the sense that you do have the freedom to explore Hyrule Field and go in any direction you want to once you leave the forest. Who said that anyway?
Just someone quote tweeting me in response to something I said in response to someone else on the Alice Decay thing over Skyrim. Ocarina of Time is a better open world game, is all they said.
That's not even close.
I'm back in
Ocarina of Time.
Let me check my world tendency.
Yeah.
Oh, I think if you look at my stream, is that pure or is that pure white world tendency, or is it just close, like on the edge?
It's hard to tell. It looks like it's not quite there yet.
Maybe a couple more kills on you. I
Yeah,
believe
one or two
I'm
more.
I'm also getting there to pure white on character tendency.
Yeah, let me see that. Yeah, you're more in the white now. Yeah, a couple more kills should do it. All
Let
right.
me see. I'll say Ocarina of Time isn't technically an open world game unless you really stretch the definition of an open world. You can technically go anywhere you want in that game, but you can't do much of anything unless you meet certain criteria by progressing the story.
Pretty much.
Oh, and Ali's Decay responded to that same thing that I said to someone else by saying, Skyrim is the best open world game at being bad and inferior to most open world games.
No. It's literally better than most open world games because it has the best balance of content and pacing. Like, and here's the thing. Skyrim does not rely on its repetitive Radiant content in order to fill its open world with content. The world is there to tell a story, and there are
content is what the
stories...
player makes of it.
Exactly, and that's the thing. Like, okay, I'm sorry, but Skyrim having Radiant quests. I need to find my headphone charger. Skyrim having repetitive Radiant quests. 1 second while I finish this thought.
I mean, Skyrim's Radiant quests, I mean, I think you said before that you have to play the game for like 1,000 hours before you realize that they're all kind of the same.
Pretty much. I mean, like, okay. Skyrim's situation is nothing like Breath of the Wild, where Breath of the Wild has nothing going for it as far as, like, as far as actual content in the world. Okay, you can go talk to an NPC and they might say, hey, can you go get this item for me? And you say, sure, I'll go get that item for you. And then you bring it back. And then they're like, oh, hey, thanks. That was nice of you. Like, that, okay, sure. But, like, okay, what else? You know? Like, oh, this quirky little cartoon person is all happy now. How neat, you know? Or oh, they found something interesting, and oh, they're gonna now ponder the meaning of what they found. How quaint, you know? Like, there's stuff like that. But as far as actual content, actual things to do in the world, there's fucking nothing. You have the 120 copy paste shrines. You have the 900 Korok seeds.
Oh, I think there's like orange sparkles flying out now. I think my character tendency is in pure white. I think.
All right, let me take a look. Yeah, looks. mm,
Well, I mean, I'm gonna have to probably kill you a couple more times anyway.
Yeah, no, that looks about right. But yeah, just a couple more times should do it, like one or two more. And then that should also do it for your world tendency. And then we won't have to deal with all the nonsense of being weaker and enemies being stronger and bleh. And then things will move along much quicker.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like Breath of the Wild has like nothing for content, and it's the same thing with Tears of the Kingdom. Like Tears of the Kingdom is basically a Breath of the Wild DLC. It's like the underground is worthless. It has nothing. Like your reward for going to the underground is what? The DLC amiibo items from Breath of the Wild. Thrilling. You know?
The biggest problem with Breath of the Wild is that now, because everyone praises it as some kind of masterpiece for doing the laziest things possible, it incentivizes everyone else to do the bare minimum when making a game.
Yeah.
Because they don't have to try anymore.
Yeah. And you gotta understand.
I'm back in Shrine of Storm. I think
Yep,
actually I
I'm waiting.
might be in white now, but you know.
One more should do it. And you gotta understand this. And I kind of said this on Twitter the other day, and somebody was like, "Oh, you're overreacting." No, I cannot even tell you how excited I was for Breath of the Wild leading up to its release. Okay, I was like, okay,
That's how I felt with Borderlands 3. I mean, I was a bit more cautiously optimistic, but I was still pretty excited for it. And then it came out, and I played it, and it was just like, oh, this game kind of sucks, actually.
Yeah. Well, so this is like, I've been a Zelda fan, a huge Zelda fan, since I was 9. It's been 20 years, okay, and I mean, when I tell you, like, I dropped over $100 on the Wind Waker HD Collector's Edition for the Ganon statue. You know, I did, or it was not even a statue, like a little figure. You know, it's not even anything special. It's just this crappy plastic figure. But it's like, okay, it's Wind Waker. You know, I love Wind Waker. Like, I went out of my way for every single Zelda release. The only Zelda game that I didn't finish up until Breath of the Wild came out was Spirit Tracks, and only because it just annoyed me with certain mechanics. The DS microphone does not work consistently, so like when you're trying to blow into the fucking flute, it doesn't work. Half the time it just gives you random shit, and it's like, no, you're gonna do it this way, and I'm like, I am fucking doing it that way, you know, shit like that. Or like the Dark Trains would just be like a little too good with their AI. And so they'd fuck with you, and it's just like, oh, great, I have to repeat that entire fucking 10-minute segment because the Dark Train fucked me over at the last second. Stuff like that. I found it annoying. So I never finished Spirit Tracks, but that was it. Like, that was the only one where I was just like, I'm not feeling this. I'm going to stop now. And I still have it. I never sold it or anything. I don't get rid of my Zelda games. And that's it. Like, but I played every single one religiously to 100% completion. Like, there is not a Zelda game that I did not 100% on its system of origin from the time I was 9 to the time Breath of the Wild came out, except for Spirit Tracks.
All right, I think.
I'm gonna take a look. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll pull open again.
Yeah. I'm having a hard time seeing in the world tendency. Let me blow up to full screen. Yeah, you're sparkling on world tendency. Go to character. I it should be like little red sparkles. But I mean, it's not like we need pure white. I mean, we have pretty white character tendency, and naturally killing bosses is gonna make sure that there's a jump there anyway. So
In character
um,
tendency?
yeah, you killing bosses raises. I believe it does anyway. Hold on, let me. Let's see.
It's just, it's such a
No, actually,
the
it doesn't.
hate boner for Skyrim that a lot of people seem to have just doesn't really make sense to me.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I was saying. Um, yeah. So like, I've been a big Zelda fan since for like the past 20 years. When Breath of the Wild was announced, I fucking popped. Like the when it was still Zelda U and we didn't know what it was gonna be. Like in 2014 when we had just gotten that first trailer, I was like, oh my god. And then we get it gets delayed and all that kind of stuff. Oh, it's coming 2016, and I'm like, holy shit! You know, I was like excited. I was like vibrating with excitement waiting for that game every single time we got some kind of update. And then it came out. I pre-ordered it, even though I didn't have a Switch. I couldn't get a Switch because they were sold out everywhere. But I pre-ordered Breath of the Wild anyway. I was bummed that I couldn't get the Master Edition that came with all the extra stuff because it was just sold out. Like it sold out instantly. And I was like, wow, that sucks. I'm really bumming about that. I mean, of course I want to have that. I'm a fucking huge Zelda fan. So I finally get a Switch, and I start to play it. And I get bored. Now imagine how that feels when your favorite series releases a new game that you've been waiting, at that point, 5.5 years for. You knew it was coming 5.5 years ago. The last major release in the series, other than on the 3DS, was Skyward Sword on the Wii 2011. Okay, we got the re-release. We got the re-release of Wind Waker on the Wii U, but that's nice, but okay, but it's Wind Waker. We already had that. We want the new one. And then we get Link Between Worlds on the 3DS. All right, that's a good game. I like it. It's fine. But okay, where's the new one for the Wii U? And then Twilight Princess comes out on the Wii U with the HD remaster that is pretty underwhelming. Like, okay, cool. I like Twilight Princess. It's my favorite one. But where's the new one? And then it finally comes out after 5.5 years of waiting since the last new major installment. And you get bored within a couple hours of playing it. That's not me, okay? That's not me going, oh no, I'm looking for things to be upset about. I just don't want to like this game. If there is a game that I wanted to like more than any other game, it was Breath of the Wild. Why? Because it was a major milestone Zelda release. Like, hello? But no, it's me? I'm the problem? No. The game is the problem. And that's just all there is to it. Like, and when you actually objectively look at it, and I hadn't looked into it enough to really be able to articulate why at the time, but like then I put it down, I just wasn't feeling it. And then I got back to it 2 years later. It took me 2 years to actually solidly play Breath of the Wild. And what happens? I play through most of it. I give it my damnedest to enjoy that game. I go on eBay and I buy the Amiibo NFC replicas, so I don't have to actually buy the Amiibos. I just get the little pieces of paper that you hold to the NFC reader, and it gives you the stuff anyway. I'm getting the DLC, and I'm doing all that kind of stuff, and I'm going around. I'm doing everything. I'm doing every quest. I'm doing every dungeon. There are no dungeons. You know what I mean? The shrines. I'm doing every shrine. I'm finding everything in the world, and I'm noticing a pattern as I'm playing. It's all the same shit. I'm doing the same thing multiple times in every region of the map. Korok Seed, talk to an NPC for a fetch quest, maybe find something related to upgrading stuff at the fairy fountain, maybe find some quirky little environmental detail that's interesting to see. But it's all the same thing. There's no different, like solve some brain dead. If to call it a puzzle would be generous. It takes 5 seconds. It uses one of 4 abilities that you're guaranteed to have. You're never going to sit there and go, oh shit, I got to put a pin in this because I don't have the utilities that I need to do it right now. I'm going to have to come back when I've got a bomb, or I'm going to have to come back when I've got the fire rod or something like that. No, that's not a thing. Nintendo said, no, we're going to give you the ability to do anything at any time. Literally anything. Nothing will gate your progress. But that's a bad thing. Because now I'm not making any progress. All I'm doing is checking off vapid content that has to be watered down so that it's accessible to anyone at any time. With any equipment. And again, all they did was they just give you the magnesis and the time-stopping one and the bomb one, which comes in 2 flavors because sure, why not? Square bombs. But it's like, wait a minute. If all they're doing is and Cryonis, you can freeze water. Okay, you can freeze water. You can move magnetic materials. You can use 2 different types of bombs. And you can stop time briefly and then build up momentum on an object. Okay. But that's everything. Everything in the game is one of those things that I just described. Everything. That gets old real quick. You know what didn't get old? Going through dungeons in the old games that were more linear and gated your progress and said, nope, we've got to have this item. And what do? You look into your equipment screen and you've got like Fire Rod, Ice Rod, Boomerang, bombs, remote bombs in Minish Cap was a thing. You've got the Bombos Medallion, the Quake Medallion, the Ether Medallion. You've got you've got Din's Fire, Ferore's Wind, Nehru's Love. So Din's Fire was like a dome of fire that expands out and does damage or lights torches, maybe both. Ferore's Wind was like a recall point. Like casting recall, to have a warp point at the beginning of a dungeon. Nehru's Love was like a vibrating shield that would just protect you from damage. You had the hook shot, the claw shot, the double claw shot in Twilight Princess was neat. Like fucking Spider-Man. You got the spinner and the Dominion Rod, and you got all these things that you can do in your inventory in these Zelda games that are linear and that expect you to progress from A to B to C throughout the story. They give you some degree of choice, like what, do you want to do this dungeon before this dungeon? You got to do both, but which one do you want to do? Like, they do give you some of that choice. But you don't have that in Breath of the Wild. There is no progression in Breath of the Wild. This is a game where you can literally go from the tutorial to beating Ganon if you want to. You can literally, if you can make it into Hyrule Castle, if you can actually arm yourself sufficiently, you can beat Ganon straight off the plateau. You don't even have to engage with any of the content in the game in order to beat the game.
That's just so... Like, even Elden Ring, I think, forces you to fight, like, 4 other bosses first. There's, like, 200 bosses, but you have to beat 5 of them to finish the game.
Right, well, this is the thing. Like, unless we beat Godric and, I don't know, Melania...
Well, I think Godric is actually optional.
He's one of the demigods.
Yeah. But from what I've heard, he's actually optional. You don't have to do Stormveil.
Huh. That's weird. Okay, but whatever. I don't know, as I've been avoiding spoilers, I don't know who the mandatory bosses are. But, it's like... But in order to, go fight Gronkfanculus, the crippled one, you have to, you have to beat Snorfak the Fart Huffer. Like, you can't, like... Elden Ring expects you to do things in order to beat the game. Breath of the Wild just says, nah, leave the plateau, go beat Ganon if you feel like it. And which, cool, fine. I'm glad, that you gave it the consideration, like, hey, maybe somebody might want to do that. But what that means is that also that you've made all of the content in the game other than Ganon redundant. And, oh, by the way, by making it so that any and all content in the game is accessible at any point in time to anyone with any loadout, because you all have the same loadout, and the only variation is going to be in what you're wearing and what weapon you're using, it's all going to be the same content, and it's all going to be very shallow content. It's content for content's sake in a world that's big for the sake of having a big world. Pretty world at a distance anyway. You get up close and it's like, oh, those models are a little questionable. Oh, those textures aren't very good. Everything kind of looks muddy and but like, it's one of those things that where from a distance it looks very pretty. But it's like, but there's nothing to do. Doing the same 4 or 5 puzzles several hundred times each is not content that's worth engaging with. Well, you don't have to do it, it's optional. Then why is it there? And I'm sorry, I don't care if it's optional or not. Why do you have so little respect for my time that your idea of optional content is worthless content?
I mean,
even optional content,
even in fucking Genshin Impact, there's a reason to get every chest because of the Primo Gems and artifacts that you can dump into the artifacts you actually want to use to level them up. You know, in Breath of the Wild, my understanding is that there isn't a single thing in any of the little combat encounters or other puzzles in the open world that actually means anything.
No,
there's
absolutely
no.
Not.
You could technically get some new armor or new weapons or new food, but it's all the same in the end, and there's no actual in-game reason for why you why you should get the extra stuff when the bare minimum that you start the game with is sufficient for everything in the game.
Yeah. No, that's it, and it's all superfluous. That's all there. It's just that's all there is. It's just, oh yeah, no, you might get a weapon. It's gonna break in 10 hits, but you got a weapon for doing that. But then there's no reward for having done that quest. You had me do this tedious little fetch quest, and you gave me a weapon as a reward, and now the weapon's broken and gone forever.
Oh yeah, and the Master Sword can apparently break too.
Yeah, I mean it can run out of energy. It'll never leave your inventory once you get it, but it can run out of energy.
Which is so stupid.
Yeah, and at that point you're just not allowed to use it until you can, until it recharges, which is 15 minutes.
Why?
Because they want to incentivize you to use other weapons. But wait a minute, the other weapons are garbage. Maybe
They're
maybe
garbage
if
that
you-
break after like 5 hits, right?
Yeah, and I don't want to use my good weapons because I never know when I'm gonna need them later. I never want to be up shit creek down the line, so I'm gonna protect my good stuff and use my junk stuff, and I'm not having fun when I'm using junk. It's like, this is stupid. It's objectively bad game design on every level. It's just this shit cake of bad ideas that are dressed up to look pretty and whimsical, and ooh, look how creative we were being with this. The only good thing you did in this game was give us a good physics system. It drives me nuts. It absolutely drives me nuts. I hate it. I despise Breath of the Wild because of what it represents, and because of what a bad game it is. Because it really is a bad game. It's not fun. Like, objectively, it's like doing taxes. The game. It sucks. Anyway. Okay, so world tendency, character tendency. I'm gonna put my sign back down. We should be fine for adjudicator at the very least. Yeah, it pisses me off. You know, and like I said, so you know, like as a Zelda fan of at the time it was 14 years, but it's like, I'm sorry, but that's a big deal when you've been waiting 5.5 years for the next game, and it sucks when it comes out. You're not having fun when it comes out, and then you try your damnedest to enjoy it.
That's how I was with Borderlands 3. I
Yeah,
really tried to give that game a chance. No, Satsuki, shut up.
yeah.
I am not interested in your quest. Maybe in the next cycle.
No, ignore him. No, like literally, what are you gonna do? Okay, you're gonna give him the sword, and then he's gonna kill. And then you're gonna kill him because he's gonna try to kill you. Yeah. No, and again, like I said, like when you're playing through the game in earnest and you're trying to get it, you're trying to enjoy it, and all you're getting is your time wasted because you're noticing the pattern of garbage content for the sake of content. That's not you being the problem. And like I can just imagine if Rich was watching the conversations we have about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, like whether it was in text or verbally, he would you know that meme that goes around with the people who are enjoying something, and then the guy goes, "Oh, that's bad," you know. And then they're still enjoying it, and then he's like, "I said it's bad. Stop having fun!" That thing.
No.
I'll
But
find
I'm
it.
familiar with the general mindset.
Yeah,
Like, there
I'll
are
find
people
it in a
out
minute.
there who actually believe that you shouldn't be able to have fun playing a bad game or whatever, which is
Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah, or like, yeah, and that's the thing. Like, no, you can have fun with Breath of the Wild. It's still a bad game.
It's funny because a lot of this is kind of how I feel about like Kingdom Hearts 2 after I've learned a lot more over the years about like RPGs and stuff. I just don't really vibe with the game anymore. Because
Yeah.
it really doesn't feel like a rewarding RPG or anything. It's hard to explain exactly what the problems are without you having played it. But like I when I do like fresh runs of KH2, like I complete Roxas World and have a pretty good time with it for the most part. I get to the part with Sora after that, and then I just kind of get bored. It's really I really don't. Okay, so I think I've told you before that most of like the optional content in the game doesn't give you anything as a reward for doing it.
I think so.
So that doesn't just extend to mini games. You know how RPGs have a lot of like, Coliseum type stuff for
Yeah.
like, special battles.
Yeah. My brain just lagged a little bit because I was trying to focus on parrying him and answering you at the same time. Ow.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like Coliseums and RPGs and whatnot, yeah.
So, in Kingdom Hearts 2, you have, like, the Underdrum battles, which do give you rewards for, like, doing them, and they're, like, optional content. Then, later on in the game, you have the, like, Paradox Cups, which are harder versions of those, like, tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
You get jack shit from all of those Paradox Cups. I'm being completely serious. This includes the Hades Paradox Cup, which is like the ultimate like tournament challenge with like 50 rounds, and you're intended to do it at the maximum level. You get like a cosmetic item, which is a trophy for completing it, and nothing else.
Thrilling.
It is completely like busy work. There's no reason to do it unless you're doing like 100% for the trophies.
That's thrilling. I am going to switch to my desk because I need to continue where I left off with eating before I got full. My stomach is like very uncomfortable, and I'm getting a little bit of that headache.
But it's just like I'm really. It's interesting because one of the things that like certain like 2FM fans complain about with like the other games in the series and especially KH3 is how doing all your stat management and buildcraft and stuff, especially at level 1, is pointless busy work that wastes your time. I wonder if that's projection from KH2, because that's what it is in KH2. Like there's
like why are you playing an RPG?
Well, I mean, there's that. I mean, most of the people who complain the most about, like, the supposedly bad damage scaling in KH3, from what I've seen, are, like, very heavy on, like, character action games, like Devil May Cry. So they're just not even applying a valid standard to the games to begin with. They're literally complaining that RPGs have the audacity to be role-playing games instead of just being action titles.
Yeah.
But, like, in Cage 2, unless you're doing the Final Mix version, synthesis is like completely busy work because you're spending several hours farming for like synthesis materials that are like objectively way too rare for negligible upgrades over what you can just get naturally from either shops or exploration.
Right.
Unless it's like the Full Bloom Plus and Shadow Archive Plus and Shock Charm Plus and the Ribbons, which are like the best armors and accessories in the game.
Oh, for God's sakes, yep. Just hopefully we can make it to the boss fog without this asshole showing up.
I mean, we could probably just sneak run past the guy.
Yeah, we should be fine. I think I hear him. Sneak in, tiptoe past the cop. I got it this time. Missed completely.
Right down here.
No, really? I thought, off to the left. Let me in, let me in, let me in! I was terrified of that skeleton. You can't see it, but I have the like wide open surprised Chris Pratt face. What? Okay.
Oh dear God.
Why am I so weak? I get hurt so easy.
Ow. Moth. It's unless it's like a couple four like very very specific things at like the end of the like synthesis progression that you can make, which are final mix exclusive. They don't exist in the original version of the game. Synthesis in Cage 2 is like completely busy work because you're spending several hours functionally over leveling to get negligible upgrades over what you already have. And then you have like the optional content, and like nearly all of it doesn't give you any rewards at all. For fuck's sake. I killed Duke of Hell 666 while he...
Alright, let me get rid of him permanently.
I don't know what he was doing. He spawned and didn't do shit. I don't know why he's invading. Like, he just stood there and let me smack him.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember how to underscore on here. It's R3.
L2?
Yeah, there it is.
Or...
R3. Yeah, there it is. I found it.
And like... And some of that optional content literally gives you nothing, despite being like, you know, combat gameplay. Literally, like, RPG tournaments where you do, like, a bunch of battles against enemies, which normally would give you rewards. It's just... Basically, all of the RPG elements that are present in Cage 2 are busy work. Like, you don't get anything meaningful out of, like, interacting with them. So I'm wondering if part of the reason a lot of people in, like, that fan base think that Cage 3's RPG elements are pointless busy work that isn't meaningful, is because... is projection, because Cage 2 is, like, just an objectively bad RPG.
Hey, you know what you get for doing all 900 Korok seeds in Breath of the Wild, right?
Yeah. The golden piece of poop.
Yep. That's it.
That's like the Hades Paradox Cup. Like, you do all 50 rounds and all you get out of it is a trophy in-game, like an in-game trophy item to serve as, like, you know, I guess a point of pride. You can't even sell it at, like, a shop for money. It's just there.
Yeah. I'm like, okay. You also get more inventory slots throughout the process of collecting Korok seeds.
Inventory slots that are functionally worthless.
Exactly. Inventory slots for fucking what? More weapons? More armor? More what? You know, it's stupid. Why? Why couldn't you have a good way of expanding your inventory? Why does it have to be 900 brain-dead puzzles that are all exactly the same in some way or another? Like, you literally do 4 or 5 of the exact same puzzle. And I mean exact same. No variation at all. Oh, fuck off. You do literally 4 or 5 of the exact same puzzle with no variation at all, several hundred times each. It's not fun. And again, you need to give optional content something to incentivize you to do it.
Yeah, the most insulting thing besides Hades Paradox Cup and Cage 2 is probably the like Struggle Battle R tournament thing. You're fighting these like NPC characters basically like 10 times in a row each, aside from the last one, to unlock like the next battle in the next NPC in the tournament. You get nothing. Like the tournament just exists. It is just content. Like
For its own sake.
yeah. In like Cage 3, every single mini game that is present in the game gives you something that ties back into the RPG elements of the game, whether that's like food, ingredients to make food, which will give you stat buffs, synthesis materials for crafting, new accessories that will that have different abilities on them, like fire boost and stuff like that, so you can make min-max your builds more. Sometimes new abilities that you can use, such as ones that will extend the amount of time, the duration of like your different types of situation commands, or give you the ability to restore your focus by locking on to enemies when you don't have any focus left, or other things. And then of course there's like if you do all the Flan mini games, you'll get at the Flaniversary badge, which is one of the most powerful accessories in the game. If you get all of the lucky emblems, or I think all of them, you'll get the Mickey class, which is one of the most powerful accessories in the game. You know, it's like Mickey class plus Flaniversary badge basically makes magic builds like super broken, because you can cast magic like infinitely so long as you have MP to cast, because it takes away combo finishers, which means that you can just keep casting, and you have like MP Hastega and stuff. It's you're actually rewarded like relatively proportionally to like the investment you're putting in to get those upgrades in the first place, to doing the optional content. In Cage 2, I mean, you can do the Underdrum tournaments, and you'll get some decent rewards. You can do the odd jobs in Twilight Town, which will be, like, relatively okay money farming in, like, the mid-game, but is completely outclassed by the gambler nobodies in the late game. You can do the, like, optional bosses and super bosses, which will give you some fairly useful rewards, like some specific crafting materials and maybe some extra MP sometimes, or stat boost items. You can do the Mushroom 13 for some very specific synthesis materials, and especially like specific weapons for Donald and Goofy, like the ultimate Goofy shield from those mini games gives him like has an ability on it called Protectga, which will like reduce the damage he takes by 40%. But aside from those things, I can't think of any optional content in Cage 2 that actually gives you anything for doing it, and even then, some of the rewards are a bit wanting from some of them, especially the odd jobs in Twilight Town. The game, and then there's just synthesis being like very streamlined and just kind of bad, because the stat bonuses just aren't good for the most part from the things you can only get with synthesis. So you're in a situation where quite literally most of the optional content that exists in the game is busy work by definition, because it's pointless.
Right. No. Oh, no. No, 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 no.
How did he... That was weird. Pure Bladestone.
Oh my god.
I think he also just gave me... Hold on. He gave me an Uchigatana.
Huh. Neat.
But yeah, in Cage 3, everything like meaningfully ties back into like, you know, the stat management and build craft. There's a good reason to do all of the optional content to actually manage your stats and build. Not only because you're required to for the experience, especially at level 1, but also because I'm so tired of accidentally doing the bashes.
I think at this point my character tendency is going to be my biggest problem when it comes to how squishy I am, because that's the only thing left to explain exactly how nasty the damage I'm taking is.
Did you die?
No, I'm just reacting to what I'm seeing. Of course, I can't even fucking target him from a safe position, so that's great. Okay. Oh, and I was thinking about it, like, you know, we're talking about having meaningful side content that incentivizes you to do it and gives you some kind of reward. You know, the old Zelda games already did that. They already had meaningful side content in their, you know, primitive as they were, open worlds. You know, like, you could do a bunch of stuff in Twilight Princess, like, one of, I don't want to spoil anything for you, that's the thing. So I won't, like, really go into it, but, like, you could, like, you would get, like, magic armor, and, you know, you could get your own house,
Really?
Yeah, I mean, like, it didn't really do anything, but, like, you technically could. That was in Wind Waker, where you could get your own house. There's different forms of the magic armor. In Wind Waker, it's like this crystal thing that you get through a trade side quest, and then in Twilight Princess, you have to, like, buy it, but then, like, it's obscenely expensive, so you have to do a quest to, like, get the price down. You know, stuff like that. Oh, God. I thought he was aiming where I was going, so I rolled back to where I was, and he ended up aiming where I was going because of that. That was scary. And it's Adjudicator. It's not like he's scary in and of himself, but my God, when I'm this fragile... Okay. Now I get to be in body form. And now you get to invade me until my world tendency goes up. Anyway, but like the old Zelda games had meaningful side content that incentivized you to do it and rewarded you for doing it. And they also did that while having a linear story progression. Like, yeah, you had to do the main dungeons in a certain order, but there was still side content to do at your own pace in an open-ended world that you could explore. Duke of Hell, I blocked him. I blocked him. How is he here?
That's odd.
Yeah. Go away.
I was worried sick.
Anyway, and they did that while having meaningful story progression. All right, I'm gonna go level up real quick. They had that while having linear story progression, and like all they had to do was just do that, but maybe emphasize the open world a little bit more. You know,
The timing on that.
Hmm?
All they had to do was just do that, like right when I have fallen to my death.
no, that's what they did. No, that's what it is, though. You know. Like all they had to do was just do what they were already doing, but just open it up more and flesh out the worlds that already existed. You know, they could have kept the same structure as Twilight Princess and just made it bigger and more cohesive. That's it. That's all they had to do. All they had to do. And it would have been perfect. It would have been fantastic. A Breath of the Wild that was as open as Wind Waker, but as robust as Twilight Princess. Perfect game. But we didn't even get anywhere close to that. The worst thing you can say about Twilight Princess is that the opening section is a bit slow. But barring that, by the way, are you just let me know when you're ready to
Yeah, I'm just testing to see how many souls I get from the farm here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I'll be able to make that like 100K like super fast later.
Cool. But yeah. That's all they had to do. And to kind of tie this back to like Skyrim and whatnot, you know, like Breath of the Wild, supposedly one of the greatest open world games ever made. It's hot garbage. It doesn't do story well. It doesn't do lore well.
See, if you're in there, I'm currently looking to invade, so you can get your tendency done.
Yep, I'm loading in. And I'm in.
Yeah, it's just like I've noticed that, like, generally speaking, in the Kingdom Hearts fanbase, the people complain the most about how it's somehow like this great big issue that supposedly you're forced to grind in order to do good damage with your attacks in KH3, which is not true, even at level 1. They either are people who don't really like RPGs in the first place. Of course, they'll gaslight you and say that that isn't true, that they're not fans of RPGs. Or they're essentially... It seems that they're just projecting, like, KH2's flaws onto the other games because 2FM is their favorite in the series.
Why is he coming back?
I guess this means that I will not be able to invade you until he's not there.
I don't understand this. I blocked him. He is blocked on PlayStation Network. How can he be invading me?
It's weird. I really don't get it. How 2FM can have this reputation for being, like, one of the greatest action RPGs that has ever been made, and In some cases, they'll even say that it's like an unparalleled masterpiece of the genre. And I'm sitting here trying to enjoy the essentially the core game after the prologue, and I can't because it's just such a vapid and shallow like RPG. And even if I and quote unquote playing at level 1 isn't going to fix the issue either, because I'm not actually going to be level 1 once I reach a certain point in the story, because my attributes are automatically increased by the game in the background to be beyond what I would naturally be able to achieve. So I really honestly believe that the only reason people think 2FM is good is because in a vacuum it has a good combat system. That is the only reason. It has not survived as in the cultural zeitgeist as being one of the greatest games in the action RPG genre because of its merits.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, and again, it's kind of the same thing as like Breath of the Wild. Like everybody just cemented it as one of the greatest games of all time in their minds. But it's like, wait a minute. When you actually look at it, when you actually break it down objectively, it's a turd. It's an insult to Zelda.
Oh, actually, what is the? I think. No, I should be able to invade you if we're like 2 levels apart, give or take. I'm level 97.
Yeah. Hang on, let me. I am level 94.
What is? Can you check like the range calculator on that?
Yeah.
One fast sled. Hello. The
Hello.
invasion threshold, if I recall correctly, is 15 in either direction. I'm not sure why I'm getting invasion failures then.
I'm level 94.
Well,
calculate.
From what we could tell before, I don't think red sign is going to have any effect on tendency, which is what we're doing.
All right.
We're trying to change character and world tendency.
You were
Why am I
level.
so fucking sweaty? It's so hot.
Why is someone I have blocked on PlayStation Network able to fucking invade me in this game?
You might as well like kill him or whatever.
I don't want him to kill me. It's like, come on, leave. Don't come back. Like,
Killed red sign affects tendency? I mean, we can try it.
okay, he just let me kill him. He gave me his back.
Okay.
Um,
Well, that helps.
yeah.
Yeah, he kind of did the same thing with me. I'm not sure why.
Yeah. Game, I'm not. Okay, there we go.
Character
Yeah, it's-
updates after load zone. Okay. I mean, we already know about like world tendency changing when we go back to the Nexus.
Yeah.
We got the platinum on our PCS3 like 6 months ago.
And I have it on actual PS3 twice. So.
Yeah, this is like cleanup for us. We're having some problems with like tendency and stuff right now, but we're just gonna be rushing through New Game Plus and Plus 2.
Yeah, my black character tendency was making me too squishy. So, all right. So
I think I'm gonna go try turning on the AC. I'm actually like fucking hot. I don't know why it's so hot in here.
In winter? Wow.
Yeah. I think the heater might be on.
That'll do it. Yeah, so I'm in neutral character tendency right now. And I've got black, but not pure black, and Shrine of Storms. So when I go to soul level based matchmaking, I punch in my level, 94, and I see on the Black Eye Stone section that I can invade 96 to 117, and I can be invaded by 73 to 92. So what that tells me then is if I go up to level 95, it goes up by one level each time. So level 96, 97.
So you would need
right.
to be level 99.
Correct. So let me see. I'm going to go back to the Nexus real quick. And I am going to dig into my pockets, and I am going to just chug down every soul item I have. 2 legendary
including
heroes.
boss souls?
Well, it depends. Not ones that are relevant. So the lead demon soul, I don't believe... Yeah, no, that's not necessary for anything.
You did make a list, right?
Yeah, I have the list.
That include the boss souls that are needed?
That's all that's on the list, is just the boss souls we need to use. So we need Estrella, Dragon God, Armored Spider, Old Monk, Penetrator, Maiden in Black, and Leechmonger. We're gonna need duplicates of a few of those, but yeah. So, Phalanx, no. Iron Demon Soul, Tower Knight, no. Use that. Armored Spider Demon, yes, I need to keep that. Soul of the Old One, that's a big boy, so I can just swallow that. And then the colorless souls, I'm just gonna hang on to that. So I don't really have much in the way of soul items, but I have 228.753. So let me go and level up a bit. All right, so I am gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So I'm gonna do 35 vitality. There we go. I'm sick of getting squished. All right, so I am now level 98. So if I'm level 98, I can be invaded by level 96 as an upper limit. That doesn't make any sense. Why can't you just match with somebody who's like one level above you? Well, I'm going back to the Archstone, and we'll see what happens.
I could put the like red eye stone in.
We try it.
I guess I'll put down like a red sign, and then we'll see if that has any effect on your character and world tendency.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that was quick. But yeah, that whole massive tangent about Zelda, and how Breath of the Wild is a terrible game. That kind of leads back into that whole thing about Skyrim. How, like, Skyrim is actually a good open world game because it has the right balance of meaningful optional content that incentivizes you to do it and gives you some kind of tangible reward. And it has a good balance of, like, it has a good balance of that, and it has a good balance of, like, just interesting places to see and items to find, and like each of the dungeons is unique in some way. They're not all the same thing, you know. Like back in Oblivion, right? All the caves are exactly the same. They're just the same. All the forts are exactly the same. All the Aelid ruins are exactly the same. All the Deadlands pocket dimensions are exactly the same. There's some minor variation in like the exact layout, but they are exactly the same thing in in basically all ways but floor plan.
Has your
Skyrim
character tendency been affected at all?
It appears to be. Hang on, let me. Yeah, now I'm getting a glow. I'm not sparkling yet, but I am getting a little golden light in there. So that does appear to actually work. Okay, that's good.
If that's the case, then we didn't need to be using the black eye stone in the first place.
Yeah, it didn't seem to work at first, so it was like, okay. But we'll see what happens, you know? If I go back to the Nexus and my world tendency hasn't changed. Ooh, I am back to pure white. As far as my my character goes, let me check the I'm not in multiplayer, thank you. Alright. Alright, now if I go back to tendency, yeah, it looks like Shrine of Storms is now neutral.
Okay, so I guess we can just do the Red Soul Stein.
Yeah,
Stein.
Yeah, so I mean, we're never really gonna like need to do it again, I don't think so. But hey, it is what it is, right? Gets the job done. We didn't have to do this on the emulator. We could just set our world tendency. Just saying. Oh no, you have no idea how good you and Dash have it. Like your first playthrough of the original, not having to juggle tendency, you having the benefit of the emulator. Oh my god, it was such a pain in the ass back when you had no recourse.
I can imagine how stupid it must have been when you're playing offline, because with like the Red Eye Stone, even with a custom server, I mean that just makes things easier if you don't want to do like this stuff. Kind of. We would the original doesn't have password matchmaking. That's not added until Bloodborne.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just I've really one thing I've really noticed is that the games that people seem to generally like praise the most are oftentimes like not actually good, or at the very least like nowhere near the masterpiece they're saying it is. And this is like a rule of the mob thing too, where like it's based purely on like, you know, like a popular consensus, which is always based on emotion rather than logic or reason.
Right.
You don't get like millions of people all thinking that Breath of the Wild is a masterpiece for all of the same reasons if all of them are arriving at that conclusion, at their conclusions independently, with their own thought processes, flawed or otherwise.
Well, and what pisses me off, I think, well, I don't know if I would say the most, but what pisses me off about about Breath of the Wild having just been by default day one received as some magnificent, like, flawless masterpiece that's like a new revolution in video games, is that it only got that response because of the pedigree that its name carries. The Legend of Zelda earned that pedigree. It earned people automatically associating it with high quality.
Well, it's kind of the same situation to a lesser extent with Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring.
Yeah. It definitely, but like, but this is what I mean is like, when you think about like some of the most innovative and mind blowing games of their day, Zelda was always there. The original Zelda was like the first of its kind, the first action adventure in an open world. You know, the first Zelda's open world. It's on the NES, so it's not very impressive, but it's for the time it was. You know, you can go to any screen in Hyrule that you want to go to, as long as you have the means to cross the screen. You can go there, and it's an open world game by definition. And so it's like you had the first, open-ended action adventure game in Zelda 1. You had what was essentially a refinement of that into a whole new generation. It was like the original Zelda, but with a massive graphical leap in A Link to the Past. And then, oh my God, you get to Ocarina of Time. If ever there was an influential video game, it's Ocarina of Time. That game... Okay. Let me just put it to you this way. We are playing the Ocarina of Time combat system in the Souls games. It's a different coat of paint, but all the core principles are there, and they were established in Ocarina of Time. It was the first game to do real-time 3D combat with a lock-on system. It invented that. We have Ocarina of Time to thank for this game. Not this remake. This remake is mid as fuck, but the original Demon Souls, which then gave us Dark Souls, which then gave... You know what I'm saying? Like, we have Ocarina of Time to thank for modern 3D action games. It invented that. And yeah, okay, they get a little more derivative from there because, well, at that point you've perfected the formula as far as the technology, allows gameplay-wise. So, so what you're going to do is you're going to focus on the world around it. You're going to focus on the artistry. You're going to focus on the storytelling, the music, the character designs. You're going to focus on dungeon designs. You're going to focus on weapons and traversal items and consumables and what kind of neat things can we do here and and so like if ever there was a series deserving of just automatic like this is going to be gold, it was Zelda. And that's why Breath of the Wild was received so warmly day one, because everybody had been hyping it up for like what, 3 years? We've been waiting 5.5 since Skyward Sword. And so it's like, here we are frothing at the mouth for half a decade waiting for this new game from an absolutely legendary series that deserves its positive reputation and then some. And then that game comes out and it betrays everything that those games did to build up that pedigree, to build up that goodwill, to build up that like expectation of just gold. And then it still gets the praise, and you're considered crazy if you say otherwise. If you say Breath of the Wild's actually a bad game, and here's why, you're just considered insane. And it's
that's how it is with like Elden Ring and like H2 and like just a whole lot of other games that are held up as like masterpieces that aren't actually. It's always it is always rule of the mob at the end of the day. You're never in a situation where you're essentially considered to be like a weirdo who's just trying to be special by not agreeing with everyone else.
Yeah.
Which is just, that's discrimination. But
I'm not a contrarian. I find contrarians annoying.
Well, contrarians contrarians literally are just it's in the name. They're just trying to be contrary so that way they seem different and unique. I get accused of being a contrarian so often, and it really pisses me off.
Oh my god.
And it's never in anyone's mind that that whatever is commonly believed to be like the consensus or is the consensus is
Maybe just not the case.
yeah, or well, that the consensus is wrong. More accurately, like it never crosses their mind because I mean it's the common fallacy of you can't say that every single other person in the world is crazy, even though you can.
Yeah. Because it's entirely possible for everyone in the world at the same time, except for one person, to believe that the sky is made of cheese.
We used to believe that the moon was
wrong.
made of cheese.
Yeah. They'd be wrong. You know, it's like no, and that's the thing. You know, like I'm surprised I don't get called a contrarian, like much at all, really. But like, you know, I'm like, okay, what I like Nickelback and Sword Art Online, and Dark Souls 2 is one of my favorite games. You know, I hate Breath of the Wild with a passion because it ruined Zelda.
I'd probably be accused of being a contrarian in the Sonic community if I ever like made like a Reddit post or something explaining why I think Sonic Generations is mid. Because I mean it's widely regarded as like the best boost game, but I completely disagree. I haven't even finished Forces, and I'm not really feeling it. I've only played it for like maybe 5-6 hours. It's okay. It's definitely better than Forces. But compare as a boost game, no. I would rather play Unleashed.
All right, we are in pure white on both ends, so
I
blue
guess...
side now actually would be a good idea. Yep. And we have lost like almost 2 hours to this world tendency shit. So. Trying to truck forward with black tendency, just not working. Too squishy. And then having issues with invading and whatnot. Anyway.
Yeah. But it's so...
like, okay, and I've said this before, I don't care if you don't like Generations. The only thing I didn't like about it was the time eater. That was garbage.
Oh, I hated the time eater even when I first played it. Like that boss fight pissed me off when I was in high school.
Yeah. Like, oh god, yeah, me too. Like, and this is the thing, like, but I'm not gonna sit there and be like, oh my god, I'm so bothered by the fact that you didn't like a game I like. I don't care. Like, I can have an objective conversation about Sonic Generations with you. Now, I'm out of date. I haven't played it in forever, but still. Ow.
I hate how I can't tell whether or not they're gonna attack Mitt with the roll. I hate it. It's so
yeah. But yeah, like I don't care. Like, I'll have an objective conversation about the quality of Generations, you know. But just because I'm gonna, you know, like, I might disagree with your conclusion about the objective quality of the game, doesn't mean I'm perturbed by you enjoying it.
I keep looking in my menu for the Friends ring, but I keep forgetting it's called the Allies ring in this one for some reason.
Yeah. Yeah. No, like I said, I'm not going to be perturbed by you not jiving with Generations. I don't care, you know. If I think you're mistaken about a reason you cite for not jiving with it, then we can have that conversation. That's a different story. But as far as like the actual, you know, enjoyment of it, I couldn't care less. That's your prerogative. You know, you enjoy your Sir Yes Sir Shoot 'em Man games, and I can't stand them. If there was one genre that I wish would just disappear into the ether and never return, it's that. But, you know.
You know, I'm honestly at a point where I'm probably not going to, there won't be much time left for me in Battlefield, I don't think, at least in terms of, like, first-hand purchases.
Yeah.
I'm just so... Between all of the issues, me being basically scammed twice in a row, and also all of the issues with the design, and just the complete lack of, you know... For all intents and purposes... segregating the normies and tourists from the real Battlefield fans. Or basically just making a game, not making a game for the games for Battlefield fans anymore. I'm just kind of tired of it. Every time I play the game, and I love Battlefield, but it's so irritating and anger-inducing when I play it now, because it's at a point where, like, the only way for me to have a better experience would be for me to somehow become as, like, highly skilled as players like Enders, which I know I can't do, at least certainly not in a short amount of time. And that, like, fundamentally, if I'm at that point, I mean, the game has, like, objectively failed in curating its experience, because it's a team game. Like, it's not supposed to be about individual skill, but being better as an individual player with my KD and aim and all this stuff is the only way for me to have a better experience. You should probably
let you do it. Yeah, no, and again, like, I mean, I'm not so sure I would say that a team game, I mean, I'm not so sure I would separate the I from team, so to speak.
Well, no, like, obviously your own individual ability as a player
is gonna heavily weigh on the team.
Like, it is, but, like, the point of the game is, like, it's not about, like, you know,
just you being Rambo.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be like that, but that's, like, the fundamental, like, requirement now, it feels like, for having a decent experience. I shouldn't have to get, like, be so good at the game that I get, like, you know, 60 kills a round with minimal deaths or whatever. Like, that's ridiculous. It's not, that's not the focus of the series.
Right.
It's about teamwork, and, like, obviously there's an I in team, but there's only so much I present in that. It doesn't matter how good you are if everyone else is, like, not playing the game correctly.
Right.
Huh?
They're very smart. God, that's annoying. Yeah, well, and yeah, I kind of get what you're saying. I'm not, like, literate in the shoot-a-mans, but, like, it's not. Yeah, I think the point kind of comes down to, like, if you're not satisfied, you're not satisfied, and that's kind of where I'm at with Zelda, you know, and like, I'll probably play Tears of the Kingdom on Yuzu or something, but, like, I'm not paying $70. I'm not doing it. All right, let me buy some Half Moon Wrath and some Late Moon Grass. I've got plenty of fresh spice. I'm actually trying to get rid of some, so that's fine.
Yeah, it's just, like, fundamentally, like, unless it's, like, a smaller game mode, generally speaking, like, a single individual player, no matter how skilled they are, is not going to determine the outcome of a match. It's, like, it's basically the individual ability of every single person on the team. And if most of the people on your team are barely playing their class or the objective or just playing the game, like, incorrectly, you're going to lose, like, a significant amount of your games. At which point, the only thing you really can do to try and improve your win rate is to somehow become way more individually skilled, which can't even be done in a short amount of time.
Yeah.
At which point, it's just, the experience becomes endlessly frustrating for everyone who's not at the top of the skill ceiling, which is just not good for the game.
Yeah.
And like the problem with modern Battlefield, I kind of articulated this in like one of Ender's videos recently. I basically said the sooner people start treating Battlefield like a team game again rather than as a spectacle sandbox shooter, the better. Because that's how people like view the game these days. That's what they think of it as. It's not a team game to them. It's free play where there's a lot of like player driven spectacle, and you can play however you want to and have all these cool experiences that are only in Battlefield. And it's just that flies in the face of the spirit of the game. It just pisses me off. It's just like, did he step on me?
Probably. Lock on, please. You're wasting my mana. Okay. You're annoying.
Was literally just stepping on me.
Never gets old. All right. But yeah, we bounced to like 5 different things in the course of one conversation, and I kind of lost track of where everything was and where it started. And it doesn't help that, again, 4 hours of sleep after being awake for 26 hours. I've now been up for 12 hours on that, so yeah. I don't know why I'm grabbing this stuff. Force of habit. Anyway, yeah.
It's just like video games these days, especially from AAA games, they're not made for the fans anymore.
Yeah.
They're made for, the normies and tourists, the widest possible demographic, which is to say that they're not made for any demographic. They're games for no one.
Well, and that's the thing, like, and you've kind of touched on this before, but like the current string of Neptunia games, I haven't played them yet, but like just the fact that they're still selling so well after the censorship, that tells me that the people who are buying them are not really fans. They want what they like the idea of Neptunia, but they don't like the identity of Neptunia, and so they want it to just be safe and sanitized and just as long as I get more, that's all I want. I'm happy. And it's like, well, don't you want something more that's good? Oh, okay then. Stop! He's already dead. It's like, I'm sorry. No, as a fan of Neptunia, if all I ever get is the original PS3 trilogy that I can play on RPCS3 in 4K at 60 frames, I'm happy.
Yeah, like
that's enough.
I think Super Neptunia RPG, for all intents and purposes, is the last real Neptunia game, and then everything else is just like fake normie shit. And like the actual like writing and stuff of the recent Neptunia games, at least of the one recent Neptunia game that I've played in full, which is Ninja Wars, is good. It's everything else that is the problem. It's the ecchi content. You can't
have a Senran Kagura game and not be smutty.
I mean, it is fundamentally a Neptunia game, so like the T for teen rating kind of makes sense. The issue is more like there's very little ecchi content in Ninja Wars, like, period.
Well, that's the thing. Like, but even the T-rated Neptunia games have some smut in them. You know, it's part of the
Oh
game's
yeah, like
identity.
it was such a like I basically had to my experience with Ninja Wars was basically I had to adjust myself to get used to the almost complete lack of like sexy content in it. Like it is so lacking compared
Right.
to any of the other games that came up before it. It's actually like crazy how little there is.
Yeah. That was a very dangerous gamble I just took. It was worth it though. I got some grass. All right.
But yeah,
Boss
it's
time.
just
So I'm gonna use
like
Old Spice.
like I how do I describe what they did to like Asuka's panties in Ninja Wars?
This
The
is gonna
kind
be
of-
some peak Twitch content right here.
They're very like watery, and I don't mean like see-through. I mean
Ow.
I mean more that like you can't really see any detail on them. Like they're technically still striped, I think, but it's very hard to get a clear bead on how they look. What they really are. It's very not ideal. It's weird. Oh, and of course there's also like the 2D models for the cutscenes for the Cinematographic characters, and they're all like objectively ugly, and I don't know why. They're so poorly drawn, and it sucks because like their actual other artwork for them in the game looks fine. Some of it looks really good. It's just like those specific fucking 2D models that are used in all the cutscenes. They're garbage with weird faces and triangle mouths, and they're just ugh. It was a game.
I have it on Steam. I haven't played it yet.
I have a pirated copy on Steam. I bought the PS4 game. I bought it on PlayStation 4 secondhand on eBay, and that was a good decision.
Yeah.
Neptunia Rebirth is a good remake, though. Like, aside from
Yeah.
the one thing that they censored in a few specific cutscenes for some reason, even though they said that the game was going to be completely uncensored.
Ow! God damn, dude.
You're
Yeah.
not dead, are you?
No, I'm fine. That fucking hurt. Kind of like that.
Yeah, I think this is better that you're up there to kind of trade its aggro to some extent.
Yeah. Not to mention I can actually hit him. Of course, the camera is like inside me, so I can't see my own animations. I can only watch as my projectile zooms out of me. And then, you know, I have to kind of guess. Anyway.
What are you doing, Adjudicator?
Alright, Judge Judy, that's enough. Okay.
But yeah, it's just like okay, so Greenheart, you know, normally she has like crazy like jiggle physics like all the time on like basically everything she does. She has almost none in Ninja Wars. Like
That's
when
weird.
she stops moving while she's walking or whatever or running, there's like a jiggle, and then there's like a jiggle for her like ultimate attack, I think, and that's kind of it. And then like the Peach Ball like meditation minigame or whatever, there's like a pseudo jiggle where the breasts aren't actually moving, but the outfit that they have on is, and it kind of creates the impression that they're moving, sort of. It's just
Yeah.
my overall I had to adjust my expectations like severely in order to enjoy Ninja Wars at all. I fucking hated that game at first.
Right.
In the end, I just had to stop caring about the thing that I actually like Neptunia for in the first place and just focus on the story and characters pretty much only when I was like playing that game through to the platinum, and it was just like, no,
Yeah,
that's not a good thing.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to do that. And again, like for me, it like the smut is just part of the equation, and it's a lesser part of the equation than story and characters and gameplay.
Well, yeah, I mean,
but like,
the smut is still supposed to be part of the experience.
right, and that's the thing. So like, so as a fan of the series, I don't want to see its identity compromised on. I would rather not have new content and be able to look back on what exists untarnished fondly than to be sitting there going, oh my god, the new ones are ruined. Or like, oh, the new ones had to bend the knee to censorship. The new ones are doing this, the new ones are doing that, and it's all for the mass market appeal because you got to make that dole. And it's like, no, I don't want to deal with that. I would rather a series die with dignity than live on as like a fucking 245 trioxin zombie of itself. Just constantly out there. It's like, and you can hear it. It's like, and when you pick up the game and you're like, why do you eat people? And the game is just like, not people, brains. And it's like, what? And it's like, and the game proceeds to then tell you that it hurts to be dead. It's like it's this just fucking shambling corpse of itself. It's in pain. It wants to die, and it's like it's not okay to just fuck art. Make the corporate product. Oh yes, don't ask questions. Just consume product and be excited for new product. No, that's not okay, and you're not a fan if you do that. You're not a fan if you just, oh, that's more Neptunia, give it to me, put it in my veins. No.
And just people are so like excited for a 5th mainline game. I am not okay with it at all. Mm-hmm. I don't want a 5th mainline game to be tarnished by censorship. I just want real Neptunia, a real continuation of the stories and characters that I like, instead of whatever the nonsense they're putting out now. Like, sure, there's directions the story can go, but if all of those directions involve taking out the thing that a massive part of the series identity, then no, I don't want it.
Right. Well, I would love to have seen Senran Kagura 7 come out and be, good and be everything we wanted it to be, more of what we enjoyed pre-censorship Sony. And the fact that there's never going to be new canon Senran Kagura material, at least in the game universe, like, that sucks, because there's so much, there's a lot of fertile ground there for good storytelling, and just stupid fun, titties are stupid fun. You're like, okay, like, I would rather see Takaki's untarnished vision come to fruition, and he makes money, and we play the game, we enjoy the game, and it's all's well. Capitalism go burr. But like now we have this corporate bullshit where, oh well, no, you can't have a certain kind of art on PlayStation now. It's like, well, why? Well, because we said so. Okay, but you literally, in your own first-party game, have on-screen butt sex. Yeah, well, those cartoon boobs are not okay. Okay, but that doesn't address the on-screen butt sex in your first-party game. Yeah, but the cartoon boobs are not okay. Okay, but that doesn't... You see what I'm saying? It's like, that's what it devolves into. Well, you're weird. Those characters are teenagers. Do they even look any different if you change their canonical age to 24? Or 32? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, the character design is irrelevant. The age is irrelevant, is what I mean to say. The character age is irrelevant. The design can be applied to anything, and that's the thing. And this is where it gets into, you have to judge based on how the character looks, not what, their stated canonical, whatever. That's why it's weird to think Sasami is hot, even though she's, like fucking 900 years old or some shit. And, but it's not weird to think Yoko is hot, even though she's canonically 14. It's like, okay, but she looks like a 24-year-old. You could tell me she's 24, and I'd have an easier time believing that. You know? Shit like that. And so, no, it's like this idea of, oh, well, no, you're just weird because you want that. No, okay? When it comes to Neptunia, like, I'm here for the story and characters first and foremost, okay? The gameplay is kind of secondary to me. I don't have high expectations for a JRPG. I don't. I have a formula in mind that I like, and it's simple, and it doesn't need to be fancy. It doesn't need to blow me away every time. I don't need to reinvent the wheel with JRPGs. I go to JRPGs because they're comfy. You know, I like the standard of, like, turn-based, select your target, select what you want to do, you know, apply an item, skip your turn, defend, you know, whatever you want to do. Like, I like that. It gives me the thinky juice, and it lets me just kind of relax and take things at my own pace with no fear of actual failure. You know? Like, yeah, there's the possibility that my numbers might not be up to snuff, and so I'll end up in a losing battle, and I'll have to come back. But it's like, but there's no, like, skill issue. Skill issue. You suck at this game. There's no competition as far as physical inputs go. You press the button. You press the D-pad to change the input. That's all you do. That fine by me. I like that. So, like, I don't need, you know, revolutionary combat in my Neptunia games. Just give me the way the first game does it. Frankly, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with, you know, the Mark II victory, whatever, rebirth, whatever. I'm fine with that too. But, like, generally speaking, like, I'm good with what the first game did too.
Overall, I think mechanically, Arrange mode in Neptunia Reverse has the best combat system in the series.
I'm not quite sure what that refers to.
So in Arrange mode, they make a lot of changes to, like, balancing and some other things. Some of those changes are not great, but mechanically, one thing they do is that when you use attacks on enemies, like your combos and stuff, enemies will, like, be pushed around, so you can like position enemies around based on your needs, and it basically just makes the strategies, like, more complex. It makes for deeper combat.
Huh. Well, when I get around to it, that'll be interesting to see.
Yeah.
I will eventually get the platinum in it. I just, at some point, I need to figure out how I'm going to get the platinum in Producing Perfection, because that's, like, where I'm kind of... once I get back to the RPGs, I'm golden. I can just right through, but...
Yeah,
Producing Perfection is a bear of an experience. I have no idea what I'm doing. But yeah. That's right, I had to have Baldwin scrape my fine paste off the floor. Right. Anyway, yeah, no. So I get what you mean, and that's the thing. Like, a fan cares about the identity of something. A fan cares about what goes into it and what makes it tick. You know, there's a reason we came to it to begin with. And again, I'm into Neptunia for the story and characters. I'm not that invested in the gameplay to where I'm going to sit there and go, oh my god, I'm, like, judging the gameplay in this super harshly, unless it really pisses me off for some reason, or it's really tedious or really annoying. But, like, generally speaking, just give me a decent JRPG and I'm fine.
I assume you're gonna go Splat and put your sign down in 4-2.
Yep, that's what I'm doing right now, heading to 4-2. But, like, the smut, like, in the Neptunia games is part of the game's identity, you know? I don't know why I started doing the fucking loop to get Bladestone. I'm at the bottom of the stairs there, right past the Archstone. Oh, wait, it won't let me. Hang on. Hold on. I'm gonna go inside the, I'm gonna go inside with Blige. That's where you'll find me. But yeah, like, I don't want to, because that is part of the series' identity, because it's been there since the beginning. It's not something that was just added in later as just a haha, how funny. Like, it's been there since the beginning, and you know, I get, like, certain things. You could argue that they went a little too far with, like, CFW Trick, in Mark II, in the original, before it was censored. You know, again, free speech. I don't think that there should be any limitations on what someone can say. If Sony were a private company, I would have a different stance on whether or not they're okay with having something on their console that basically has a pedophile licking children. Okay? Given they're a corporation and not a private company, I think they're impeding on free speech to say, oh, this fictional character can't do something gross. Well, we're supposed to find him gross because he's gross. He's a pedophile. That's disgusting. Hey! Don't you lightly shove me and do massive damage. What is going on with this targeting system? Anyway, I should do the friends ring. That'd be a good idea.
Yeah, I can't even shoot the guy right now. Because there's something in my way.
There we go, friends ring.
Excuse me.
But yeah, I think an argument can certainly be made that like the way they depicted Trick went too far, and that you can kind of be like pretty squicked out about it. I certainly was. Again, my concern becomes one of, okay, but are we impeding on the freedom of artists to do as they see fit in their art? You know, as long as no actual human being is being aggressed against, it's a drawing. Calm down, son. You know, like that SpongeBob thing. Calm down, son. It's just a drawing. It's like, because that's the truth. You know. I'm being pinged.
But yeah, it... One thing that just kind of irks me about, like, modern gaming culture, or just modern culture broadly, is how the definition of a fan has been, like, arbitrarily redefined to essentially have no real meaning or weight.
Yeah, like
I
the
had
modern
that conversation that I had with Librascope that one time. I made a point about how, like, if someone likes the story and characters in Final Fantasy VII, but hates absolutely everything else about the game, they're not a Final Fantasy VII fan. And he said that they are, and his response was basically that they are a fan if they like even just one thing about it, regardless of whether or not they like anything else. And that's just, that is like just really... It's hard to articulate exactly what is wrong with that mindset and overall, like, approach, other than to say that it's, like, toxic, because...
You can be a Tifa Lockhart fan and not be a Final Fantasy VII fan. Because if you don't like Final Fantasy VII, you just like Tifa Lockhart, well, then you're not a Final Fantasy VII fan, you're a Tifa Lockhart fan. Those are two different things. You know, the character within the game is distinct from the game in and of itself. Like, if I say, oh, Ruby Weapon is such a cool boss, I don't like Final Fantasy VII, I don't enjoy it because I think the story is blah, blah, blah. That's not my position, obviously, but, like...
Take your time starving to death. Then I'll sell every last trinket of your corpse.
like, that's not actually how I feel about Final Fantasy VII. I'm kind of, like, indifferent to it, largely, but... All right, you have your conversation with Urbane, and then we'll, clap those cheeks.
Why is there an item here?
Yeah, it's
right up
something.
there.
Yeah, there's on that body, yeah. Anyway. Hi! Ah! But why? Hey. What? What?
Alright then.
I somehow got a critical on him. I have no idea what happened. Anyway, like I'm pretty indifferent to Final Fantasy VII in particular, but like, if I say, "Oh man, Ruby Weapon is such a cool boss," it's like it's so challenging and interesting, and mechanically and all that stuff. I'm not saying I'm a Final Fantasy VII fan because I could hate everything else about it. I could sit there and say, "Wow, I hate the story, I hate the characters, I hate this, that, and the other thing." But hey, Ruby Weapon was a really cool boss. I'm not a Final Fantasy VII fan. You can't categorize me as one because I said I like one thing about it, and that's the thing about like that vapid definition of fan that has kind of permeated internet culture that you're talking about is when you stop and think about it, all it means to people is they have some kind of positive engagement with a product or a person, and they pay for it. They buy the product. They express some degree of interest or enjoyment in the product, and that's it. But it's like, wait a minute.
Wait,
What
so
about?
why is the item there if I can't get it? Oh, you know what? Maybe it's because I died in body form on the way to the pro tree. I'm not in pure white.
Ah, that'll do it.
I think that's the Makoto. Alright, so I've got patches as a vendor now. We just have to do the rest of this level. But yeah, I think the thing that really makes me mad about the whole vapid definition of quote-unquote fans is not simply that it's so egregiously wrong, but that it's really insidious because it's very difficult to articulate why it's wrong.
Ow. Back up. Never mind.
I had already done so. Oh, Half Moon Grass, that's nice.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to articulate why it's a problem. Why it's not a valid mindset. It's a very like emotionally manipulative, like non-argument. Because it is technically true that they like something about it, but like what it does is it essentially strips the term, fan, the concept of a fan, of any actual definition. It's this like modern mindset of, oh, we need to include absolutely everybody and absolutely everything.
Yeah.
You can't do that, and you shouldn't.
Yeah, no, that which exists has characteristics which distinguish it from that which also exists, but is not the same thing. It's that simple.
Like, I'm not a Final Fantasy VII fan, original, because I've never played it. But I mean, Tifa's hot. That doesn't make me a fan. Or
I figured that out when I was like 14. I didn't like Final Fantasy back then. I'm still lukewarm on it on the whole, but I've grown to like it more. But like that was it. Like the extent of my interest in Final Fantasy VII when I was 15 was just, yeah, Tifa's hot.
Yeah, like, I didn't even try Final Fantasy at all, despite being aware of it through Kingdom Hearts, until, like, ironically, Bloody Biscuits' playthrough of 13 on Twitch, in which he was so, like, transparently, like, not interested in giving the game a fair shake, that I went to GameStop and bought the game for myself. And I also, like, watched some speedruns to get a general gist of the combat system.
There we go.
It's weird that, like, we have this definition now, quote-unquote definition, where if you like even just one thing about one particular product, you're a fan, and your, like, thoughts about it and your opinions on it are just as valuable and deserve to be given just as much consideration as, ow, that's a counter.
Did you get mutilated?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you did.
He caught me
Um,
mid-roll.
Yeah, that'll do it. Uh, Max was just the sweetest guy until he fell into a vat of eels. That'll do it.
But it's like, why should, the thoughts of someone, the thoughts and opinions of someone who, who just started playing, let's say, Battlefield at all with 2042 and who enjoys the game, be given just as much merit and weight as my thoughts and opinions as a franchise veteran who has been actively playing those games collectively for thousands of hours over the course of like over 7 years.
Yeah.
That doesn't make
Well,
sense, and that's not fair either.
Yeah,
my
and it's the
opinion,
same-
my thoughts and opinions necessarily should carry more weight as not just a real fan of the game, but also of the series, but also as someone who's been a fan of the series for almost a decade.
And that kind of goes back to what I was saying about Zelda. Me, as a hardcore Zelda fan for 20 years, what I have to say, what I think about the product, should matter more than some 17-year-old who played Breath of the Wild for the first time, this year, and said, "Oh my God, this game is amazeballs." It's like, okay, cool. If you enjoyed it, that's fine. But you're not a Zelda fan if you are a Breath of the Wild fan. It's the same thing. It's the same thing I was saying that one other time. I basically drew that distinction between like Breath of the Wild fans are not Zelda fans, and I've seen other people say that too, and it's true because Breath of the Wild is in such stark opposition to the core of what Zelda is that it can't even be said to be a proper entry in the series. It is so wildly dissonant. Okay, hold that thought. Sir. Rude. Anyway. It is so wildly dissonant from the rest of the series in so many ways, it has nothing in common with them. Excuse me? No. Fuck off. He deserved that.
Actually, I believe it was the moth that killed you.
Yeah, but he put me in that position.
It's just... It is very, very difficult to... It's... The thing that really bothers me, I think, about the whole... If you like the story of Final Fantasy VII but hate everything else about it, you're still a fan of it because you liked something from it. And the thing that bothers me about that position the most is just the fact that it's like one of the most insidious and malicious things that you can say to frame, the perspectives of actual fans of Final Fantasy VII as somehow being... frame their position, not of the actual fans, that person's position on the game as being just as valid and having just as much merit as the actual fans, because it's a very emotionally driven and manipulative argument, and it is absolutely a product of like modern fan culture, quote unquote, where there's no longer any such thing as like an actual fan. It's just, do you like it or do you like something or dislike something from it?
Yeah.
It's very difficult to articulate why the position is wrong in a way that I think even those, especially the people making that position to begin with, would be willing to accept.
Yeah, well, again, and one of the things I was going to say was that what he's doing there is he's framing it incorrectly. He is too far zoomed out. Like, if he's going to try to say that, well, liking one thing means you like the whole thing. No, that's not true. And, if you're a fan, if you like anything about it. No, that's not true. There's more granularity to it than that, necessarily. Because you can't say that I am a Final Fantasy VII fan if the only thing I like is the artwork of Tifa, like, when she's hand-drawn. Like, if I don't like anything else except that, Dark Silver Shield, bitch! Oh, dear. Well, that didn't go well. Yeah, if I don't like anything else, then no, I don't like the product. You can't tell me I'm a fan of something as a whole just because I like one thing from it. I like certain things of Breath of the Wild. I'm not a Breath of the Wild fan. I fucking hate that game.
That's the thing that's really so funny about it too, is just like, how can you say that someone is a fan of a game or anything if they hate it, like, with every fiber of their being? If they hate everything about the game except for like one very, very specific thing, how can you call them a fan? That's a contradiction.
It is.
And like, obviously, a fan doesn't have to like absolutely everything in like a product, but they have to like the core of what that product or piece of art or whatever offers you. I go back to like, the specific demographic of like 2FM fans. Those people who praise automatic scaling via revisionist history about how it's there because it fixes a problem with RPGs that doesn't actually exist, or complain about so-called pointless busy work when, with regard to like optional content like exploration and crafting better, more powerful accessories or upgrading your keyblade, instead of focusing on combat all the time, every time you play the game. They're 2FM fans, not Kingdom Hearts fans.
Right.
Kingdom Hearts is an action RPG, or at least it's supposed to be. It's not a character action game. It just has character action elements. And these people are people who play Devil May Cry, Ninja Gaiden, Bayonetta. They're just raw like character action games. And they fundamentally, they despise the core experience of a Kingdom Hearts game. They think it's bad design inherently to make players do stat management and exploration and build craft.
Right. Yeah, and that kind of, and again, tying that into, I think Breath of the Wild for me is my Kingdom Hearts 2 for you, like, because Zelda to me is what Kingdom Hearts is to you fundamentally, I guess. As you could say.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, Kingdom Hearts was my first, when I was 10 years old, Kingdom Hearts was my first action RPG. It was the first game that I played in like the 5th grade on the PlayStation 2. Technically not the first PS2 game I played. Technically, I think the first action RPGs I played were those like old PS2 Lord of the Rings, Two Towers and Return of the King games when I was 4. But like,
Yeah. I mean, that's what I mean. Like, I go back to Breath of the Wild, like, because that is kind of my Kingdom Hearts too. I need to not be here because I'm gonna get myrtleized by the lady with the scythe hands who disappeared because my sword clinked. God, if only I had more than a fucking fraction of my health.
The corner here.
Yeah, that's where she is. That's where she is. Trying to hit her, but not having any luck.
I don't think there's anyone here.
No,
oh,
yes, there is. Yep. Anyway, but yeah, no, like that is my Kingdom Hearts 2 because, like, again, like, when I was 9, no, what I thought about Wind Waker didn't really matter in a critical sense, right? Like, it mattered in the sense that I liked what I saw and I wanted it for my birthday, you know? And so Nintendo got my parents' money, right? They got the $40 because games used to be $40 in the 6th generation. Uh, actually, no, 50. 50 was normal, so it was like $50. But still, it's like, okay,
I think 50 was like for full console titles, and then generally speaking, handheld games were
40.
cheaper.
Yeah, handhelds were 40. So like Diamond and Pearl when that came out. Hi, Grim. Howard,
Wouldn't that
Billy,
mean
and
that
Mandy.
technically Diamond and Pearl, if you got both versions, was 80?
Yep. That's what I'm saying though. Like each individual game was $40. Ow! Dude, fuck off. Anyway.
Okay, I died too because bitch came behind me. This is great.
Anyway.
But it's like, fundamentally, by definition, if you don't like the core of what, like, you know, a game or a movie or whatever else offers you, the core experience, like what it's actually trying to offer as an experience, you're
Right.
not a fan even if you like one thing from it. And that's
Right.
why I have such a problem with these, you know, 2FM fans who parade around as like Kingdom Hearts fans when, like, if you were to ask them if they think it's like fun to manage stats and make a build at level 1 in an RPG as a mandatory part of the game challenge, they would say no. That would
Right.
always be their answer. They just want, they only want the action. They
Right, and
only care about the
whereas-
combat system.
Right. Whereas me and you would say, "Put it in my veins." Why isn't it? Why am I not playing it already?
I mean,
Yeah.
the intricate mesh of like the intricate combat system and the very for the most part thoughtfully crafted but imperfect like RPG elements is part of the reason why I like playing Cage 3 at level 1. It's like, it's fun to get better with both of those elements and make an overall strategy for my playthrough, whether I do grinding or not. It's so funny because they complain as though Kingdom Hearts 3 is like, you know, this bad action RPG, and I mean, it's definitely got problems, but Kingdom Hearts, like, is as a series, every game is like objectively mid. So
Yeah. Yeah.
They're complaining as though it's a bad RPG when, unlike in Kingdom Hearts 2, you're making meaningful choices with the RPG elements. You're in Cage 2, the RPG elements are superfluous to the experience. They either don't matter, or in the few cases where they might matter, you're not really making choices, interesting choices with like positive and negative consequences. You're basically just putting on a fire bangle for some fire resistance, which you can buy for cheap at a Moogle shop. You're not, or you're just putting on a new ability that you got from beating a boss because you're playing on critical mode and you have more than enough spare AP. It's not really much of a resource. It's Kingdom Hearts 2 is an action RPG where you aren't making, where none of your choices with the RPG elements for the most part ever matter. And
Right.
it's like, fundamentally, it's, if you don't like, you know, the idea of playing the game deliberately of your own volition at level 1, which is an optional choice that you were making, like, consciously, if you don't like the idea of having to manage stats and make a build, and in some cases maybe even grind when you're level 1 in a game that expects you to be leveling up normally as you progress, you're not a real fan. Like,
Right.
it's an RPG, not an action game. Or, well, it's an action RPG, not an action game. There's a difference.
Right.
And I can't even with, you know, oh, anyone. Oh, KH3 forces you to do pointless busy work instead of focusing on what actually matters because you're only there for the combat. I mean, that's subjective. I mean, like that was unironically presented to me by someone that, like, Detenshi J idiot as a reason for why it's a problem. He basically said that the only part of the game that matters is the combat, which is what you're there to play the game for, which is just projection.
Yeah, that's not
his
no.
reason for playing the game. That's not
Right.
mine.
Right. And and there's a difference, I think, between like having a subjective reason for playing a game in a game that offers multiple things to draw you in, and like okay, if you're a Breath of the Wild fan, and you go back to like Wind Waker, or Majora's Mask or Skyward Sword, like you can't say, well, I'm not here playing a Zelda game for dungeons. I'm here for exploration. What the fuck do you think a Zelda game is? Like.
Well, that's the same thing as why I also have a problem with, like, to some extent, not to the same extent, Birth by Sleep fans, because, like, Birth by Sleep in Kingdom Hearts, I mean, ow. Birth by Sleep.
Oh my god.
Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep is like a really not good action RPG, to put it mildly. It's very much like a JRPG under the hood with like lots of grinding and just not really RNG boss mechanics, like literally RNG staggers and RNG like teleporting out of hits, and it's not good.
Right.
The people who are really fans of Birth by Sleep and think it's a really good Kingdom Hearts game, they're the opposite extreme of like the specific demographic of 2FM fans that I complain about, which is that they're there purely for the math.
Yeah.
They're not there for the action. It's the opposite problem. It's in neither case do I think any of them could really be stated to be fans of the series, because it's an action RPG. It's not a raw action game. It's not a raw RPG. It's supposed to be like a 50-50 balance. Kingdom Hearts 2 is like, it's a watered down character action game with optional customization. Birth by Sleep is a JRPG with real-time, fully three-dimensional combat. Neither are good. Are you fighting the ghosts, or...?
I'm fearing the Reaper, even though I've been told not to. Alright, there he is.
Oh, he followed you all the way out here.
Yeah, he did. We had a special connection. Anyway. Yeah, no. And again, like I said, I kind of, like, was half processing, half fearing for my life. Give me that ass.
Man, those moths do a lot of stamina damage.
Staminage, as we say in the business. Bye! That's not the direction I wanted to roll! Anyway. So we... Yeah, there's so much stuff that comes up.
I love cheating. I think I probably was in the process of dying there, but I save quit. Where's the stairs? Here they are. Ow. I was surprised that I didn't take more damage from that fall. Hi, Cheerio. It's 3:45. You've got like a couple hours before I can let you out. Were you gonna say something earlier?
Yeah, I'm trying to reorient because that was like I was trying to listen to you and deal with that, and anyway, yeah, the like that's a big thing is like if you're not there for the core experience, like you can't just say like that. Oh, I have my subjective reason for playing this game. It's like okay, but if you're not here for something that is fundamental to the experience, why are you here at all?
And that's
And you
the
and you
weird
can't then
part about it. Is just like,
yeah.
why are you playing an action RPG if the only thing you're playing the game for is the combat system? It's like Marble Duck saying that he plays Battlefield just for the shooting, even though
and
it's not a gunplay focused game.
and you can't say that like oh well my opinion my reasons are just as valid as yours for being here. It's like no.
No,
Look,
like if you're only there for one very specific part of the experience rather than the core of the experience, your opinion is like completely invalid.
Well, that's
Like,
the thing.
you don't have a
Like-
valid reason to. Well, it feels weird. For lack of a better way of putting it, that I think would be much better. Your reason for enjoying the game isn't valid. Like I can't
that's the
think of a
thing.
better way to put it though.
Well, yeah. I mean, well, when your subjective feelings are in conflict with objective reality, your feelings lose. You know, like okay, well, I play Zelda for my exploration. Well, okay, but well, what does that even mean? Oh, that okay, that I'm gonna name that I'm gonna name that Cleaver Barry because he just vibrated out of existence and may have just gone back to change space time.
You should clip that.
Yeah, I'm gonna. That's like a minute.
What did that fucking moth shoot at, bro?
But yeah, like no, like if you're like, oh, my exploration. That's why I play Zelda. I'm not here for the dungeons.
I mean, the dungeons are the exploration of Zelda.
That and just there is always some kind of overworld where you have to find secrets to get into dungeons, and you have to, you uncover items and you uncover different quests and
Saying
and,
that
you
you're
know.
like playing Zelda for the exploration, not the dungeons, is like such a weird like
Yeah,
oxymoron statement.
right. It is, and that's the thing.
The
like,
exploration is fundamental to the core experience, and
Right.
dungeons are part of that.
right. But this is the thing. But like in the reverse is also true. The dungeons are fundamental to the exploration, because every game since the original has been focused on having a heavy ow, I'm so fucked. Okay, no, I'm actually okay. I can't squeak past him, so I have to deal with him, and he's spamming his laser, and it's really obnoxious. Anyway, like they've had such a heavy focus on dungeons forever, literally since the beginning. So you can't sit there and say, "Oh, well, it's better without the dungeons." No, it's not, because you've removed part of what made Zelda Zelda.
I mean, that's like the automatic scaling in like Kingdom Hearts 3 Remind. It like when you fight the super bosses when you're severely underleveled.
No. Hang on. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. All right, Grim needs to kind of follow me. Anyway, yeah. Like if you came to the series with Breath of the Wild, and
Angry Joe.
you're like 17 years old, and you came to the series with Breath of the Wild. I don't care what you think about Wind Waker. I don't care if you're bored because there's not enough open world exploration. I mean, Wind Waker has a very technically speaking open world. There's just not a lot on the ocean. You have to go to specific islands, and that's All right. How about I block this guy and you attack him because I can't get an opening. Oh, never mind. He's dead. he fucking walked off. All right. So the Reaper down here is dead.
The first one or the second one?
the one inside the chasm. I'm making my way downtown, walking fast, faces past, and I'm gay now. So I'm like working on. I'm going to that one with the corner with the two shadow ladies. I'm just gonna walk right past that. That'll be fine to walk right past. They won't really agitate. I am heading around outside, and I am going to be heading back to where we ate dirt last time. But yeah, like if you're 17 and started with Breath of the Wild, I don't care what you think of Wind Waker, not having exploration. It's like it's
Does it?
not meant.
I thought Wind Waker did have exploration.
It does. It does. But like, you know what I mean? Like in that Breath of the Wild sense of it, like, or if you're gonna come to like Ocarina of Time and say like, oh, this game sucks because it's not just like Breath of the Wild. It's like, no, Ocarina came first. Breath of the Wild sucks because it's not like Ocarina. It's the other way around. And again, Zelda is Zelda. It has an identity. Its identity is important to it. And if you're not here for something that is a core part of the Zelda experience, which, again, is defined by the fact that for 34 years... no, not 34. I'm thinking of the NES itself. For 31 years, we had a specific... Oh, shit.
Alright, I got my souls.
Ow! But you lost me.
That's fine.
All right.
Like, I literally
Yeah.
I didn't want to lose a bloodstain with like 75,000 on it.
Oh, absolutely.
Anyway,
Alright.
I'm having a hard time because, like, again, I'm like sleep deprived. I'm trying to focus on this and like, but like, like, okay, if you're like 17 and you start with Breath of the Wild, I don't care if you take issue with the rest of the series not being like Breath of the Wild. Go away. You're not a Zelda fan, like, because the entire series has been predicated upon this specific structure: a relatively open world with progression gates, items to find that allow you to unlock those gates, and a set of dungeons that you approach in a linear fashion, which are carefully curated to give you a set of puzzles and brain teasers and action segments that are capped off with a unique boss that fits the area. That's what the games are. And they're heavy on story. In the moment linear story. Okay? The only one that's not, and this was because of technical limitations, is the original.
Well, yeah,
The original
back then you
game-
didn't really, unless it was like a visual novel, you really couldn't have like a story-heavy game on the Nintendo
Right.
Entertainment System.
You couldn't. And that's the thing. So, like, the original Zelda, being light on story is a technical limitation. Zelda 2 being light on story is a technical limitation. But once you get to A Link to the Past, dude, the fucking doors blow open. You know what they wanted to do with it. They chose to do that with the third game. Was just, here's a huge lore dump right at the beginning. Right as the game starts up, you get a huge lore dump. And it's like, okay, well then that tells you that this is intended to be a story-heavy series in which you explore the world, find all these dungeons that you approach in a linear fashion, and you go through the story of that you go through the story of that game from A to B in a coherent manner, and you experience the twists and turns that occur as you're playing. It's got a beginning, middle, and end, just like any other story. And the gameplay approach, while it allows you to explore as you see fit, does require certain prerequisites be met before you're able to engage with certain content. That's just basic game design. And this is where Breath of the Wild completely drops the ball. It just says, no, we're not going to do story. No, we're not going to do progression gates. We're not going to have any limitations on the player whatsoever. Well, when you give the player absolute freedom, there's no game. There is a running simulator, or a horse riding simulator, or a fucking motorcycle riding simulator. Yes, that's real. Um, in a field that is somewhere between idyllic medieval fantasy and a post-apocalypse that you can't even decide on a tone for. Is it the post-apocalypse with absolute certain death, just looming right above you, where where the castle, which is supposed to inspire the people of Hyrule with hope, is now a reminder of like the fact that basically everyone died? Um, ow. Like, okay, if Hyrule Castle is supposed to be such an ominous sight in the distance, then that clashes inherently with the fact that the rest of the game is so relaxed. It's so peaceful and upbeat, and it's like, okay, pick one. But so this is the thing, you have this disjointed world where, oh, by the way, all the other games had pretty consistent tones in their worlds. Ow. All the other games have pretty consistent tones in their worlds. All right. Reaper is taken care of. And things would change in the world to reflect. Oh my god. The fucking blood moons. Oh my god, I can't stand the blood moons. They are like the worst mechanic. Oh my god, do you know anything about the blood moons in Breath of the Wild?
They like respawn the enemies, right?
Yeah. Did you know that you could have just finished killing a Lionel, only for a blood moon to kick in and put that Lionel back to full health right in front of you?
What?
That's a thing.
Why?
Exactly.
Aren't the Lionels like big, tough, elite enemies?
Yes, they are stronger than most bosses. Oh, I'm sorry. There are only 4 bosses in the game. Technically 5 if you count Ganon. Yeah, they are stronger than the bosses themselves. It is harder to fight a Lionel off the plateau than it is to fight Ganon off the plateau. Yeah. So, and they happen constantly. And oh, by the way, when they do happen, every single time you get the same cutscene. Every single time. And it's got that dog shit voice acting from... I don't know why the fuck they chose whoever they chose to play Zelda to play her, but she sucks.
All I know about, like, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom Zelda is that apparently she's got a great ass, but...
You would. Yeah, no, I mean, she's kind of like she's kind of like a nerdy tomboy. Very cute. I like that. But I mean, her design is, I mean, she's not, like of the Zeldas we've had, she's not one of the better designed ones aesthetically. But yeah, she does have some badonk going on. Yep, thief ring. Anyway, where the hell is it? There it is.
Bitch, I have the fucking thief ring on. What the fuck are you fucking... Ugh. And I had cloak, too. That makes no sense.
I'm the one hitting him and he can't figure it out, but he's going for you. Oh. Okay.
It's really... It must be something worth...
God damn.
It must be something, like, worth examining, I think. That, like... This development that's happened to where the concept of a real fan is somehow, like, toxic.
Yeah, no, it's... Yeah, again...
Just, like, how that actually development came about and, like, its history.
Yeah.
Why is it taking so long to log into the server?
Right?
Uh-oh. Did AT&T... No, I haven't gotten, like, a Wi-Fi connection error yet. It's just... It's interesting. Let me...
It was getting kind of, like, stuttery for me. I don't know if that was...
I'm gonna just
related to the
relaunch
server,
the
but-
game.
Yeah.
It's just like... I'm sorry, I don't see what is, you know, so toxic about, like, calling a spade and pointing out that someone who claims to be a fan of a franchise of action RPGs, not character action games, doesn't like RPGs.
Right. Yeah, or, like, again, like, saying that, you know... Damn it. What was I gonna say? Yeah, it was kind of along that same line. And the concept being like, okay, yeah, some people are more of a fan of something than others. Like some like again, I mean we have this conversation all the time when it comes to like anime, right? Someone who is only there for the most, you know, watered down corporate product, safe and, you know, publicly consumable, you know, like you know, whatever's, you know, socially acceptable, they're not an anime fan. You know, like you're not an anime fan. You're a fan of whatever show it is you're a fan of. Sure, that's fine. You know, if you're a Dragon Ball fan, which is just, you know, the most basic, you know, safe and publicly, you know, whatever, like that's fine, right? You're a Dragon Ball fan, but if that's all you're into, you're not an anime fan. Because your interest does not go beyond that one show which happens to be an anime, you know? You know, you can plug in whatever, you know, popular thing, like, you know, Dragon Ball, Sailor Moon, whatever. But, like, if you don't have a fundamental interest in the medium itself, and you don't have an interest in seeking out more content that is similar to that in its presentation style, in its animation style and whatnot, how can you say that you're a fan of anime just because you like one anime? It goes back to that whole like, oh, you're a Final Fantasy VII fan, even if you like nothing but the story. No. You know? Like, if you only like one thing that happens to be part of a greater whole, you're not a fan of the greater whole, you're a fan of that specific thing.
And the like... The whole, like, fan of that specific thing in nearly all cases is, like, generic in nature as a preference. You're not there for, like, something specific that it offers you. You're there for like a very broad, because it scratches the itch of like a very broad general preference that you have.
Right.
I mean, it's like if I were to say that hypothetically, that I'm a fan of Final Fantasy VIII because of, like, you know, the stat management and stuff in principle, but I hate everything else about the game. I mean, it's true that I like RPGs, but that doesn't mean that I'm a fan of Final Fantasy VIII.
Right.
It just means that I like the genre. That is a fundamentally different statement.
Right. No, that's the thing, because there are RPGs that are going to be better or worse at lining up with what makes the genre the genre.
I mean, it's part of the reason why I'm, like, so hesitant, I think, to dabble in, like, older Elder Scrolls games, because I know that, like, Skyrim is generally the best.
Yeah.
I definitely do not like the... Let me put it this way. I didn't like and still don't like the Crystarium in Final Fantasy 13-2 because it mandates the use of a leveling guide if you want to have optimal stats, because you don't get to respec. And it's also like very confusing and counterintuitive, and how it works is never actually explained. Which had negatively affected my experience the first time I played the game, because I was objectively underleveled for the final boss, even though I hadn't technically done anything wrong, because I made a lot of, I guess, bad choices with how I used the Crystarium to upgrade my characters that I couldn't take back and didn't even know were bad choices to begin with. And even though I was on level and had been doing, like, optional content and whatnot, so it wasn't, like, strictly by under traditional terms and under-leveled, just me being under-leveled in a JRPG. I was at Crystarium stage. It was just, I had bad stats that I couldn't know was bad, and, you know, stuff like that. I hate the idea... my only recourse was a leveling guide on GameFAQs, so that way I could step by step do that.
Either that or to over-level to compensate, and then
which only
either
works
that or start over.
Yeah, like, start over, basically, because, I mean, there's an upper limit. There's only so many Crystarium stages before you're, like, maxed out, and can't do any more progression. I hate that system. I'm going to hate Oblivion's leveling system, too.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Oblivion's is really, like, pants-on-head short bus. Like, the fundamental concept of using your skills to, you know, raise your level by using, you know, by leveling them up, like, 10 times in a row, like, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but, like, the way they do it and the way they apply it to the scaling of the world is just like, what? Okay.
I'm so tired of this. Maybe you should wear the Ring of the Accursed.
Maybe. Whoa! Let me try it. Nope. What? He completely missed me.
What?
He jumped. Oh, I just watched it. He jumped over me. What in the broken ass nonsense? Okay.
Yeah, and this bow is like doing like nothing to him, so
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't
All
think
right,
it's
I'll be
gonna
right back.
matter.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go take something for this cough.
Thank you for the follow, Dia Burst. If you like what you see, feel free to actually chat with us. We're not entertainers by nature, so we'll like talk about stuff on our own sometimes, but if there's nothing to talk about, then that we think of to talk about, then we don't really say anything. So we do somewhat rely on chat to keep up like consistent conversation.
Try to have like a symbiotic relationship with it.
Yeah. We
So that's
also
kind of the
generally
whole point.
prefer interaction with chat anyway, because I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I like being able to interact with streamers directly and frequently while watching a stream. I don't like big streams for that reason. There's just too
Yeah.
many people.
Yeah. All right. Well, my sign is back down.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the discussion and playthrough.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, what was I? We were. Yeah, it's just. It really. It's hard to articulate my feelings towards the whole, like, modern quote-unquote fan culture. Because
Yeah.
it's obviously not, like, you know, a valid way to define what it means to be a fan, but it's also
Yeah.
very hard to, like, deal with as an argument. It's the same thing that's, like, it's more difficult than the Dark Souls needs an easy mode to make it more accessible to people with disabilities non-argument.
Yeah,
Because that one's like emotionally manipulative, but like
it is.
the solution to the whole accessibility thing with Dark Souls is to add actual accessibility features like colorblind options and stuff like that.
Right.
Not to give an easy mode.
Right.
And obviously, accessibility options aren't even like they're not universal. Like different people with the same disability will have like different needs.
Right.
So
There was a blind dude who beat Ocarina of Time like just by sound. Like,
really, that's
yeah.
impressive.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I'm sorry. Like, if a blind guy can just hear his way through Ocarina, then I mean, okay,
Well-
Dark Souls doesn't need an easy mode. Like, it's
Well,
that simple. Just
hold on. Yeah, Burst, I know that I'm like attacking him and stuff, and so he's tracking to some extent, and that makes sense. What really doesn't make sense is why he's completely ignoring him, even though he's constantly pelting him with magic. Why is he only focusing on me? Is the question.
yeah. My suggestion is probably because they didn't account for the fact that they added noises to phantoms in this game, where in the original phantoms are completely silent, and so he can't hear a phantom. But he can hear you. He can hear your bow.
Well, even if I stand still at the beginning, he'll still like aggro to me at the start if I'm making like no noise at all. I mean, I could try like just even cloak and thief ring and just sit still at the beginning while you go behind him and pelt him with spells, but I don't think that's gonna work.
Mm.
People are conflating accessibility versus difficulty. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, that's a common problem.
like there are ways to make difficult games like accessible without like reducing the difficulty. You only need to like reduce the difficulty to make it more accessible if the game is like objectively like unfair or unbalanced.
Yeah.
And obviously problems like that are going to disproportionately affect people with legitimate disabilities that make it harder for them to play. But unfairness in a game is it affects everyone like universally. So
Right.
that's just a problem where the game needs to be better designed. This is not necessarily made more accessible.
Right.
I mean, it's why it's why they've been trying to nerf dogs in these games for 20 years, or for over a decade and a half.
Oh my god, yeah, no, we are getting close to the point where Demon Souls is 20 years old. Oh my god. Okay.
What were you saying earlier?
That's a good question. I'm trying to like do like 3 different things at the same time mentally. But yeah, no, but like that's true that like people are conflating accessibility and difficulty. And I was saying like how, you know, if a blind guy can beat Ocarina of Time with just sound, someone who has all of their faculties can beat Dark Souls without having to, you know, rely on an easy mode. Just learn the game. Meet it where it's at. That's all you have to do. This is going to be a while. Let me try the sword. Oh, much better. More dangerous, but much better. What did I do? I don't know. I guess he just doesn't like you. Oh my god, the old hero is a sea bear! Wow, his gooch is like perfectly safe. That's wild. Uh-oh. It's about to not be! How did I survive? Zoinks! Alright. Alright, so he has a countermeasure for tank camping. That's nice to know. Sir, I will camp your taint all I damn well please. Oh no! No, 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 no! Oh my god, thank you, iframes. Woo! Hashtag how am I alive?
Just the sun and the panic.
Well, when you're on the ground, half dead, and he starts doing his AoE, you know, you get a little nervous. Oh my god, he's a stray demon. He's literally just Stray Demon. It just clicked.
He's Stray Demon with, like... Ow.
A wider moveset, but like once you get under his nuts, that's it. He's just Stray Demon. Hug his lower region and... Ow! Big boy grass. Thank you. Alright. Yeah, baby, that is all me on that health bar.
I would much rather have bosses like this in, like, Elden Ring. It's so much more interesting. I mean, you're
Rather
fighting
than
a
the
boss
same-
that's literally blind and has to track you with sound. That's so
Yeah.
cool.
Rather than the stone cat robot 17 times.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I just mean, like, modern Souls games mechanics are too action-heavy.
Yeah, that makes sense. I killed your old man. He was on the roof.
Yeah, I guess that's just how this is going to go.
Yeah, apparently.
Oh, I can go buy arrows from Patches. I'm not in pure white world tendency anymore, but that doesn't really matter. Oh, I need to get the Storm Ruler out. Unless that's not in my box anymore. I don't...
It should be.
Unless they changed it. Let's see, so... Put away the Hero Demon Soul. There's the Storm Ruler. I wish you could upgrade it.
Okay.
You come back alive.
We're both sitting here coughing and whatnot. It's like... Okay, soul remains go away. Black turpentine, I have to keep it because I'm full on it. So the
Okay,
spider
so let me
soul.
see. Where's the lady?
We don't need the adjudicator soul for anything, right? No, we do not. Okay. Okay.
I think I'll hit 40 intelligence and then figure out what to do after that.
Yeah. I'm doing faith for like sword damage right now, but
Yeah, I needed more MP to cast spells. Like, I initially didn't have enough MP to cast Soul Thirst.
yeah.
The whole you're a fan if you like the one, like, even if you only liked one thing about it, is so much more, like, insidious than the accessibility argument for Dark Souls. It's just... It's way harder to deal with. It's one of those things where you can intuitively understand why it's wrong, but then when you actually put it into words why it's wrong, it's like trying to explain why, like, you know, freedom of speech is a universal right.
Yeah, regardless of whether or not government recognizes it as one.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that's so fundamental that, like, when you have to actually explain it, it's very difficult.
Yeah, you just kind of blue screen a little bit because it's like, wait a minute, this person doesn't intuitively understand this. Um, hmm.
Alrighty, so I am in
Here's my
soul form.
storm.
I need to put on my cling ring. And I guess for now the Ring of Avarice, but then the Thief Ring for the boss.
Yeah.
The Ritual Path. It's... What really doesn't make much sense to me is the whole, I'm on the stairs. Right after the Earthstone.
Yep.
Um,
You're right there.
what really doesn't make sense to me is why it became considered toxic to say that someone, like, isn't a fan of something, or that they're not a real fan, or that they're less of a fan, and as such, both their thoughts and their opinions are not as valuable or as valid as someone else's.
Because gatekeeping is like an immune system. And what it does is it keeps out things that are going to deteriorate the host organism, that being the fandom. So when bad actors come in and they want to change things and they want to corrode things and corrupt things to suit their own preferences and ideals, well, what they have to do is they have to disable the immune system. They have to make it socially unacceptable to actually push back against someone who claims to be a fan and claims to just want to fit in and be part of the fun, but who's actually acting in bad faith and doesn't actually care about what's being discussed. They only care about their own social clout, or maybe they have some small degree of interest, but they're not actually interested in in the integrity of it. They're interested in their own attachment to it and their own what they can get out of it, basically. Or they have some superficial interest, like, oh well, I just like the art style, so therefore I'm a fan. It's like, well, no, not necessarily. So it's that
I
kind
took
of
my
thing.
arrows off.
Can't wait for that Zyrtec to kick in. It's real annoying.
Oh, I don't think we ever finished the train of thought exactly of, you said before that, like, Breath of the Wild is to you what, like, Kingdom Hearts 2 is to me.
Yeah. Yeah, so, like, it's that one that everybody loves, but is actually bad. And it besmirches the good name of the series that it, purportedly belongs to, that it ostensibly belongs to. By so fundamentally misunderstanding what it even is to begin with.
Bye! Yeah, I mean, in a vacuum, I would say that 2FM is, like, a somewhat competent, like, action title. It's not, like, completely terrible in its design like Breath of the Wild is, but it's also just, like, by definition, not really a Kingdom Hearts game.
Right.
I mean, even, like, it's funny, because, like, in practice, like, especially if you could look at the original, like, vanilla international release of Cage 2, it's, like, without a doubt, the most unfinished game in the series, and that's including Kingdom Hearts 3, which had, like, which left those of us who cared about post-game wanting, because it didn't really have that much content for post-game, and the end of the game was also kind of rushed. It was so, like, lacking that they, that in the final mix release... Can you move out of the way, sir? person talking to you, Cheerio.
Yet. Gravity!
Oh. Ow, that hurt.
Oh, okay, running around.
I didn't know they could backstab you.
Yeah, they can. That's why I generally try to avoid them. They're more trouble than they're worth.
Yep, I will kill my boys. And then I will place my sign just down in the room where the first necromancer was.
What?
At the very beginning, rather than you going all the way back up. So I've killed all of the Reaper and all the things with it at the very beginning. Now I'm down here at the entrance with the giant moth carcass.
Okay.
You shouldn't have to go all the way up.
Yeah, okay, so all the, yeah, in the room with all the stingrays. Got it. I see it.
Cheerio, it's 4:30. At minimum, it needs to be like 6 in order for me to let you out. Can I help you? It's just... I really, like... One thing that I don't understand with, like, that specific demographic of, like, 2FM fans, like, very specifically them, they're, like, a fringe minority, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it. They... For some reason, there's this just, like, belief that somehow making players do stat management and build craft and stuff in an action RPG inherently ruins the action elements of the game.
No.
Which is... And I've never seen an actual, like, explanation or argument for why this is the case. It is always either a non-argument about fake difficulty or just inflation of personal preference with objective quality, where they're not saying it that it's bad design because it's actually bad design, but because they personally don't think it's fun.
Yeah. Like, I mean, not for nothing, but the game we're playing proves that RPG elements like build making and stat management don't ruin the action in an action RPG.
Let me get past you! Why do you have so much collision? Your collision is wider than your torso. Why are you obese?
Ghost Beast.
Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Nope. Oh, this is gonna take a while.
Yep.
Ow! That,
You all right?
I got countered.
No, you're not. Okay. Oh god, I'm pinned. Dude,
That
that's
happened
not
to me
fair.
too. Yeah.
That's not fair. Okay, I may have died. I don't know. I just quit.
But like...
Nope, I'm okay.
What? It's so... it's such a weird thing because what exactly do I say in response to that idea when they can never be bothered to actually make anything that resembles an argument for why it's a problem? Why is making players go through some extra steps to increase their damage output at level 1 in a role-playing game fake difficulty? Because
It's
it makes
not.
fights take longer. Making the player do it's funny. I've thought about this a bit, and I think, ironically, it's the complaints about like fake difficulty for making players do chip damage and making fights tedious is like putting the cart before the horse, because the actual problem is not the damage output that the player has, and far more that the mechanics of like the challenge in and of itself, the enemies, are very stale and repetitive.
Hmm.
In Dark Souls, like, Asylum Demon is extremely engaging to fight when you're only doing 2 damage per hit, but when you're fighting a boss like, Yuzora in Kingdom Hearts 3 Remind, where he, for all intents and purposes, does all of the same things in the exact same order every single time you do fight him, with loose variations on the same, like, attack pattern. If you were doing like 1 damage per hit to that when he has like 3,000 HP, that would be boring because nothing changes. It's a static fight. You're just memorizing an attack pattern, and then once you've memorized the attack pattern, you're essentially just doing the exact same things over and over and over and over again with no variation. So and that's kind of the paradox there, because like I think the reason the RPG elements themselves face scrutiny rather than the mechanics of like bosses or something is because they like the mechanics of the bosses, and they don't want them to be changed to create a better, more fulfilling experience.
Yeah.
So then it becomes quote-unquote fake difficulty for the player to do quote-unquote chip damage, even if the outcome is still within like completely their control, because it's just objectively like stale and repetitive combat.
Right. I feel like fake difficulty is a particularly manipulative way to frame artificial difficulty. Which, yes, a level 1 challenge is artificial difficulty, but it's self-imposed.
Well, yeah, that's part of the reason why I can't take anyone who complains about like chip damage at level 1 when they're not even bothering to upgrade to increase their stats with the options made available to them seriously, because like you deliberately chose to play through the whole game at level 1 in full knowing of every single consequence that entails, and you're complaining as if it's somehow a problem with the game.
Right.
That you chose to do low damage on purpose.
Right. And you'll notice, like, when I did my Dark Souls 2 level 1, I got irritated with Throne Watcher and Defender.
Why am I... Okay, I'm not going to complain about that.
I got irritated with Throne Watcher and Defender, but I never did what you just described, you know? Like, I would vent about how annoyed I was.
You'll need to go back.
Oh, yes, I will. All right.
I was not expecting him to pelt me with a spell when I was trying to heal.
Yep.
You know, it's so weird. Such a weird... I mean, it is a very manipulative way to frame artificial difficulty, because, like... by definition, anything that is technically involving, like, stats of any kind in any game, including games that aren't RPGs, is technically artificial difficulty in some way, because the numbers are being manipulated to create, like, a very specific experience.
Right.
It's not mechanical. But that doesn't mean that it's not a legitimate challenge.
Right.
It all depends on design and balancing and stuff.
Right. And you know what all this stemmed out of, this branch of a branch of a branch of a branch, is the whole idea of like whether or not someone can be a real fan, and that branched out of the discussion of the Neptunia games. And the funny, like, basically what it comes down to, the people who are out there cheering every time a new Neptunia game has been released post censorship, where part of its identity has been removed, because don't forget, Sunako was like totally on board with all of the smutty stuff that was in Neptunia, because that's just like, she drew it. It was her idea. So like, to sit there and like and complain about, about like about the jiggle physics on Vert, or like whatever, right? Whatever mild, again, and it was very mild smut at that. And the people who are completely content with its total removal from the series, or having been nerfed the way it has, they're not real fans, because they don't have any respect for the artistic integrity of the series. And again, I know that just saying that, someone out there would immediately go, sir, so artistic integrity is when jiggle physics, right? Sure, pervert, go,
Oh yeah,
be
that
a
was
porn
literally
addict.
what, like, I think One Man Cast basically told me before, when he like accused me of like only caring about the ecchi content of like Neptunia or whatever. It's just like a very typical ad hominem in response to this kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, porn addict. It's like, no. Okay, I don't really care all that much about it, but I care enough because I find it amusing. Okay, more than anything. I'm not going to play the game to get my rocks off, okay? I don't pick up my controller because I want something that's going to tickle my pickle. I want something that's going to keep my attention and put a smile on my face, because that's what the original trilogy did whenever I played it. Excuse you, Mr. Stingray. Rude. Anyway, I'm not looking to, like, get off on the Neptunia games. What I'm looking to do is have fun. I find it amusing. There is plenty of humor to be had in the ecchi content of those games, as they were pre-censorship. Okay? They were never really all that heavy on it. There was just times where it was a little bit more in your face, and other times where it was like barely even there. Ow. Again, it's not my priority. It's not something I even really put much focus on, but at the same time, it is part of the series' identity. And I care enough as a real fan of the series, who came to it for its story and characters. Characters primarily, because they're adorable. Okay? They're so much fun. And the concept in general, like anthropomorphic video game consoles. That's an interesting concept, right? But as someone who came for the story and characters, and also found the ecchi content amusing, okay? Because I'm not a prude. I'm also not a fucking porn addict. They love that one. They love that one. The moment you, as a red-blooded adult male, say, "Hey, I like boobs," oh my god, you're a porn addict. Anyway, it bothers me to see that content removed, because I care about what the series is as a fan of it. And so anyone who is sitting there going, "Oh, this is perfectly fine. I don't mind that the ecchi content has been removed," they're not a real fan. Uh-oh. Woo! Safety heal. What? Oh, bye. Anyway. Yeah, like the people who are perfectly content with the removal of that content are not real fans because they don't care about the identity of the series. They don't care about what it's been since day one, which is a slightly irreverent, a slightly irreverent comedy about cute girls doing cute, vaguely lesbian things while also being superheroes. That's what Neptunia is, and it's fun as hell. But that's kind of where I go back to, like, I would be perfectly content if I only ever had the original trilogy on PS3. If the trade-off for not having to see it be corroded by corporate mandates into something that doesn't have its own identity anymore, or has had its identity forcibly, and this is the thing, they'll say, "Oh, well, no, they chose to do that. They're self-censoring." There's no such thing as self-censorship in the sense that, like, oh, well, I'm just gonna, if you choose to withhold something of your own volition without any consequences being imposed on you for not doing so, that's not self-censorship. That's just having a filter. That's just having having the ability to just kind of decide whether or not you're going to say something, okay, or whether or not you're going to draw something.
If it was a creative choice to have way less ecchi content after Super Neptunia RPG, why then was Super Neptunia RP? Well, more accurate way to put this, the timeline doesn't make sense for the point that it's a creative decision to have less ecchi content, because Super Neptunia RPG and everything after it got censored right when Sony started censoring Japanese cartoon games.
Right. And specifically those. Because again, Last of Us butt sex. Like, on screen. Like, naked characters fucking on screen. Like, you can't tell me that Sony is in any way being consistent and not just singling out the games that are liked by the market of people that they just happen to not like ideologically.
It's funny too, because didn't they turn like a game with, like, like some sort of game that was like ecchi, or not necessarily ecchi, Cheerio, get away from my microphone cord, from like 13 Girls or whatever it was called, into like turning all of those characters into bunnies as censorship, so that way it could still be released on PlayStation?
That sounds vaguely familiar. I don't know off the top of my head, but that does sound vaguely familiar. But yeah, like, this is the thing. Like, number one, why would the people who have, for all that time leading up to that point, been perfectly content to have ecchi content in their games?
Why are they still... a better question. Why are they still including ecchi content if they don't want it in there anymore?
Right, they're still trying to.
They're still trying to put as much ecchi content as they can in. The 2D models were even given, like, new, like, animations and, like, sisters versus sisters, and they're, like, really sexy and nice, and whatnot. And, like, Grey Sister, I think is her name, like, one of the new characters in that spin-off is, like, she's smoking. And then, of course, there's the Cat Girl, which is on the top right of my overlay next to the box with How Are You, who has, like, ginormous tits. Probably some of the largest in the entire series, maybe even bigger than Yellowheart's.
Oh my lord.
They're really, really big. Why are they still, like, including that stuff as where they can, if, not having ecchi content is just a creative choice?
Yeah. Right. Why would Right. Why would creatives who were perfectly content to have that kind of stuff in there for 8 years, you know, just suddenly have a change of heart at the exact same time that Sony is deciding they can't do that anymore? How convenient. Let me see if I can... I'm going to do magical sharpness, because my sword does magic damage, so, you know. But yeah, like, what you were saying, and why would those developers who were perfectly content with that suddenly have a change of heart at the exact moment that Sony says, nope, you can't do that anymore? So of course it's not genuine. Of course it's not a creative choice. It's coerced. And if they're just not going to rock the boat, if they're going to try to squeak it in as much as they can so that they can be happy, while also appeasing their corporate overlords, sir, I need to see more than your taint.
Ow.
It looked like it hurt. Ow. No, no. 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 No, and so the people who are like content with that and or cheering it on, they're not real fans because they don't care for the core of the series. They only care about, oh, I get more Neptunia. Well, there's more to it than that. Okay?
Ow.
Ow. And then Cheerio in the background. No, but that's the case. You know, there's more to it than that. A fan wants the thing that they care about respected and done right. They don't just want more because consume harder, daddy.
It's one of those things. Ow.
Are you okay? No, you're not okay. All right, then.
It's more than that, too, because, like, it's a very specific... It's the type of, like, normie shit that I hate a lot about, like, RPG quote-unquote fans, which is that they're only playing the game for the story and characters and for nothing else. Which is not just, like, a Neptunia thing. That's in, like, Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts. A lot of people who play RPGs are only there for that, for the stories. They're not there for anything else. So a lot of people... that say they're fans of RPGs are not fans of RPGs. They're really just fans of story-driven games.
Those are the modern Pokemon audience, and like, and even then, like, Pokemon doesn't even have a story-driven like experience. It's garbage. But like, like, oh, don't even get me started on Pokemon. There hasn't been a good one since 2014. Anyway, so but this is the thing, is like. If you're only there for the story and characters, and you find if you find the gameplay of an RPG to be a hindrance to your experience with the story and characters, and you just want to bypass it, why are you playing it to begin with? Why did you spend $60, $70, whatever you paid? Why did you spend $60 on a game you don't want to play? Go on YouTube, fucking watch the cutscenes. You know? Like, if you want the story and characters, you should just fucking play the game and shut up. You know? Like, understand that, okay, maybe the gameplay isn't going to be what you personally want it to be, you know? But it's not made for you if you don't like RPGs and you only want the story. It's not made for you. You're not the customer. The customer is somebody like us who says, "Damn, I love RPGs. I enjoy leveling up, and I enjoy managing my gear and my stats and finding out what method is most effective to deal with an enemy, and fighting big bosses, and experiencing a rich story, and like we're the customer for those games, not the people who say, oh, grinding in Pokemon is it's so boring, I just want to play the game. That's part of playing the game. It's an RPG.
Yeah, I've never. This is technically like hearsay because I've never actually heard it myself. But I remember I was talking on like my alt YouTube account or whatever with someone else before, in like on a Biscuit 247 video, and he mentioned something interesting, was that like one of Kingdom Hearts 3's like directors, I think it was like co-director or something. He basically said that that on critical mode, they balanced food to be like mandatory. And apparently, Bloody Biscuits like complained about that once, which is like very interesting because it kind of reveals the underlying motive and preference. Like, in an RPG, like, menuing and stat management are part of the experience. Like,
Yeah,
why
they are.
Why are you complaining about food being integrated into the challenge, whereas in the lower difficulties, food was overpowered because it wasn't necessary, but like significantly increased like your HP and stuff.
Right. Right, and complaining about items and stat management and going into these sub screens and whatnot, as when you're playing an RPG, I mean, go look at Dragon Quest. Go look at all these games from like the early. Ow.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Okay. I'll use a full moon.
It really is actually revealing of Bloody Biscuits in particular. It just confirms what I've thought for years.
I just don't like him as a person. He had a shitty attitude with me when I was 15, and I've never seen anything to make me rethink my position that he's just fundamentally a douchebag. just fundamentally a douchebag. Just fundamentally a douchebag.
Yeah,
Anyway.
It is. I always like call back to this sometimes. I distinctly remember this.
Always, sometimes. Interesting.
When he was playing Final Fantasy 13 for the first time, do you want to know the reason why he game overed against like an encounter in multiple times in Chapter 3?
Okay.
He forgot to level up his characters in the Crystarium as he was progressing through the chapter.
Oh my.
He literally does not engage
Dude.
with like RPG elements unless he's absolutely forced to. It seems like,
Gross.
which is just like, bro. Like,
Yeah.
Clearly he doesn't like enjoy them that much. Just RPGs and whatnot. I think I'm gonna put on the friends ring because
Yeah, you should.
It probably doesn't matter whether or not I'm making noise. Ow. I mean, it's just like, why are you playing an RPG if you don't like math?
Yeah.
Like,
I can't see. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense.
ow.
He likes his slam there. Yeah, he really is just a more erratic stray demon. You are like glitching hard.
Me?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's weird. You're like doing the 56K walk across the fucking screen.
The what walk?
56K dial-up modem.
Oh.
Yeah. Like I can hear the modem noises as I'm seeing you walk across the screen. Thank you, Dark Souls. Ow! Thank you, man who can phase through solid objects.
Software.
Walls are but a suggestion for the enemies. For you, though, oh, they will
They're a
make you blink
hard-coded
like a
law of
sumbitch,
the world.
right?
Ow.
It looked like it hurt. Ow!
How did I get
No.
hit?
No. Okay. This is Madeira all over again.
It is. Granted, we don't have like overpowered bows like we did 6 months ago.
Yeah. Oh my god, we've been in World 4 for 4 hours. I think anyway, like something like that.
Curio. No amount of being like affectionate and adorable and warm and cozy is gonna make me let you out of the room at 5 o'clock.
Hey, I have a great idea. Mr. Has already beaten the boss.
Hmm? Oh, yeah.
We were so busy discussing this that it didn't even occur.
I should be coming to the boss door.
Yeah. Yeah, you should.
Oh, I guess I have enough souls for a level. Where's the maiden?
Soul of the mind, key to life's ether. So art thou, may thy
It's just... I mean, that really like makes me cringe in retrospect. Just the fact that like he game overed multiple times to a fight with like an elite enemy in chapter 3 because he just chose not to level up his actively level up his characters like he was supposed to. His chat had to tell him to level up. Like,
yeah.
It's just so... It's so funny how a lot of the people who complain the most about, you know, the RPG elements being mandatory parts of the game challenge in Kingdom Hearts 3 on critical mode, and especially critical level 1, are either really bad and or lazy at RPGs. Or they just don't like them. What a coincidence.
It's the same thing with all these quote-unquote Pokemon, quote-unquote fan... Oh, not, put the quote in the wrong spot. Pokemon... I'm tired. I had 4 hours of sleep after being awake for 26 hours, and I've been... Oh my god. Let's see, 14 hours since then? Since I got up? Anyway,
I mean, why are you playing like a JRPG, which is necessarily going to be more numbers oriented if you don't want to do grinding?
right, exactly. Yeah, these Pokemon quote-unquote fans who, you know, they were glad that when Sword and Shield made the EXP share mandatory, you can never turn it off because it cuts down on grinding.
I mean, that's the same thing as like the automatic scaling against the super bosses in the Remake DLC in Cage 3, where regardless of like whether or not you want it or what experience you want to have, if you're level 1 or otherwise severely underleveled, you're forced to have either base level 50 stats or base level 70 stats, depending on whether or not you're using a form change or a shot lock when you fight all of the super bosses. The quote-unquote objective improvement to the experience takes away your ability to choose.
Right. And that's the thing. Like in an RPG, part of it is you need to be able to choose what you're doing, and this is one of the things about the Pokemon situation. Like, wait a minute. So these people are quote unquote glad that it's cut down on the grinding, even though grinding is part of the game. But okay, even setting that aside, because it can be tedious, it can be problematically, slow. I remember in the Black and White post game, I used an action replay to speed up the process because it was too slow. But now, what they've done by forcing the EXP share to always be on is they've incentivized me, if I don't want to be over leveled, to avoid battles. I'm told basically if I don't want to have my Pokemon be over leveled, because I will become over leveled very quickly if I just engage normally as I would otherwise. If I don't want to become over leveled, I have to not engage with the primary gameplay of these games. The battles are the primary gameplay of the Pokemon games. And what they're telling me is that if I want to curate my own team's experience gain as I see fit on an individual unit basis, I have to not engage with the core gameplay of the game. Because if I get into too many battles, I will become over leveled.
My sign is at the bottom of the stairs leading to the boss door.
Okay. That explains that. I thought I heard it and I couldn't see it anywhere, so I was like, what?
Can I help you,
There it
Cheerio?
The game about battling Pokemon is telling me that if I don't want my Pokemon to become overleveled and I want to have any granular control over their growth, that I cannot engage with its primary gameplay. Otherwise, I will become overleveled and it will be too easy. So I have to limit how many battles I get into to compensate for a mechanic that all they needed to do was just give me the option to turn off. But people will be sitting there saying that it's a good thing because it cuts down on grinding. It's an improvement to the game. No, it objectively isn't. That's not a me preferring it thing. That's it actually breaks the gameplay experience thing.
That is literally what automatic scaling does in Kingdom Hearts. It literally turns off most of the RPG elements. It severely limits how many different builds can actually be used because it makes it so your strength and magic stats don't matter.
Yeah.
They literally don't function because you're given a fixed strength and magic stat that you can't change.
Yeah.
So at best I can maybe put on fire boost to increase my fire damage output with fire element attacks by 20% or something, which stacks additively. But that's basically the limit.
Right.
The RPG elements, the reasons I'm doing the game at level 1, they don't work when automatic scaling is present. The base game has automatic scaling in Cage 3, but for the most part it's optional, because you have to activate a form change or a shot lock for it to work, and you have to be below the damage floor of a world. So you can manage it's balanced in a way to where you can manage your stats to be above the damage floor, and thus not have hidden potential activate if you don't want it to.
Right. Oh my god, we forgot Saint Bane. I just realized we forgot Saint Bane.
I guess I will put my sign back down at the door and then we can go pick him up.
Yeah.
But I'm sitting here in a position where I'm expected to believe that making it so you only have to focus on the action and the combat system when I'm playing my Kingdom Hearts game at level 1 is an objective improvement to the experience that benefits everyone, when the entire reason I'm doing the game at level 1 no longer exists once I start fighting the super bosses in the DLC.
Right.
How is that an objective improvement to the game if it if it not only breaks the game but like objectively makes the game smaller and less rich? Like its gameplay has less depth and replay value as a direct result. There isn't as many ways to play.
And that's the same thing in concept as the mandatory experience share in Pokemon Sword and Shield and onward. Because all they've done is take away options and tell me I'm not allowed to engage with the main gameplay if I don't want to have some kind of, excess growth that I'm not looking for and making the game and end up making the game too easy.
Yeah, that's like saying that if I want to fight the super bosses in Cage 3 with like, a much more meager damage output, I shouldn't fight them at level 1. I should like figure out what their damage for is and then put my stats in a range that is like comparable in just a regular playthrough, which is just, that's just not fair.
Yeah.
Why should I be robbed of the experience that I want to have in an RPG just because a few fringe non-fans who like 2FM don't want to have that experience themselves?
Right.
Like, if you're going to put automatic scaling in the game, at least let me turn it off, Why are you forcing it on me? I don't want my stats to be automatically increased by the game. I want my damage output to be exactly what my stat says my damage output should be.
Right.
It takes away control. Like, I have no control over my experience.
Right.
That's bad game design, like, categorically.
Right. It is.
Like, if I ever make a video talking about this, I think you should definitely be like part of it, specifically to elucidate on like a comparison specifically to like EXP share and Pokemon.
Yeah.
Because I haven't played modern Pokemon, and I haven't played White in like God knows how long.
Yeah. Yeah,
Ow.
definitely.
I'm not given enough time to heal.
Okay. Hey, Makoto.
Oh yeah, you also need to talk to Patches anyway.
Yep.
We forgot about 2 men.
We did.
You're just lonely men.
We're just normal men.
Just innocent men. Like, I can't fathom how, like, breaking the functionality of an RPG could ever be considered an improvement to the RPG elements. Like, I don't get it.
Lazy idiots who don't like RPGs but want to actually like be able to say that they can play them too.
Yeah, that's what I think it is with like the whole automatic scaling thing in level 1 is in Kingdom Hearts, because for all intents and purposes, it just seems to me that they want to be able to say that they've beaten an action RPG at level 1 on the highest difficulty without actually having to be level 1.
Yeah.
Like, you can't say that a player who has attributes that are in their strength and magic stats that are roughly equivalent to level 50 players, to the attributes of level 50 players, which cannot be achieved naturally by using equipment and other options to increase your stats, whatever the game provides, is level 1. If level 1, like the whole point of a level 1 challenge is that you have base level 1 attributes. Like, you're not increasing your base attributes at all. You're only increasing them through other means with equipment and upgrades and stuff like that. You're not leveling up.
Right.
You can't. And of course, I realize in even saying that no such level 1 fight against Lingering Will in 2FM has ever taken place is like gonna step on a huge landmine, because that zeitgeist has just been open for a very long time because people have just thought of it as a level 1 run for so long that it's like impossible. Like, I literally, when I point out that players are functionally leveling up because of automatic scaling, I get accused of making an argument in semantics because of the technical fact that they're not getting experience points and they're not getting like new abilities or higher base defense and stuff. But that's not relevant to my point. It doesn't matter.
No, that's semantics.
Yeah, that is like an argument in semantics, because you're like you're basically saying that it's possible to have. You're basically saying that level 1 is not defined by your attributes. You're basically saying that because they're not getting experience points and they're not leveling up in a traditional sense, they're still level 1, even though, like, mathematically they don't have those attributes. Did you? Oh. I thought you died.
No, it's just... Oh. I just used the grass, and he clipped me again as soon as I finished the animation. Oh my god. Okay.
I punched his balls.
Good for you. Are you serious? Oh my god.
I'm surprised that was safe. I did not get hit there. I can't see.
Yeah, that's a move. Oh, come on, dude. Oh my god, he's so resistant. Okay, that's enough of this level. Okay.
Oh, is it picking up too much background noise again? Let me see. Hmm. I'm not sure.
All right, I need 62K to level up.
I realize in like the modern climate with, taking like rules out of games and making them more free play, this statement would be like really frowned upon, but like a competently made like RPG, including action RPGs, forces you to interact with the RPG elements as part of the game challenge. Because
Yeah.
if they're not actually part of the game challenge and they're optional, it's not an RPG. Like
Right.
it's like fucking it's you don't have we don't call Ninja Gaiden an action RPG, even though it has some loose and stat customization technically with its like equipment options, because you can like increase like your defense at the cost of your attack power or whatever. We don't call it an action RPG because it's not about stat management or anything like
Right.
that. But we call
Right.
Kingdom Hearts 2 an action RPG, even though it's functionally basically the same thing, where it's just an option and it isn't like mandatory as part of the experience, especially if you're playing on critical mode. For no other reason than because Square Enix says it's an action RPG. I mean, that's like the saying that Melody of Memory is an action RPG just because the publisher says so.
Hmm.
Melody of Memory is a rhythm game.
Okay.
And yes, I have encountered at least one Kingdom Hearts fan who said that it's an action RPG just because that's what the publisher says.
No. Yeah, they're the same people who believe in, well, actually, you know what? I probably can't say that on Twitch.
It's just like action RPGs are not they're not action games with optional customization. They're action games with mandatory customization. You don't get to pick and choose. You don't get to choose whether or not you interact with the RPG elements. You don't get to ignore the RPG elements and not have a generally not as good experience, or at the very least a much more difficult one.
Right.
Like, I mean, you
I'll be right back,
can
I'm
make
gonna
that
pee.
choice, but it's like objectively not correct.
Okay. Let's see. So right now we don't actually need to do Storm King, so I'm wondering.
We still need to go and do my Flame Lurker.
Yes, we do. All right. So in that case, I will make a nice mess for Baldwin to sweep up, and to peel off with like a comically oversized spatula. Uh, anyway.
Thanks to you. Now, if you wish, I will cleanse them.
I like how in this one, they do the, like, I guess, modern Devil May Cry thing, where, like, when you're looking at, like, the spells and stuff that you have, there's a little, like, MP4 that shows you, like, what it actually does.
Yeah.
More games need to do shit like this.
Yeah.
Especially Kingdom Hearts.
Okay, Flame Lurker.
So I should put on Second Chance, because we're gonna fight Natsu, and he's going to one-shot us.
All right, so for starters, I'm going to want the Cling Ring and the Cat Ring. And my sign is down.
Oh yeah, I don't need the Cling Ring on anymore. Where's the cat ring? There it is.
Yep. Yep. Oh, and all of this, like, ultimately branched off of that whole, like, oh, Skyrim is a bad game that's not fun. It's like, no. And with you having only ever played Skyrim, it is difficult for me to convey, like, especially as far back as, like, Daggerfall and Arena. It's not something I can easily articulate. You know, I can't tell you in just the right way what it's like by comparison to where you'll actually get it.
Why is this lizard here?
That was a little awkward. Oh, hi.
Oh. Well, another plague resistance ring, I guess. Wait, where?
Not the way I dropped, but I'm okay. Yeah, more over that direction, opposite of where I am. There you go.
task failed successfully.
Pretty much, yeah. Ow. No more cat ring, ally ring.
I wish there were like actual articulations of why people think that RPG elements that are like actually mandatory to the experience in an action RPG somehow completely ruin the action elements of the game. Like, that just... It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
There's so many action RPGs out there that force interaction with RPG elements that are perfectly fine, and that no one who's played them really complains about it. And yet we have, like, you know, certain 2FM fans who complain about it as being, like, an issue, and they're essentially just, like, howling to the moon. Like, old men yelling at Cloud or whatever. Because, like, I mean, to my knowledge, Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, lesser extent base Cage 3, and the Remind DLC in Cage 3 are the only action RPGs that have ever been made that have automatic scaling. Or automatic level scaling more appropriately. Why is it then that, you know, no one else in any other action RPG community, like, or fandom, like, complains about this supposed, like, massive problem? I mean, fuck, imagine, like, playing Borderlands 2 and complaining that the starter level 1 pistol that you get at the beginning of the game in the fucking tutorial is doing 1 damage per hit to the final boss. Like,
yeah.
That's stupid. That is a ridiculous thing to complain about, especially in a game that's about, like, getting better loot. You're not supposed to hold on to the starter pistol. Like, that's not the experience. Like, you can try and beat the game with it, and people have done that, but, like, you're not gonna... That pistol's stats aren't going to automatically be increased to be, like, equivalent to, like, you know, a level 50 white tier common rarity pistol of the same brand when you fight the final boss in true Vault Hunter mode, which is the second cycle. That doesn't happen, and no one asks for it to happen because it's contrary to the experience. But in Kingdom Hearts, it's considered contrary to the experience to have your stats be relevant at level 1. What exactly is the issue? What specifically makes, you know, Kingdom Hearts fans, like, sages with, I guess, you know, more correct perspective on RPGs when no other fan base associated with an action RPG, surrounding an action RPG, has ever complained about it?
Yeah.
I don't get it. It's like the whole Pokemon thing. Like, no one complains about grinding in JRPGs. It's just part of the genre.
Right. Ow! Sit down. I wasted an Old Spice. Oh well.
Ooh. Yeah, Soul Thirst and Ring of Avarice are so nice. I got like 121k out of that.
I bet they are nice. I'm an idiot. I was just like, hey, let me get the Black Phantom Banishing spell with the Old Monk Soul, not Soul Thirst.
You can get, oh wait, Old Monk is different from Old Hero.
Yeah. Anyway. Okay, so, yeah, now my Dragon God.
And I realize that, like, you know, technically making that could be considered like an appeal to tradition and or an appeal to, like, popular consensus, But if you're not going to provide
The lost
if you're not going to actually explain why your position is valid, not just in like Kingdom Hearts but broadly, then I think it's entirely fair to point out that like you're basically the only person or only group of people to complain about it and that you're a fringe minority because I mean, you're not making an argument.
Right.
So why do I have to prove to you that your position is wrong when you don't have to prove your position to me?
Right, and the burden of proof is always on the positive assertion. Like that's just how this works. It's binary logic. You know, something either is true or it is not true. I don't know why my throat just was like, "Hey, let's do that." It's either is true or is not true. There is no in between. Okay. Uh, goodness.
Ugh.
Fucking Igor coming out. I don't know where that came from. Yes, master. Hi, I do voices. Oh god. All right. Shit. All right. I gotta see what the best thing to do here is for Dragon God.
Yeah, I guess you could. Are you looking up like a video?
No, I'm just looking at my rings.
Oh, I don't think it matters.
Yeah, I don't think it does either.
Yeah, I put on second chance.
Oh, that would have been a good idea.
I'm just gonna go get my bloodstain. I'm gonna go put my sign down, and then I'm gonna go pee.
Okay.
I'm fully expecting to be one-shotted, so I'm not even gonna bother with the cling ring.
Yep. Straight up will not make a difference. Hmm.
Hey, like, if you want fulfill your own burden of proof, I mean, fundamentally, I mean, actually, I think as a first step, you're going to have to explain why you are basically one of the only people who has a problem with whatever you're complaining about with, you know, level 1 and or what have you. Because, like, it isn't simply like tradition that you're complaining about. It's literally like the fundamental nature of the genre that upsets you. So
Yeah.
why what makes your position that it's not a that it's a problem that at level 1 in an action RPG you're forced to quote unquote do some extra steps, go
Yeah.
through some extra steps in order to have fun? And
Yeah.
the phrasing of that is actually like really like insidious too, because it like implies that like in and of itself answering the question of how you manage your stats is inherently not fun. It gets in
Right.
the way of the combat.
Right. Then why are you playing an RPG?
Where's Ford? I think this is Ford. Cheer, I'm gonna need you to not.
Yeah, so the color of his eyes tells you whether or not he's angry and sees you.
Yeah, but how
Ow.
am I supposed to tell when I'm smacking a pillar?
Yeah. That's the problem.
So it just occurred to me that I forgot to put second chance on. Should probably do that. Interesting. Huh? So did he stay aggroed? Ugh.
No.
I didn't have enough time to get to the next thing.
You gotta... well. Yeah. Summoning failed.
Network error. Wow, that fucking hitbox, bro. That's just great. Oh, I rolled into that. I can't. I thought he was aggroed onto me. Ugh. I would rather fight the Bed of Chaos.
Okay, well, it is what it is. Dragon God gonna Dragon God. You know what? I'm just gonna leave your, like... Alright, there we go. Let me pull you back in. I was trying to keep his attention on me instead of on you.
Oh,
Yeah, I just the thought
maybe
crossed
you
my
could
mind. I'm
do
like,
that. I don't know if it would work, but maybe Ring of the Accursed would aid in that.
Possibly.
You would just need to like consistently bait the punch into that central zone. And that hitbox
Pretty
is like
much.
just objectively too large. I hit nothing. I like
See,
rolled into nothing when he did that punch into the center.
yeah. I will say it's understandable that it would be rather large hitbox because he's not just hitting the broadside of the barn, he is the barn.
Cheerio, you're on my lap, which means that I can't really... Okay. Huh?
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, let me try something. I'm gonna bring you in, but I'm gonna run out this time.
Can I help you, Cheerio?
Well, hi there. Alright, this time I'm gonna change my setup here. I don't want the Ring of the Accursed at the moment. Ow! Yep, okay. I remember doing this 100% by myself years ago, and I don't know why I can't... All right. Okay.
I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I made it through. Oh, so it's like a button you actually push now. I didn't really notice that before. It's like a physical button, not just like a glowy orb-shaped thing on the side that you just kind of put your hand into the air against. Ow! Come on!
Damn.
I don't have enough stamina. And that actually,
just
like,
amazed.
really sucks because, like, I only have 2 ring slots, and one of them I need to reserve for the Eternal Warriors ring.
Hmm. All right, I'm just gonna watch you this time and see what you do. Just because I want to see if there's like a mistake you're making while I'm, because I was trying to like follow along after you pulled the trigger, but
I don't even know how or why I made it through the first time that attempt.
So something to notice is that like the color of his eyes.
Well, I am trying to pay attention to that. It's just
Right.
like a question of the first, like the second or third like obstacle that I need to destroy. What exactly he does and how to deal with it is not very clear to me.
Damn, that fire breath is a cool attack.
What are you... Bro, come on.
Oh, well, okay.
That's not an opening. Is this like something he... He didn't do this in the first cycle.
Hmm. I don't even remember him doing it in the original. I legit cannot think of any time he did that in the original. I don't remember.
One thing's for sure is that it's absolutely blinding.
Yeah.
Lots of bloom. Why are there just ballistae in his arena where he could clearly destroy them if he wanted to?
Shh. Don't think about it. Video game logic.
They just didn't think about that part.
Pretty much, yeah. No, I don't know. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. Lore boss gonna lore boss.
Ow, I wasn't fast enough. I'm still alive.
Oh my god. Alive and...
I have 8 HP.
Fascinating.
Try this again. Ow. Why is he punching there? That damage output feels random, dude. I've survived that hit before. Ugh.
Okay.
This is not intuitive at all.
Well, this is not costing us anything.
Oh wait, you know what? I might have survived that hit and was left with 8 HP because of second chance.
Hmm. It basically, like, I think the most consistent thing to do is you run out, you smack the thing, then you run back, you smack the thing. You gotta keep playing chicken with the pillar.
God damn. If his like punch positions are exactly the same every time, I could like potentially like bait, but I just need to figure that out.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so he's doing exactly what I anticipated here. He is completely docile at the moment. His eyes are yellow. He's looking around because I'm behind this pillar. Now, what I'm going to do is while he's looking away, I'm going to run to another pillar that I can hide behind. He doesn't see me. His eyes are yellow. If he sees me, his eyes go red.
Oh, I thought it was the way you explained it. I thought it was the reverse.
No. You never gave me a chance to explain it. And you have to watch what direction he's looking when you decide to run. All right, big guy. Work with me here. You just gotta follow the tracking of his head. And then I should stream this.
This is like a really deadly game of red light, green light.
Yes, exactly. It's and I know you've never played it. I was 7 when I played it, and I loved that game. The Jurassic Park 3 Dino Defender. It's exactly that. You have to. There's a T-Rex that stands behind a row of trees, and you have to stand perfectly still in front of a tree on the opposite side from the T-Rex. And if it sees you, right, you're in trouble. But as long as you watch its head movements and you move precisely at the right moment to the next tree, you're okay. So I'm gonna stream. Okay. I need the demons. I need to make a Demon Souls asset.
What specifically? I can give you mine.
That would probably be. You know what? I think
I literally have a Demon Souls asset for my overlay.
Yeah, let me
find it.
I could just duplicate the. I can copy and paste the Elden Ring one, and then what I'll do, paste duplicate, and then it's gonna be in here. It's gonna be Demon Souls properties. Oh no, I gotta rename it. Game icon. Souls. Okay. And then what I can do is I can go to properties, and then I can. And then. No, I gotta transform it. Because yeah, I can show you exactly how to do this because it just came back to me like perfectly. All right, so now there's that. Turn off the Elden Ring one. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do, boils and ghouls. All right.
let me get logged into Restream and whatnot. I gotta load that back up. So got that. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. I forget where this is. No, that's not right. Connected. Let's see, there we go. All right, got it. All right. Update titles. No, I'll just do it anyway. All right, this is going to be. That's.
What the fuck do you mean we're... Skyrim is boring as fuck and has no replay value. Where's the replay when you can do everything in one playthrough?
Okay, explain to me how I have over 1,000 hours just in Legendary Edition, actually 2,000 hours in Legendary Edition alone, and that's not counting all the time I've spent in Special Edition, all the time I've spent in both. Well, actually, I've done it. Let's see. PS3 have the Platinum Trophy. PC Legendary Edition. I have a couple thousand hours. PS4, I have it on there.
Wait,
haven't really
I
had a
have to
chance.
look at this. Someone else, like, kind of already responded to it, saying after you beat the game with no mods, and then like a GIF that says deploy the mods or whatever. They said Skyrim is trash, not going to waste my time modding trash. And then he said the meme fuckery that you can get up to with mods though. They said I don't know what that means, but it doesn't sound fun. And then there's just, he posted a link to Nexus mods called load screen dad jokes. So there's a Skyrim dad jokes mod.
I need it. All right. Okay. So. I should be okay. Let me just verify this. View channel. Live tab. Alright, now. And also I'm gonna get... Let me bring my channel over here next to yours. Then I'm gonna go open up my channel on Twitch.
Today was a hot day in Skyrim. I wish there was Morrowind.
That's funny.
To
Okay.
a certain extent, Diaburst. Like, are you referring to the person who said that the game is bad, or the other guy who's saying that you can play the game with mods? when you say that they're asking a very subjective question and that you can argue with anything with that.
Yeah, I mean, because, like, ultimately... Wait, is that Hitalia? I just noticed... I'm looking at your screen to read his chat. There's no replay value. Yeah, no, that is subjective. Well, that...
That
I take that back. It depends. There's an extent.
There's, like... the value of, like, something, a piece of content in the game, whether or not you want to replay it, whether or not you want to re-experience it based on your enjoyment, that is subjective. Whether or not there's, like, substantive and meaningful content to replay at all is objective, though, because that's just
Correct.
the content of the game and how it's designed.
Correct.
So it's a bit of both.
Yeah, alright. YouTube Live tab.
So, what were you saying, Itala, what?
Oh, no, so I just looked at your thing there in Bert's room. Is that
I don't know what that is. That I don't know
Yeah,
what you're
I
talking
just-
about. It's just
yeah,
this is the background one. This is Vert's dirty room, like the background
Yeah.
CG from Mega Dimension.
Yeah, okay, yeah, so her Fujoshi chamber. Fujoshi dungeon. Because I can see it looks like Sebastian and CL from Black Butler in that horizontal picture frame. And then it looks like Italy and Germany from Hitalia in the vertical one. That's funny.
Are they?
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know what either of those shows are. Well, I've heard
Yeah.
of Black Butler, but I've
Yeah.
never seen it.
Yeah. Anyway, so alright, so YouTube is being female. Oh, there it is. It recognized I'm streaming.
Oh, you're not doing it on Twitch?
I'm doing both.
Ah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna show you
What's up with Dragon God? All right, I'm gonna bring you in, and that way you'll get the credit. But I'm gonna show you what's up. So, let's, yeah,
I'm gonna give it like a couple minutes. I don't think it's too important, honestly, that I have a pre-stream for this. I just wanted to make sure everything was gonna be okay. So yeah, you know what? Let's just do this. Go to the main stream. You bonked me. How dare you? Oh, I also need my stream alerts thing. Yeah. Stream alerts.
Oh,
Watch that.
I guess we could, like, I should probably get something like that with the different, like, sound redeems and stuff set up at some point.
Yeah.
I just don't know how to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am gonna pull you in now. I'm gonna switch over to my preview so I can actually see what the fuck I'm doing. All right. Oh, I still have the Elden Ring death counter on there. Hang on. Let me. That's gonna be confusing if I leave that up. Let me make it invisible. What layer is that on? I don't remember what layer that's on. It's not. Yeah. It's, oh, death counter. There it is. Found it. We're just normal men. All right. I have made normal men invisible. Okay. All right. So, yeah, you can just kind of chill in the boss room. I will show you on stream.
Yeah, I'll, like, just come into the boss fog because
Yeah.
I need to actually, you know...
Yeah. And then, like, just kind of chill by the fog, and then, like, if you want to watch the stream... You know what might be interesting is if you were to, like, streamception, show what I'm showing. That'd be weird.
Let me figure that out. So,
Yeah, that's up to you.
Hold on. I'll need to move some things around. So, I would need to... I would need to put your browser, or your browser, yes. I'll put your computer operating system onto my other screen. Alright, so there's that, and then... I guess I can full screen this, and then... Oh, I'll need to sloppily go into my NS sources and change which capture is actually being used. Pardon me. Okay, so I guess, that's gonna be a little awkward. You know, let me add some music. Because there's no sound. Because I'm not playing sound from your stream for obvious reasons.
Yeah, that'd be weird.
Media source. Emergency food. And then so loop. What should I play? Very interesting question. You know what? I guess I could maybe make you seem relatively badass-ish. I would just need... Oh, right. This... I need to... So emergency food is there. Advanced audio properties, I believe... How did I handle this on the, this chatting screen?
Yeah, I didn't get an alert for it, but I just noticed the latest follower has changed. Fitness Dammy 1127. Appreciate it. All right, so basically,
Give me 1 second.
Yep, when you're ready.
Yep, I'm just trying to figure out how I did my advanced audio properties again.
Oh, I have a bot to ban on Twitch.
Yay. Oh, see, so it's monitor and output. Got it.
Gone, what?
This needs to be toned way the fuck down. Let's put it at like 26.3 and see how that works. Advanced audio properties. Paimon needs to be monitored and outputted. Alright, let me... There we go. Alright, music's going.
Alright. Let me know.
I have your thing pulled open on my stream.
Okay. So, I'm gonna teach you the Dragon God, alright? Okay? Okay? Alright. So, what we do is we do this. We go hide. Now his eyes are yellow. See how he's calm? So what I gotta do is when he's not looking over here, right? Alright, he's looking over there. Now he's turning his head. I bop. Now run back. Now you have a certain amount of time when his eyes go red before he does his punchies and he pops you like a grape. So what you gotta do, he just if he starts to growl, you run back to cover. So now that he's looking in this direction, I'm not going to move. But as soon as he looks back in the other direction, I'm gonna run to the next cover spot. Now. Which is this big chunky thing right here. Okay? So that's that. And now you can see how close I am to the other thing. Now he's looking away. Bop. Now I can actually make it over to cover. Right? He's still a little pissed off, but now you see his eyes went yellow. Okay? So that is easy enough. And now I can make it to the ballista as he looks away.
You know, if we didn't have problems doing this by ourselves, you would never have, like, relearned how to do this.
Yeah. It just popped back into my head. I'm like, oh god, I wish I could remember the specifics and the timing, and boom, there it is. It was like, okay, it's back now. Alright, so. Now there's these big boy pillars here, right? And now while he's looking over there, pop that, stay behind cover. Okay, and he's looking right at where I need to be, so I'm gonna wait. He's looking away. Smashy smash, hide behind cover. Stay hidden.
You know, if I had it already on my thing, and it was like, you know, on my computer, and I wouldn't have had to like download it or whatever for like a few minutes or something, I would have put in, instead of this like Ninja War song that I have right now, to give a more epic and badass shinobi feel to this tutorial, I would have played like the classic like OG I'm Blue song or whatever, or like a remix of that I was exposed to with like Fusion Fall like tutorials on YouTube back in the days of fucking Hypercam 2 and 3.
Unregistered Hypercam.
Yeah. The YouTube classic that no longer exists.
Yeah.
My first... It was... Hypercam 3 Unregistered was, like, I think the first fucking, like, recording program that I ever used back in middle school.
Imagine registering Hypercam.
Imagine not being a pirate.
Oh, piracy is dope.
How does he not see you there when you're not even actually behind the pillar?
Yep. I'm being a little risky here, but... And that's how you play T-Rex Extreme with the Dragon God.
Alright, I think it is... Ooh, God damn it. My controller fell. Hopefully that doesn't cause any drifting problems in the future. Alright, I think that will be enough of your tutorial for now.
Yep.
I'm gonna change... You just hold off. I'm gonna change this stuff out. Let me see. Go back to my thing. Where's my... There it is. Okay, so I change this by moving it back. And then I need to... change this back as well, I think. And I need to not with that. Because now it's on my front display.
Alright, I'm gonna keep it
that was mildly awkward. Very clunky doing like overlay stuff in the middle of a stream.
Yeah. Definitely. Definitely. Okay. So yeah,
Alright. I'm heading down.
Yep.
And Faces Pass, and I'm gay now.
An attempt was made. That's the Master's Ring. I don't give a shit about that.
Yeah. Alright, I think everything's fine now. Ow!
All right, and grab this soul, and then I will go back to the Nexus and Kermit Sewer Slide. Boom. All right. To the Nexus. Suffering succotash. Never understood what that meant.
Never understood what?
Suffering succotash. All right.
Huh?
Oh, give me that wog. Sylvester? You know, the cat and the Looney Tunes? All right. God, why are you like this? All right. Gonna level up real quick. Okay. And now go make a nice, nasty little mess for Baldwin to scrape up.
How do you do yourself a dragon god?
You don't want to know. It's very messy. There's a lot of shame after the fact. Or at least there should be.
Does your dragon god end up giving birth to donkey and dragon hybrids as children?
No, but you see the state of this candle? It's something like that. Yeah. All right. Underground temple. All right. You know what? After this, I think I'm feeling Valley of Defilement. Get it out of the way. Why am I going all the way down? That's too far.
Alright, I don't need the claim ring anymore. At least not for now.
And in doing it correctly, neither will I. All right. There you go. Signs down.
Same spot as my cum drop.
Oh. Oh, that's just a thing that you would say. I need to like activate my Bonkai, like, you know. Send Bonk Zakura to Kageyoshi. Because you're talking mad horny for someone in bonking range. All right.
So, say about, like, in response to the idea of it has no replay value.
That is demonstrably silly. Look at how many people have been replaying it for 12 years. I'd just like to point out that Skyrim is as old as Ocarina of Time was when the 3DS version came out. Like, there's a few months of difference there, but like, relatively speaking, it's right about there. Okay. if you can believe that people were playing Ocarina of Time, which objectively has less replay value because it's the same game every time, for 12 years, you can believe that people will play Skyrim, which is an open world, make your own story RPG. Come on. It's just disingenuous is what it is. The idea that it has no fucking replay value, give me a break.
2 million hours of mods would say it has plenty of replay value. That's how it stayed alive all this time and still thriving.
Yeah.
One playthrough in its total of the base vanilla game is 2 years in real-time play. I know. I've done it.
Skyrim's fucking awesome. I love it. Anyway.
Yep. I will put on second chance to protect myself with a chastity belt.
Give yourself a little buffer.
And then... one downside to this game is that they don't gray out spells if you don't have, like, the MP costs or whatever to fulfill.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to do that.
T-Rex Extreme. Alright, I'm gonna be watching your stream.
I was hiding behind a pillar, and he punched me anyway. Is it because you were there?
That's a possibility.
Yeah, because he kept punching me, even though I was literally hiding behind a pillar.
Yeah. Okay, now he seems to be focused on you. So now I'm gonna switch to your stream. Yep. And now when he looks the other way is when you, as soon as he starts to like line up, yeah, okay. But you do it once, then go back. Not all the way.
Well, because he had aggroed on me.
Yeah, no, I just... You have a few seconds once he growls. Yeah. You gotta get back behind cover, and then you'll be okay. So as soon as he starts to turn away, go. Now hide. Yep, there you go.
Oh, that's not safe. Fair enough.
Ah.
I thought that would be sufficient as cover, but nah.
Nope. Gotta be a big chonky one.
Alright. This is fine. Second chance also doesn't seem to work at all in co-op unless it only lasts like temporarily, which I don't think is the case. So
I'm pretty sure it is like a rudimentary Tears of Denial type situation, where it does have a cooldown, but like, don't know. Haven't really used it. All right, so my sign going back down. And if you want to keep practicing, go right ahead. And if you want me to take over, just let me know. I'm going to stay way back here by the fog. Hey, Davis, what's up? It's been a while, buddy.
Who?
Davis Roth over on YouTube.
Oh.
Yep.
I don't remember him.
Well, I do declare, Mr. Beauregard. I do. It's one of the nice things about having a smaller audience is you remember people.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing is that, like, I was just part of the audience, so...
Yeah. Yeah.
No reason to retain, like, you know, the name of someone that I'm not interacting with too often when I'm not the one who created that community.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, so I'm just teaching Boyish how to do the Dragon God. It's basically, I doubt you would know about this, but okay.
The timing
we
on
have
that doesn't really make much sense.
Okay. You seem to be all right. So I'm sure you don't know what this is, but back in the day, like 2001. There were these PC games for Jurassic Park 3. One of them was Dino Defender, and the other one was Danger Zone. Danger Zone was more of like a board game type situation with like mini games that you would land on. And one of them was called T-Rex Extreme. And it's the same thing as you would be doing in Dino Defender, where you basically have to hide from a T-Rex by lining up with trees and watching its head movement. So that way you're moving between the trees to get away from it when it's not looking at you. And it's the same concept here in Demon's Souls. That's how you do the Dragon God. Otherwise, you will get punched and popped like a grape. Ballsy move over there, picking up the item first. Ballsy move over there, dropping off from the top like that. You know, it just occurred to me, my microphone is on, right? Like, on OBS. I gotta check that.
Hold on a second.
I need to mute. Hang on. I don't understand why it's not on. Did I change it in my... Okay, I don't know if I'm coming through now. I'm not sure what's up with that. Okay, I assume I'm coming through now. I am coming through now. I just heard it. Okay. Yeah, for some reason, my microphone was muted in OBS. I don't know why. So everything that I was saying while I was doing that only came through on your stream. Yeah. So I'm just gonna delete this VOD. So yeah, okay. So we're done with Dragon God for the moment. So the title is gonna be redundant anyway. I just wanted to show Boyish how to do that. And yeah. So I'll just restart because we're gonna keep going. The Pepsi I drank at 4 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday kind of has kicked in, and I've been a lot more energetic than I was nigh on 12 hours ago now. So, despite the fact that I only got like 4 hours of sleep yesterday after being up for like 26 hours, I don't know what's going on this week. It's just, yeah. So, but yeah, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to stop the stream. I'll start it back up with a new title and everything, and then we'll go from there. Okay?
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Yeah, the second part with of that the second thing of that with a significant distance between the pillar I need to destroy and the pillar I need to hide behind, I still don't really get.
Yeah.
But everything else went smoothly.
Good.
Except for the RNG spooge from his nostrils.
Yeah.
If the timing on that was consistent, it would be like reasonably learnable, but it's like instantaneous and it happens at somewhat random intervals.
Yeah.
I guess I'll put on my bow, go do one run of that with Soul Thirst active, and Shrine of Storms so I can get an extra level in.
Yep. And then, yeah, we can go hit up Valley of Defilement, I guess.
Yay. At least we have the Sodden Ring.
Yep.
Why did I walk back to the Archstone? Where is my cling ring?
Soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel.
That'll suffice for a title.
Oh, do you have further? God, Umbasa.
Okay, that's not right.
I'm sorry. Who are you?
Alright. Crestfallen Knight will die the next time I come back here. Now there should be far less issues. Well, man-eaters. But on the whole, we should be able to burn through this a lot more easily now.
Yeah,
Shrine of Storms gave us a lot of grief.
yeah. Really did. It was gross. Okay. All right. Now let me just make sure Twitch and YouTube are both cooperating.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess you haven't played Daggerfall or Morrowind. Okay. What makes them better than Skyrim?
Yeah. And I have. They're not better. They're different. They do things differently, and they do things differently in a perfectly valid way, just like Skyrim does things differently in a perfectly valid way. They're not the same kind of game.
Well, Daggerfall, like, inherently can't be as good or better than Skyrim because it's procedurally generated, and we know what that means.
Yeah, and procedurally generated in the 90s, by the way.
Yeah, like, there are games like Minecraft where procedural generation works, but that doesn't really go well with, like, RPGs.
Yeah. Well, let's put it this way, okay? Daggerfall's procedurally generated dungeons can become such a clusterfuck. Welcome back. You too, Davis. Daggerfall's procedurally generated dungeons can become such a clusterfuck that there are actually mods, particularly for the Unity version. You can't really mod the DOS version, but anyway, on the Unity version, it is like strongly recommended that you play with the smaller dungeons mod. Like you basically you're restricting what it's capable of doing because the procedural generation of the dungeons in the vanilla game can create absolute travesties that are just not fun to traverse through. They're a headache. They're extremely long, and oh, by the way, you could be completely screwed over in softlock. So better not to. So no, Daggerfall kind of has bad dungeons in the vanilla, and it has some problems with it. And it's like, I mean, I like Daggerfall. Don't get me wrong, but it's a very different beast from a modern RPG, from a modern 3D RPG at that.
I like how, in a completely separate like thing, the person who said that Skyrim is boring and no replay value, the same guy who said that who guessed that I'd never played Daggerfall or Morrowind, like basically said that Morrowind is a great example. 10 race options, and each sex has different base stats. 13 birth sign options, 27 skills that can be assigned to 5 major slots and 5 minor slots, which gives, let me see, I don't know, so about 100,000 million billion trillion 7 quadrillion 959 trillion 533 billion 662 million and 80,000 possible builds. So not all of them will be viable. I mean, if you're doing a very bad job indirectly trying to prove that Morrowind is great by admitting that it's quantity over quality.
I mean, well, that's the thing. I mean, a number that big is meaningless because, okay, yeah, theoretically that many builds are possible, but that's not going to happen. And no one could ever, like, even approach that number of possible builds. And on top of that, yeah, if most of them are garbage, then what's the point? Like, okay, if it's like, okay, yeah, you have the option to play a garbage build, but you have the option to play a garbage build in Skyrim too. Anyway, so yeah, so I just wanted to give it a few minutes. 5 minutes I think should be sufficient considering what we're dealing with here. Davis says this might just be on my end, but every few seconds you're muted and it goes back and forth. Weird. Let me
No,
listen
it's not
back to
muted.
it myself.
Why are you here, Dash?
That was mean. That sounded so mean.
But I... Ugh. What is that Demon Souls icon?
Huh?
Is that...
Oh, it was just one I grabbed.
Oh, I gave
I
you
already-
mine.
I already had one. I was just grabbing. I can change it out later.
Yeah, I gave you mine. Like, it has, like, more detail.
Yeah. Why am I seeing? Even when I click on live, it doesn't seem to want to. Twitch is okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like, YouTube is not playing back properly. That as much is true.
Uh, find out? Or no, I can't find out. Because,
I have no idea. YouTube is just kind of being buggy right now, I guess. Because it's not even letting me like play back up to like where I should actually be live. But Twitch seems to be okay. So I have no idea. So yeah, Davis, I guess if you want to try Twitch, that's an option. But I if I can get this resolved, I would like to. I don't want to go forward and then have this be a waste of time. But YouTube is really behind. It just caught up with Dash's comment, and that's with it set to live.
why is the auto on my YouTube stream for me set to 144p? Oh, there
Interesting.
we go. It's no, still one. Okay, so Morrowind is better than Skyrim because of replayability, better exploration, RNG-based skill
No.
use, better itemization and crafting, and better magic system. Daggerfall is better because larger dungeons, better storyline, better
No.
itemization, and better magic system.
No. Okay, I'd like to point out that Daggerfall is responsible for the Warp in the West, which is one of the biggest retcons in the entire series, because they wrote themselves into a corner. They couldn't continue with a canonical story when they gave the player 7 different options for an ending.
That
The Warp in the West is what's
that
called a
sounds
dragon
like
break.
a bad that sounds like a bad western low budget indie movie. Warp in the West.
What it refers to is a phenomenon where everybody just lost track of time for a period of a couple of days after the Numidium was activated, and basically all of the endings are both canon and not canon at the same time. Tiber Septim exists and does not exist at the same time prior to these events, because it's just a total contradiction in lore. Like the events of Daggerfall's ending completely buttfuck Elder Scrolls continuity, while also establishing new continuity that goes forward just fine. It's crazy. So it's literally called the Dragon Breaking. It's why it's called the Dragon Break, because it's the dragon, which is Akatosh, the aspect of time, breaking. He's like a dragon god of time. So it's like he broke into pieces. It just
it's crazy. Anyway, yeah, we're at like 11 minutes. I'm gonna switch over to the game again, and then we can get back into things. Davis is on Twitch. Hopefully, it's working better on Twitch. I noticed that YouTube was being kind of buggy on my end, so probably just YouTube. All right.
I don't see why it's like a problem that you could technically run every possible build in one playthrough of Skyrim when that means that whether you do it in one playthrough or several playthroughs, you can actually have the complete Skyrim experience, whereas it's impossible to have the complete experience with Morrowind, just categorically.
And not for nothing, but like even setting that aside, because frankly I don't care. Not that I don't care what you're saying, you know what I mean. But like, just don't do it that way. Just don't. Like, if you don't want a jack of all trades character who's the, leader of the Thieves Guild, Archmage of Winterhold, the listener of the Dark Brotherhood, and the blah 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 blah, the Harbinger of the Companions, all that shit. Just don't do it all. Just pick one. Like, just do one. It's not that complicated. That's a choice that you make if you want to ruin it for yourself or not. It's a choice. Anyway, okay, so I am at, how am I doing on Soulage? Why not, right? And I need 65, 682 to level up, so I'm going to be a little bit. All right, yeah, so I will pick you up in Valley of Defilement whenever you're ready. All right, so far it seems okay on Twitch. Yeah, so it must be a YouTube thing. All right, seems like you are ready, so I am going to head down there. Davis is now following on Twitch. Appreciate it. All right. Let's see. Yeah, Regenerator's Ring and Fragrant Ring. Why not? Good combination. It's a good combination. It's the best combination. Everybody agrees. Okay. Oh, yeah. Give me those lotuses.
Yeah, I have Cure.
Yeah. Well, I have Antidote, yeah.
Well, Antidote and Cure are like different spells. Cure like cures all status ailments. And apparently it's kind of busted because it only consumes like a single memory slot.
Yeah. Well, I don't have Cure on right now, sister. I know they're different spells, but, if we're only going to be dealing with poison, that's all I'm going to work with. Hi. Oh.
Oh, we can kill Garl this time.
We can kill Garl this time.
That was stupid.
That was stupid. If you'd be so kind as to boop his snoot, I will be hopefully not getting yeeted down into the abyss from bad collision on this, whatever this is. Not a fan. Not a fan. Okay.
I just like that it seems that randomly, sometimes this version of the game will randomly create like collision somewhere near you for no fucking reason.
Oh, bye.
Like the weird shit that happened to me in that fucking elevators on in Stone Fang.
Yep.
Just something randomly spawned above my head twice.
Yep. you got a taste of what I had to deal with. Um, I'm Davis's favorite streamer. I appreciate that. I kind of feel bad that,
Unfortunately, just as a heads up, Davis, this is technically like a tasteless plug, but if you want to watch us play like Elden Ring again, you're gonna have to come over to my streams for that instead of his, because he blocks invaders, which means that
my name gets flashed on the screen.
So yeah, he won't be streaming Elden Ring.
Yeah, so you gotta no, and like I said, I don't care if you're plugging. It's just a pragmatic thing to do, because it's like, you know, if you're wondering where we are, we're playing Elden Ring. You know, it's just gonna be like not on my channel, because I am not, you know, I'm not one to entertain invaders, but I also don't want my name out there. So, because like that's why I took the VODs down, because my name was getting flashed on there, and it's like, okay, well, I don't want to have to, you know, go and edit that out. So that's a lot of footage to sift through just for like a quick flash of my name, you know. So yeah. So like right now we're basically just, all we've got left is spells. We just got to get the last like couple miracles, and then a mix of New Game Plus and Plus Plus for regular sorceries, and then we're done. That's platinum. So and I didn't stream this. See, I didn't stream this because, like I said, I didn't know if I was going to end up in blocking invaders a lot, and it has happened a couple of times as we've gotten higher in level. So you know, it is what it is. Davis says, "Do you have a YouTube stream or just a Twitch?" He has both.
I'm streaming on both right now.
Yeah, he's doing both right now.
All right. I don't know where you and I was typing to the thing on Twitter. He said, when I mentioned that it was like better to design that you could run every possible build in one playthrough than for it to be impossible to get the complete experience. He said that's pure cope. There's no replayability. You complete one playthrough and that's it.
Lie.
You've done everything. Why do it again? With Morrowind, you can replay it over and over again. Every time it will be a different experience. Not if you play Morrowind in exactly the same way every time.
Yeah, completely. Yeah, that's completely disingenuous. That
just seems to be the case
with people.
That just seems to be the case with, like, I'm not really taking this too seriously. It really does seem to be the case that most of the people who complain a lot about, like, Skyrim and stuff are, like, kind of... They all seem like elitists.
Yes, very much so. They need to feel validated that, oh, my CRPG is better than your CRPG. It's like, just fucking play the game.
Why are we right here?
I don't know. The power of Christ compels you? I don't know. I'm not looking to like collect items or anything. I'm just kind of.
I'm trying to figure out where to go.
I don't even care about like knocking these guys down for souls or anything like that.
A way down. This is a bit of a fast way down, though. Oh, Jesus, come on, man.
I just don't want to get caught in the gravitational pull of Uranus.
What if it was Sailor Uranus?
It's on the table. Uranus specifically, she's sitting on the table. He's in my suggested channels on YouTube.
Oh, I guess I'm not on your suggested channels on Twitch.
I haven't done that yet because you weren't. last I was using Twitch, you had sworn off of using it.
Ow! They attacked me at
So-
the same time.
Oh, okay, bye. Did they now? So, you know, you got a little DP action, a little Deadpool, you know? Alright, wow.
Now that's cope. I asked him why he's one of the only people who hasn't been replaying Skyrim for 12 years straight, and he said, because it keeps getting re-released with every new generation of consoles. Morrowind is still being played without any re-releases over 20 years later. Your replayability is just people experiencing new graphics and a better frame rate. It's still the same shitty game.
I've been playing Legendary Edition since it launched. If I didn't have some titty mods installed, I'd be fucking streaming Legendary Edition. Like, found it? Good. And Davis subscribed to you on YouTube.
I'll probably get a notification for that unless that got disabled for some reason. I haven't even modified it yet.
Yeah.
I don't know, it was weird, like, from someone who wasn't even watching my stream, getting a random, like, subscriber notification while I was, like, playing Genshin Impact or whatever. It was odd.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't put my sign back down.
No, you have not.
Let me fix that.
Is that what you say to all the girls?
No, but all the girls say that they can fix other men.
Okay. Alright, yeah, no, I mean, you know. Forgets there's a pressure switch, gets shot 3 times. 3 darts is too much! Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, there it is. The are you special needs or something ad hominem.
You just do all caps, and there it is! Exclamation point, and then you put that gif of Yakko going, "Good night, everybody."
Of who?
Animaniacs, Yakko. You know, hang on.
Oh, I don't have that GIF at all.
Just put it in the GIF keyboard on Twitter. You just when you click add a GIF, and then you just type in "Good night, everybody," or like Yakko, Yakko. Good night, everybody.
Like, I really, it's whatever like vague interest I have in like trying out older like Elder Scrolls games from like before Skyrim is always like just inevitably kind of crushed by these like elitists who think that like Skyrim is just terrible and you know all these older games are better and have more depth.
I would hate to see you miss out on good games because these people are idiots. Having played them all... Hey!
Oh yeah, I hate that fucking shit. It's so dumb.
Dude, leave me alone. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Dude, that is such garbage. Where was I even supposed to fucking move to? Davis says that's too much, man.
What
in
is-
reference to what Boyish is dealing with, or
What the I just read the rest of this. He said, what? Are you special needs or something? The reasons why something is better are the argument as to why it's better. You can't separate them. Literally all he did was give me a list of, like, why, of things that he thinks makes them better. They're technically reasons, but no, they're not.
that's not no
Reasons and reasoning are different things.
Thank you. Like, just a bullet point of assertions, you know, is not reason. That's just, oh, well, here's a bullet point of me asserting something as true. Okay, is it actually true? Because I can tell you right now, some of the things you read off are just fucking false. I'd love to know how he justifies to himself that there are people like me who have like bought basically every re-release of Skyrim willingly.
I
The
got
only
like
one
the
I
PS5 version of Skyrim for free because I had the PS4 version already, and
Yeah.
playing it on Legendary with survival mode enabled, it's been an interesting experience from what I have played of that. But even just playing it on Legendary difficulty briefly, like early this year, I think it was.
You went quiet.
Huh?
You just kind of dropped out there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Where did I drop out?
I was like trying to focus on fighting the guy. I didn't quite process it enough to repeat it. Something about legendary difficulty?
Yeah, even like playing the game on legendary difficulty with survival mode enabled, I mean, has been fairly fun and interesting as an experience. And even just playing it on legendary difficulty briefly, I think early this year was also like a pretty solid experience. I haven't played enough of Skyrim to give like a complete judgment. Hi, sir.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, and like, on that whole thing about like not wanting to play the older games, like I get it. They are good. They're worth it.
including
It's just-
Daggerfall?
Oh yeah. Just play it on Unity, not DOS.
Didn't they re-release it on Unity?
That's a fan project actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is the DOS version like really unstable?
Oh yeah. It's a travesty. Like it has not
I
aged
have
well.
played some games on DOSBox because
Yeah.
Windows doesn't technically support them anymore unless it's like I
Yeah.
guess through Steam. I think I first played Master of Orion 2 Battle at Antares on DOSBox
Yeah.
on Windows 7. God,
Yeah.
that was I was in middle school.
Yeah. So basically, matter of fact, actually, it's a pretty long video. So if you just want to put something on in the background at some point, there's a huge like, and it depends on how sensitive you are to spoilers. But there's this huge video by like Jeweler going over like a huge in-depth like look at Daggerfall, and he mostly focuses on like the Unity version because it's just the objectively better version.
The fans made a better game than a better version of the game than. Why am I locked onto something through the floor and not the guy that's in front of me? This game's targeting system, it is so much worse than the originals. How do you do that? Come on. This remake sucks.
They made a solid 9 out of 10 into like a definite 5. I love Soul Ray.
Bye-bye. I guess that is, like, one very particular oversight. Ow!
Mood. Stop focusing on the one who's dead. Oh my god.
I hate it. I hate it so much.
I hated doing this area in New Game Plus in the original.
Yeah, it sucks. It's really fucking bad. Ugh. Alright. I'm human. There's your sign. There's your sign.
I hope you got your stain back at least.
I did get the first one back now. There's another one.
Because these encounters are just so well made. You know? Apparently there's no point in even blocking invaders in this game because they can still invade you. I don't know how they do that, where the game can actually have like priority over your console settings and your PSN settings, but that's kind of insane. Like, oh, you blocked this person so that you wouldn't have to matchmake with them because they're toxic? Oh, shit. Well, you're going to matchmake with them again. Crazy, right?
Oh, boy.
Oh, god damn it. That's not what I wanted to do.
What do you mean I wasn't blocking, bro?
Yeah, it just decides that sometimes. Okay.
Huh? Ow. Okay. Schmear should be safe.
It is. Oh, great. More black turpentine. Let's see. Davis says, I just have to ask, what is the point of invaders? Like, what was the developer's goal when making them? Yeah, it's stupid. There really isn't.
There's supposed to be, like, the intent is that there's supposed to be, like, slightly stronger NPCs, but that's never worked in any of the games because they do
Yo!
a very bad job at preventing twinking.
Dash just gifted Davis a subscription to my channel on fucking Twitch,
I'm
dude.
dead.
Oh, okay.
I hate that attack. It's so unfair.
That was nice of you, Dash. Very much appreciated for both of us.
What was that GIF you said again?
Oh, that was from Ultra Maiden Valkyrie.
No, the Animaniacs.
Oh, the one for you. Yeah, so like in the part where he's just like, you must have special needs, you just go all caps, and there it is, exclamation point, and then in the GIF keyboard, you just type in Yakko, YAKKO, and then good night, everybody. And it's the little black and white animal guy, like doing the hand kiss. Yeah, that was very nice of you, Dash. Very, very nice of you.
Doing what gesture?
He's doing like a hand, like he kisses his hand and then swings it up, and he's like, "Good night, everybody." I'll show you the original clip. Hang on, because my YouTube is a little fucked up right now. So, there you go.
Oh, that one?
Yeah.
It didn't look like he was kissing his hand.
Yeah, he did. Anyway. All right.
RNG based skill use sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Is that the like dice rolls for attacks you were referring to?
Yeah, that's part of it. I'm too tired to be explaining all the fucking systems in the fucking. Wait, you didn't catch the ride through gravity thing? That Sonic Freeriders.
I've never. Wait.
I thought you'd
Sonic
at least be familiar with it.
I've played through Sonic Riders Zero Gravity all the way through. I have not played Sonic Free Riders, and I had the last time I watched like anything related to that game was like fucking. I think the Carbonamani 456 playthrough way back in like middle school, so it's been like forever. I haven't actually. I don't think I've listened to Ungravitify really or paid attention to its lyrics. If that's from that song.
Yeah, that's what that is.
Yeah, I didn't really listen to that.
Okay. All right, I got you coming in. And yeah.
Oh, I can probably turn my light off now.
Yeah, I don't know why Dash's comments aren't showing up on Twitch. I was having the same problem with my alt on your stream.
Is his account too young?
Did you make a new account, Dash? Is this a new one or an older one?
Did
'Cause
he
there
ever?
might be
Did
an
he
age
have a
limit.
Twitch?
That's what I'm saying. Like, is this a new account that you made just for this? Because
If it's a brand new account, you might need to wait a bit.
yeah, YouTube seems to be cooperating a bit better at the moment. So you might, if you want to try that, you can. That way your comments can at least come through. I don't care if you even spam what you were saying in Twitch with copy paste, just so we know what you're saying. But yeah, if you want to listen on Twitch and then like have the YouTube chat or something. Because yeah, if this is a new account, I think Twitch like puts a hold on how soon you can chat. Oh, hey, you little bastard! Don't you dare! All right, there we go.
It's probably like some like anti-bot measure or something,
Yeah,
or anti-stalker.
yeah.
Anyway, going down. Ah. Oh no, I've been poisoned. What do I do?
Oh, it would be a real shame if you had an antidote spell.
Oh.
Yep, we can
Hi,
see you
bug.
on Dash with the 1-bit. Nice. Yep, we can see you on YouTube in the comments. Yeah, like I said, I don't care if you even want to like just paste what you were saying on Twitch so we can see it. I don't know what's up with these proprietary streaming platforms. Are just so schizophrenic. It's ridiculous. They just kind of like shit themselves whenever they feel like it. Ah, boulders, nice. Very nice.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, the mans.
That spell is creating like a echo-ish kind of reverberation for me when it
Neat.
collides with the monster.
Neat. Yeah, no, it's just... Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Push, push, push. Ha! That dodge, though.
I'm not trying to bash a man.
Ow.
If I want to punch a crotch, I'll go play a porn game.
That's one way to put it. Yeah. Alright, that'll do. Oh god. Valley of Defilement? More like Valley of Defile Your Mom. Poisoned! Oh no! Anyway. You okay? Oh! Number 1. Antidote. Number 2. Heal. Oh, I don't have the mana. That's dumb. Alright, well. Old Spice it is. Oh my god, bro, it's so beefy. What? No thanks. Was that fatal?
No,
Okay, good.
it just hurt.
I would imagine.
We're definitely gonna be one-shotted by everything in the next cycle.
Oh boy. Piccolo, dodge! We sending you that $20 plus donation soon, but you have been warned. Oh god, you don't have to do that. I definitely appreciate the gesture though. That's very nice. Neo's guts ability was activated. Yeah. Oh boy. And there we go. All right. Smoke him if you got him. The Meech Longer. H.R. Geiger's wet dream. Yeah, that should be a pretty good spot. Yeah, it seems like it breaks apart on the edge there, so. Oh, nope. I am definitely leached. I'm gonna go back up a bit. Get a better spot. How about Soul Ray? 55, that's worse. Now that's a ballad of snakes and songbirds.
Okay. So let me... I believe that's that then, the 14 and then 9 cents. I don't know how to set the rest of this up. We're gonna have to figure it out later. I figure
Yeah.
you could do like, once I get the link, every like setup and stuff or whatever for PayPal, we could double check it by like, you will send me like a couple like, donations that are like literally just a single penny, so like 1 cent, just to make sure that it works.
Yeah, we can do that.
And then after that, I can like post it on my Twitch, and then Soul Raider can donate $50 to me, like I believe he said he wanted to
Wow.
yesterday.
Oh, that's generous.
Yeah. Ow! Fuck.
Yeah, it looked like it hurt. Alright, you know what? I'm coming down with my sword. This is gonna be a problem, I think. He's just gonna regen faster than I can do damage.
What do you mean? Oh, that's a lot of
Okay.
leeches.
Okay. My god, we actually had a death to Leechmonger.
Yeah. It really does feel like the enemies are stronger in this version for some reason.
Yeah. Ah, crap. Put me all the way back at the fucking boss game. I gotta go all the way back to the beginning to get you. Oh, God. Ain't no mountain high enough.
Dash, you have 3 Twitch accounts, bro. You need to like use Bitwarden.
Yeah, you really should use a password manager, my guy.
I cannot be bothered to with me using Bitwarden and creating new passwords using its password generator. I can't be bothered to remember what those passwords are. Are you fucking kidding? No way. I'm not a
Right.
like super genius with like 4,000 IQ and insane memory.
Believe it or not, neither am I.
Like literally you just ugh. You really need to like at the very least remember what your like passwords are and email are, and if not then you use Bitwarden and it'll store that information for you, and then you can just use it to autofill any login details.
Yeah. Then all you need to remember is your one password for Bitwarden.
Make sure
That can
that
be
that
literally
one
anything.
password is not a password, the same password as you use with like any other accounts that you've made anywhere else.
Yeah.
Otherwise, all of your password information and emails and other stuff will be like completely compromised.
Yeah. Main reason to use Bitwarden over other alternatives is because Bitwarden is open source, so it is more secure. It is more trustworthy, rather than these corporate proprietary password managers like KeyPass and shit. I don't remember if KeyPass is open source or not. I don't think it is. Might be. I don't know. I don't use it. I use Bitwarden. Hashtag not sponsored? Question mark. If I can either get enough sleep or if I can like stay up long enough when we're done, I am kind of considering possibly doing something that I had wanted to do back in July,
Which
but we'll
was
see. It's a game I want to play on the emulator, but
is it
my
that like
passwords are
little
basically-
cute like JRPG or whatever?
Yes.
Hmm.
Hence, all my passwords are basically repeats, variations of the same phrase. I know it isn't smart, but only bonk. Only way I can remember with my dog shit memory. Yeah, so like if you just have the one password you know you'll remember, you use that as your Bitwarden password, and then you keep everything else in Bitwarden, and you can either like,
Bitwarden
You
is
can-
like a Chrome plugin, so you can just get
yeah,
it.
you can just get it on Brave. There's also a desktop app. But yeah,
I
you
think
you
I
can
have
literally
both, but I generally use the plugin instead.
yeah, and there's also a version for iOS and Android. Um, but yeah, you can just auto generate passwords with Bitwarden, or you can change all your passwords manually to something else, and then you can just store them in Bitwarden, and then it remembers for you.
What the fuck was that?
Demon Souls.
Remake.
Yep.
If I could make it in like Unreal Engine 4, I would honestly probably make like a Demon Souls remake demake to make a better version instead
Right.
of whatever the hell this nonsense is.
Right. Yeah, like I keep saying it, but like this remake took an easy 9 out of 10 game and made it into like a 5. I mean, it's still Demon Souls, so I still like it, but I don't like it the way I like Demon Souls.
I literally went down, and then I turned around and went back up.
Good job. You are on point, my guy. Hmm. Imagine using the Storm Ruler on Leechmonger. Yeah, that'd be silly. Who would ever do that? No, I'll keep that. Hoping we can get around to my Demon Souls original playthrough soon. Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah.
Should we, like... How do we do it? We would, like, give him the experience with the grind, and then we just give him everything?
More or less, depending on exactly how that goes. Like, if it gets egregious, then we step in and be like, all right, here's the duplicates. Otherwise, I would suggest...
I feel like we should just give him the pure Bladestone, like, straight up.
Part of me says yes, another part of me says no. Let's be evil. He needs to earn his stripes.
Yeah, he's never... I guess... Should we be so evil as to make him get it all of his own, spend 2 weeks farming?
I don't think I would be that evil, but...
But give him, like, the certified...
Like,
this grind
get an
sucks
idea.
experience.
Yeah, get an idea of what it's like.
Because it's like the one thing from Demon Souls that is universally hated by every player.
Dude, oh my god, I'm losing ground so fast on this fucking regen, it's ridiculous. Okay, that sword seems to be doing much better than my fireballs. I just don't want to have to repeat that fucking section again, so I'm staying safe and being conservative about this. Whoa there! You constantly rip me for being young and Australian. I know your evil knows no bounds. I mean, you know... The only difference between this and the original is that in the original we'd have fucking infinite Old Spice.
Ow.
All right. The fairy tale, wow. Well, it's nice that my soundboard and my alerts have been getting used today. Dude.
Now, don't lose to the gravity boss.
You're not wrong.
What do you mean, gravity boss?
Gravity.
Oh, is the only one I can think of is man-eaters.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Maneater is.
That was very chaotic.
It was very chaotic. Oh wait, there's an item in there. The OCD is just, ugh, it's real. Tash says you really shouldn't have given me the ability to use a soundboard. Ride through gravity. I love how like we were just talking about that, and Davis is here like referencing it too. I like that song. It's good. All right. 83K. Yeah, I can level up. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna go talk to Urbane. Please no ban.
Bullet points listing the reasons why they're better is the argument. How can you not understand this?
That's not an argument. Assertions are not arguments. Assertions are not justifications or substantiations in and of themselves. Bonk. Okay. Now we do it in your world. Oh yeah, no, I gotta kind of be a little bit more see-through than this. That's right. Oh, I think the Pepsi might be wearing off. Starting to get tired again.
Get some more.
Nah, I don't have any more. Go up the street to the friggin' 7-Eleven and get some more.
You could, like, order a soda online or something from, like, a fast food place and have it delivered.
I think you very much underestimate the distance between me and the nearest fast food place. Like, I get that it takes, like, less than an hour to travel the entire distance of the state of Rhode Island, top to bottom. Even less than that, side to side. But let me assure you that it's at least 20 minutes to the nearest fast food place. Oh, God. I'm in the woods, boy. All right, I'm going to go make a nice wet schmear for Baldwin to scrape up. Pepsi Man! Uh-oh, Dash is asking for opinions on Rory Mercury. 1,000 out of 10 would do unspeakable things with, consensually, of course.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
Probably
want to
do that
watch
with Netgear too, if provided that she was old enough.
I want to watch Gate, but at the same time, SDF uniforms gross. I know which one you were referring to, Dash. I know you. You antagonistic little scoundrel. Or should I say, you antagonistic little scoundrel?
What other character named Rory exists?
All right. Oh, actually, I should top off on some stuff. Grass in particular. Oh dear. Mayhaps I should go visit Blige.
Or patches.
Yeah, I guess I could. This isn't an invitation to dox me. I'd say no, you don't, but you literally know my full name. All you need is my address at this point. I have a general idea of that too. Somebody didn't do his OPSEC homework. Yeah, that's the funny thing is like the most common problem that people run into is not necessarily information security in and of itself. Like InfoSec is actually pretty easy to take care of. It's OPSEC. Operational security is where everybody just you forgot your address. You know, at this point I'd believe it. So it would be appreciated. All right. Well. My sign is down. The type of guy to say, "Oh, thanks, I forgot," to a hacker who leaks my address. Yeah, you are. You really are. So theoretically, Dash, what would an invitation to dox you look like? Ow!
I went out to get water.
The first guy did that thing we don't like. I didn't even expect it. I just go up the stairs and boom, there he is.
Expect the unexpected, and you'll never unexpect the expected.
Don't be so mean. Oh my god. Fatality. I gotta tell you, I started watching the like cutscene compilation of the new Mortal Kombat game. I'm kind of not feeling it. I think I'm like halfway through, and I paused it and haven't gotten back to it. You stay right there, Snooky. I'll be right back.
You want revenge?
I did it all for the Snooky. The Snooky. So you can take that cookie and stick it up your ass. Stick it up your ass.
Like a reverse abortion?
Technically, yes, you are transgender Lenigrast. Well, I mean, Dash, when you ask so nicely, how could I not? I love how I can just casually drop Limp Bizkit lyrics with your username.
Casually drop what lyrics?
Limp Bizkit.
Is he a rapper?
It's a 90s band. It's a 90s band, you wouldn't know. Oh my god, I actually get to be kind of a hipster with you youngins. Dash, you live in Big Florida.
Oh yeah, I guess Australians really are like local Florida men, aren't they?
Yeah. Like, it's Florida, but an entire continent. Back in the 90s. Yep.
Pretty much everyone in Australia is descended from slaves anyway.
I mean, yeah. I mean, can't think hitting R1. All right. Anyway, I have limited brain power to go around. You'll have to be patient. Look, I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded. Hi. No. You depraved little beakman. I both really hate yet really agree with that description.
Oh, have you seen relatively recently any new cracked out wall cat memes?
Ow. Oh, the glorious cracked out wall kitten? God, I haven't been on Facebook in months. Oh my god. That being said, all glory to the Hypnotoad.
The Hypnotoad?
You need to watch Futurama.
I've never really been that into like adult cartoons.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
How's
Oh,
your
God.
penis?
Not well.
Are you okay?
No.
I hear some clanking. Okay. Going up.
Dash said, boy, even I know what he's talking about.
I mean, the closest I think I've gotten to anything like adult cartoon related that I've explicitly watched and gone out of my way to watch multiple times is Robot Chicken Star Wars. Which was actually pretty funny, at least from what I remember of it. I could never get into like actual like Robot Chicken though.
I remember it existing, but I never really cared for it either.
I also could never really... I never really got the appeal of a lot of those like adult cartoons that are famous, like The Simpsons and Family Guy and stuff. Although I never really went out of my way to watch it. I have seen Family Guy Star Wars. But that's the most Family Guy I've really watched.
Family Guy was really funny, especially like in the earlier seasons.
Ironically, the adult cartoon I've watched the most is South Park.
Oh god.
My mom's like at the time boyfriend was like really into South Park, so he showed me some South Park stuff when I was in middle school, and we watched it together.
Yeah.
I distinctly remember. I think the episode that stood out to me the most was the one with PP's water park with the like massive like flood apocalypse of just human piss.
What the fuck?
You haven't seen it?
No,
So
I don't remember it anyway.
I don't remember that much about it, but basically what happens, like plot wise, is like they go to the water park or whatever, and like there's just like a ton of people are like peeing in the water or whatever while they're there, and it's reaching like a boiling point, and then like one kid in like a floaty hoop or whatever, he's in the water in the water park, and then just it like overloads. And there's just a massive flood of like human piss that just completely devours the water park, and it's like a middle of the ocean type survival situation, except it's in human piss. And
That is very.
basically almost everyone there, I think, dies.
That very much sounds like early South Park.
Ow! What the fuck?
These assholes just kind of pop up out of nowhere.
But yeah, that was the episode from the show that stood out the most to me. The movie was the other thing that I remember that stood out to me the most, especially the part with Satan and Saddam Hussein in bed, and Satan is the bottom.
Yeah.
Or was it Saddam Hussein, or was it someone else?
Yeah, no, it was Saddam Hussein. And then you had Big Gay Al. He's super. Thanks for asking.
And then Kenny died. Like, she got sent to like the construction class because everyone thought she was a boy or something, and she got killed in like a accident with the construction equipment and the construction club.
Oh my. Oh god, fucking South Park. Yeah, I hate that it like has just turned into like let's comment on current events and nothing else. Let's see. Closest for him, for Davis, is Samurai Jack, but that's only because of the final season.
What I thought Samurai Jack originally was not in like Adult Swim, and then the final season was.
Correct.
Or final season, as in like the new one. Because that show kind of like, it basically had like nothing going on at all for like several years, and then they decided to do another season.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it, Dash. You're fine. I don't know exactly how much longer we'll be going anyway. I'm kind of getting pretty tired.
Come on. That was literally from both sides. They did the same fucking wombo combo. I could not move.
Yeah, that's not okay.
You know what? I'll stay here, and you just meet Shield.
That's probably a good idea.
You just kill everything.
Yeah. You have school at 10 anyway. Oh boy. Don't miss that. I do not miss that at all. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know.
He needs more sleep than I do. I got like 6 hours or something.
Mm. Dude, fuck off. I hate these guys so much. Dude, what am I caught on?
Huh? Is that a floating piece of geometry that you were caught on?
I no, it's attached to something, but fuck off. I fucking hate these things so much. Thankfully, 5-2 will be fairly straightforward. There's like minimal combat we need to worry about.
Yeah, 5-2, and then 5-3 is just the boss. And then Latria. Or I guess we should probably finish 4-3.
Yeah.
And then we have Latria. And then after that, it's also very, like, straightforward because 1-3, we get, like, Kayla. Kayla? No.
No, not even
Yuria.
close.
We get Yuria. And then, we just kind of... That's it, really. We didn't even have to worry about Bior.
Yeah. These things are so fucking overpowered, it's not even funny.
Demon Souls definitely has, whether you're playing the original or this, it definitely has, like, the worst New Game Plus, like, by far.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
So my sword just appears out of thin air after I get up from my resting animation. Or gesture.
Of course. That's how hammer space works.
The screams in this game will be in your nightmares tonight? Really?
I'm not too worried about Dash seeing spoilers for this game because I'll just forget. No. Alright. That guy. No, 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 no. Oh my god. I hate it. It literally, there's no startup in it. Like, it just happens.
Yeah. Yeah.
say?
Different one, but like I said, yeah, I did that thing with the and there it is that you told me to do, and then I said in a tweet after that, a bullet point list of assertions is not an argument. Reasons and reasoning are different things. You haven't given me any reasoning or evidence as to why Morrowind and Daggerfall are better games than Skyrim. And someone else decided to say, just the microphone. This is that moment when the world needs spanked and told formal logic is for scientific application, primarily in deduction. Applying it to opinion and inference based on opinion is the fastest way to lose friends and be wrong at the same time.
It's a good thing we're not talking about opinions here. That's all I would say in response. Better is not subjective. Also, my sign is down. I might have to take that bonk away from Davis.
It just... There's a part of me that wants to, like, troll people who say these things, like, kind of in response by just saying that I don't care if I lose friends. Because, I mean, if I'm going to lose friends over saying something that's just true or arguing that something is true instead of just, you know, conforming, then...
They weren't your friends to begin with.
Yeah, they have no value as friends.
Yeah.
Like, objectively. Like, they're just not good people. They only care about themselves.
Yeah. Well, that's just it. I mean, you know, fucking truth comes first.
Oh, wait, sorry, I'm a complete asshole, you know, for saying that, you know, there is such a thing as, you know, truth and that other people can be wrong about, you know, about art.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's so toxic. You know, you have to accept all quote unquote opinions equally because they're all valid,
No.
even if some of them are bad faith.
I'm sorry, but if anyone tells me that it's their opinion that, like, something like Sword Art Online is racist or whatever, that's not valid. It's just not. You don't get to just assert that and have it be respected, quote unquote. It doesn't deserve to be respected because it's, like, completely off base and frankly retarded. Ow! One fucking attack does all that. Jesus H.
Ugh. Do you remember where the key is for Sage Freak?
Sorta, kinda. Honestly, I'm kind of burning out fast. I might have to stop after we do, like, Estrella.
Yeah,
Ow.
that'll probably be fine. This ended up going, like, way slower than I thought, mainly
Yeah, me
because
too.
certain levels got, like, they gave us a lot of problems.
Yeah.
I'm also relatively tired myself. I mean, we've been streaming for, like, 10 hours,
Yeah.
so...
Yeah.
But at the very least, we should Um, I mean, we'll only have like 3-1 Latria and Boletaria left after we're done. Because I mean, you can say like we might get off after like we do Estrella, but we could just do Storm King as well because that would be
That's true.
yeah, because
That
that
one's
would be
quick.
short. So we would only have Latria and then the last 2 levels of Boletaria to do this cycle.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can just burn through the rest of the platinum
Yeah.
in like
Tonight.
Yeah.
Fog gate's clear.
Ah.
Yep.
It's so it's such a weird like I guess non-philosophical zeitgeist that like relativism and how everything that's not like a physical science like biology is just an opinion or selective applications of it. It's such a weird thing that everyone like believes is true when it's technically like such an obvious logical like contradiction.
I too like huffing paint.
Hmm?
I too like huffing paint. Yeah, no, it's stupid. This whole like, oh, it's just subjective. No, a personal feeling or preference is subjective, and an assertion that attempts to describe reality is not a fucking feeling or preference. If it can relate to the actual determinable attributes of something that exists in reality as it does, then it's falsifiable. If it's falsifiable, it's either true or false. Like, you can't falsify if I say that I like the color blue. You know? Like, I might not even have anything blue that I own, and you still can't tell me that I don't actually like the color blue. I can just tell you, like, well, I don't want to have anything blue. I just like the color. Dude, what the fuck?
I hate this level.
I do too. Like 5-1, they front load all of the challenge in 5-1, and it's not even challenge necessarily.
Yeah, and then they put some like cheap shit in 5-2, and then 5-3 is just the boss.
Yeah.
Valley of Defilement is definitely like the worst area in the game.
Yeah. Oh, Davis, I'm just playing with you. You don't have to feel bad or anything. Facts are only good when they overlap with my personal biases. That's how people are. That is unironically how a lot of people are, and it's really gross.
Hmm?
Now, Dash was kidding around. He's saying facts are only good when they overlap with my personal biases, and they put some angry faces. And no, people literally are like that. And
Yeah.
nobody understands what the fucking word opinion even means. Like, no, it doesn't mean anything and everything that you can say is just a personal feeling that's unfalsifiable. It literally is just, I feel this way or I prefer this. And phrasing a qualitative statement that attempts to describe reality as an I feel statement does not make it an I feel statement. You are misapplying the term I feel. Well, I feel that pandas do live in the Marianas Trench. You can feel that way all you want. I can feel as much as I want that I'm fucking Napoleon, but it's not how it works.
Yeah, like a large like problem is the like it's the like trying to have your cake and eat it too problem, because they try to have it both ways when they a lot of people try to have it both ways in the way they use the word opinion, because
Yeah.
they'll like use it subjectively, but then they'll also use it in reference to like clearly objective statements.
Yeah.
There's no it really muddies the waters and makes communication impossible.
Yeah.
And then
Shit.
there's also the people who like fucking use the opinion excuse because they're like pretentious douchebags that just want to protect their bad faith like beliefs from criticism.
Yeah. Oh shit, Renee's in the comments. Prison shanks and plague babies got so fed up during my platinum I just burned everything. I feel you. I really do. Oh my god.
I liked Wii Sports too. Tennis, I think tennis and bowling were probably my favorite ones from Wii Sports.
Imagine playing dick sports.
Or actually, I think I also liked the baseball in Wii Sports. Wii Sports was like a tech demo for like what the Wii's motion controls could do, but it was a solid game.
Buddy, either fucking pathfind onto the bridge or fall off the cliff. I don't really care either way. Damn, homies, we're going into philosophy. You know how we do. Oh, Renee, we got the pure Bladestone in bulk.
Oh no, what will I do about being poisoned?
Oh no, it's poison. It's gone.
So I guess that's the benefit of using antidote to cure poison as opposed to cure. It's like a way faster animation.
Yeah. All right, Spongdongulus, let's go. That's good. Was fully expecting a repeat of your original Demon Souls stream with the blade stuff. I know, right?
It's still like objectively bad design though, even though they
100%.
significantly buffed the Bladestone drop rate to be reasonable.
Yeah.
They tied the fucking life ring from Dark Souls to like pure Bladestone grinding. Which is
the
fucking
dumbest goddamn
stupid.
thing. It is so bad. Let's see, Dash says, my laptop's overheating, so I'll have to stop sending messages and watching the stream. Also want to concentrate on reading. Glad to have joined this one I did, and good luck with the cleanup. Appreciate it. We will be available as per usual. Once we finish Valley of Defilement, I'm going to sleep, and then we'll pick this up later. Because I don't have to get up at any kind of doofy time today, so I can get as much sleep as I need to, and then not have to rely on Pepsi to keep me awake. All right, so I gotta proc this ass wipe. I wanted Soul Ray. Pierce 2 with one shot. There we go. Attaboy.
Bye, Davis. Yes.
Oh, he might be saying that to Dash.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I know he's got to go too, but yeah.
Why were you crouching?
Why weren't you? That is the question.
Why is Flame Toss's animation basically the same as throwing a firebomb?
You may have just answered your own question, young Padawan. Buddy, I don't like you. You're mean. You're really big. You got a weird tongue. You hit like a truck full of smaller, angrier trucks.
He barks like a dog.
Howls at the moon. Bark at the moon. Oh my god. Yes. Thank you. Alright. Oh my god, I'm gonna use up all my Old Spice. Not really. I got plenty of Old Spice. Alright. Hi! You horrible creatures. Alright, line up, many chromosome tribe. Ah. Yes, spearman. There you go. Pop. Right.
Are you...
Mysterious as the dark side of the moon. I'll be fine. I just, you know how it is. Damn, I have been tearing through the fresh spice. Probably because I got too much mana bar up in this bitch. Learned way too late that you can push the poison bugs by rolling into them. Oh, that's so weird. You know what? I think I'm close enough. No, I don't think you want to risk it.
I'm almost back anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think you would want to risk it going to the boss fog, but no, I'm good. I'll come back in. You can win. You feel great. You can do this. Yes, no, yes, in that order.
Yeah, if he had more sleep, we could definitely force ourselves through New Game Plus and New Game Plus 2. But he had like 4 hours of sleep because we had a 14-hour stream yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, we finished up fucking New Game Cycle, so that's that. Yeah, we'll finish up 4 and 5, and then
we'll do 3 and the rest of 1 tonight, probably.
Yeah.
And then New Game Plus. We'll get the Platinum in the second cycle tonight as well, because for Platinum we only need to do certain levels, and then we can just get the rest of the Archstones.
Yeah. Because that's only going to come into play like eventually when we play this remake with Dash. So, or if we do any other like co-op, like if anybody wants or needs help, then we have the ability to do so. But yeah. My recommendation, if you're going to play Demon Souls, get RPCS 3 and just play the original. It's the objectively better game. Okay. Oh, hi. Oh my god, and this is with the friends ring on. God damn.
Well, your magic stat isn't super high, right?
My magic stat is 33.
Why are you doing so little damage?
Yeah, I'd like to know. He can see you with cloak. Ow. Scream. I think that's it. I think we're at the Meech longer. We are at the Meech longer. Okay.
Go for the critical hits. Yeah.
Actually, I think, yeah, Dark Souls 2, I believe, is the only game in the series that technically has, like, critical hits as a mechanic. The, engraved gauntlets. That hit's behind him. That's bullshit.
Sephiroth.
I would appreciate it if you did things that I can actually dodge.
I always pop the spice at the end of the battle. It never fails. Getting ready for more, and nope. Okay. So that's that.
Mario beating a boss be like. All right. I'm gonna go back to the Nexus. And yeah, the nice thing is, like, 5-2, you're just gonna be doing some walking. A little bit of fighting in the middle, you know, towards the end, but that's about it.
Sodden
good.
ring. God bless.
Yep.
That was what he'd say.
Oh, did you, you didn't happen to either use Equip Cure or bring with you some Widow's Lotuses, did you?
Oh, good idea. Oh, wait a minute. No,
For the
we don't-
swamp, it won't matter, but their plague will be relevant in the,
Oh, I'll just do that later then.
yeah.
Alright, I'm going out to the
Need to kill myself.
to the cliff. Good for you.
Yep. Punctuality is not important in this game. It's always suicide that matters.
Alright, Davis. Okay. And as
Hello,
soon as this
testing the
design-
other side. Oh, thank you for the follow, Davis. Should probably upscale that GIF a bit. I don't know.
Nah, it's fine.
It just looks a little blurry and when it's so big.
Hmm.
Alrighty, so the cliff. Clifford, the big red dog.
And his big red rocket.
With his big red balls.
Oh my god, I can't believe there isn't a fucking... I mean, I can believe it because of the innuendo, but at the same time, it's such a missed opportunity to have Clifford and his big red rocket be an actual story, but like it actually he's actually got a rocket that's red, you know? And we're back. All right, I'm going online. All right, time to get soggy and invisible.
Yeetus.
Or at least heavily obscured. Oops, I forgot to get more spice.
Eh.
Is what it is.
You have 48.
Well, I mean, like the... Hey! I mean the, fresh spice, but yeah. I like to try to use, like, fresh spice in the level and then old spice during bosses. Oh, look at all these items I'm not going to collect. God, the aim on this character makes no goddamn sense. Oh, hell with this. Well, don't just stand there looking pretty.
Oh no, what will I ever do about being poisoned?
Hmm.
Ow.
My god, Dragon Tales. That was a thing that existed, huh?
Ow.
You alright? Oh, apparently not. Oh, well, I'm kind of already on the...
You can go
alright.
get the shortcut.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not really fighting anything.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, like, end up fighting the guys on the bridge on the way there, but that's about it.
EJ Roth.
Sodden Ring is such a weird name for a sequel to Elden Ring. I don't know about you, but I don't think I would have gone with that. This guy cannot aim to save his fucking life. He needs glasses.
What? He standing perfectly still, target has not moved. First cast goes fine, and then for some reason the second cast hits the floor right next to his feet.
Yep.
I don't think he's ever seen Cars, Davis.
I've
Or
seen
maybe-
Cars.
Oh.
You know I've seen Cars. Like,
Do I?
not to mention, that's a very common meme.
Ka-chow is?
Yeah.
I know it's like a line from the movie, but I'm unaware of Ka-chow as a meme.
Like, the movie is a meme, like, and that line, because Lightning, what's his face?
Lightning
is
McFerrin.
a meme. Yeah, that too. Oh no, I hate it so much. I know what you're referring to, and I don't like it.
I remember we were talking about Cars like a while ago, and you basically said something about the fact that like it's kind of surreal to think about the fact that like children's entertainment is just like eldritch horrors.
Yeah. Like, come on, sentient cars with eyes and teeth
And tongues.
and tongues. Like, what the fuck? That is some H.R. Geiger shit right there. Like, full on Lovecraft.
Lightning McKing. Eh. But Sir Toe Mater, though.
Lightning McDee's nuts. Oh, the slugs that guard the Moonlight Sword. I have the Moonlight Sword. How tragic for they. Them and their many spaces in which to have teeth.
Yeah, he did what in his cup? I remember that one. No, no, no. This is an unreasonably ballsy maneuver, but you know what? Ballsy wallsy. Springy wangy.
Dingy dongy.
Ballsy wallsy. That was that fucking guy in Lemmy the alien with the
Yeah.
swinging nuts. Yeah. Ballsy wallsy. Boingy wangy. I'm jealous of the drugs that went into that show.
Are you more jealous of the drugs that went into that show, or the drugs that went into making that Scooby-Doo song about, like, aliens, purple aliens from outer space?
Kind of both, honestly. Funny thing is, that was a cover of a song that already existed. So, like, you know, Scooby can't get all the credit.
Hmm. Well, given the time period that it probably was covered in, and the time period the song was probably made in, I mean, yeah, weed is unsurprisingly involved in the creation of many songs.
Oh, not even weed. Oh no. Oh no. Much more than that.
LSD.
LSD, speed, coke, you name it. The boomers were on to some weird shit, yo.
Especially the hippies.
Oh yeah. They were weird shit. Speed, I am speed.
You know, I don't think I've ever heard of a drug called speed.
It's a thing.
What does it do?
What does it sound like it does?
Does it make you perceive everything as being really fast?
I'm gonna leave you to your imagination and Google. Don't know why I killed the crystal lizard, but I got a faint stone chunk.
Because you're tired.
A little bit.
At least you're not as tired as I was when we did 5-1 in New Game that night. I was like, not there, man.
Alright, so since there's no more poo water, I'm going to now change my rings so that I can have my magic and health regenerating. Plus 20 speed on consumption with a minus 40 and everything else.
Winnie the Pooh. Yeah.
Or if it's Genshin Impact, then it's Winnie the Ping.
You ever just stop and think about how many people kowtow to a chubby Chinese man? It's a lot of people. It's really weird. Like a weird sickness.
A wretched sickness.
Perhaps. And yet.
He consumeth.
Consume. Oh boy, I am like not long for this world.
Yeah, I was thinking of actually going to take the Benadryl and melatonin so I can try and put myself to sleep faster.
Yeah, I think we're only gonna end up doing my Estrella right now. Oh boy. We'll see how it goes. If we can do yours, great. I can't get up the... There it is, okay. Sometimes you just gotta keep grinding your pelvis against the log until you climb up it.
Ow.
That's what she said exactly. You know what's up. Ah, Jesus! I got
Oh,
fart
no.
clouds in my... Yeah, I got
He
fart
gave you the
clouds in my
Dutch
mouth.
oven.
He gave me a Dutch oven. Alright, guy who has many flies. Yeah, we are trying to teach this man what much ado about bonking. What? I was right on top of it. Oh my god, the supersonic racing thing.
You ever feel tired enough that you start making chocobo noises?
Nope. I don't even know what those noises are.
I think in
the
English they're
chocobo.
generally like enunciated when as que kind of. I don't know. That's just what I've heard in the Final Fantasy games themselves. Final Fantasy 13 has the best looking chocobos from what I've seen, like by far. They look really good. What?
Yeah, that's a mood. All right, Davis. Appreciate you coming by. This was kind of an impromptu thing anyway, so yeah.
Yeah, given that blocking doesn't seem to do anything in this game, you can probably stream the rest of the cleanup.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Probably
I will be the only one streaming Elden Ring because we need to have at least one person blocking all of the trolls.
Yep.
I think that's the only time any Souls game has, like... oh, fuck. Any Souls game has, like, shocked me so much with, like, a negative outcome in the gameplay that it made my voice, like, seriously crack. I've never gone that high-pitched while playing one of these games.
Okay, no idea how that happened. I was on top of healing, but you know.
Well, because it's treated the same as, like, being poisoned or toxic, where, like, you get limited healing.
Oh, I get it, but
No, I'm not saying, I don't know what actually happened, I'm just saying that, like, your healing isn't as potent while you're inflicted with the bugs.
yeah, even then, it was like. They just randomly change course.
Bro, I literally just cured myself.
Oh my god, Talisman of Beasts is so good. I'm doing 192 with
Oh,
it.
you're dying.
Thank you. Okay.
Is that... No. I would go level, but I'm roughly 200 souls short.
Oh, I can afford it.
I think I'm gonna go, if you're not enough energy for 2 Estrellas, I think I'm gonna go get that Benadryl and melatonin and see if I can't force myself to sleep.
I think I've got. I can probably pull it off.
It'll probably
Assuming-
take a while for these pills to kick in anyway.
Yeah, as long as your 5-2 is relatively smooth, it'll be fine. Okay.
That one surprisingly showed up like instantly.
Hmm.
Oh right, I need the Sodden ring.
Mm-hmm.
Thief ring. Sodden Ring. Forgot to get your catalyst out.
Yep.
I suppose it's not as bad as accidentally trying to block an attack from a knight with your sunset staff.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, the fucking aiming is so bad.
I mean, I guess it is technically faithful. Flames Toss was also kind of bad in the original.
Mm-hmm. That is an absolutely unreasonable amount of damage.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like... I mean, I know these enemies could do, like, a lot of damage if you weren't careful in, like, New Game, but it really feels like the damage output of some enemies in New Game Plus is, like, either tripled or quadrupled.
Yeah. Run. Uh-oh. I geometried myself. Alright. Shortcut?
I doubt we'll need it.
It's a good idea. Trust me, it's a good idea. You said that, which means we're gonna need it.
Whatever.
Oh, it's like, it would be so much worse to have to go through the whole thing instead of that quick loop.
Okay. I didn't. Dude. Okay. Um, Okay, well, I will await your sign at the Rotting Haven.
Soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn
Down by the ladder.
heart made
Can he be poisoned?
Do you see where he lives?
It's like asking if the Pope can be tempted with preschool girls. Actually, no, it's not like that at all, because for him it would be yes, but for Garl it would be no. Garl cannot. Garl lives in literal poo water. The Pope, well, he's Catholic. Go forth, Garl Vinskip.
Leave us, slave. This is a sanctuary. There is nothing here for you to pillage or plunder. Please, leave quietly.
Why does he have so much fucking health?
Right? Oh yeah, 100% magic blocked her.
Why did that? That was weird.
Yeah, it did nothing.
Huh?
I don't know.
Ow.
Okay. Oh boy. What do you want me to do? Reset?
Yeah. Ugh.
That's okay, because I forgot to bring something that can actually, hurt him anyway. He's got wicked high magic defense. Okay.
Ooh. I'm curious what your S-Stock can do. Yeah, we gotta do something about that, though. Bro really is just running away.
Why is parries against him so funky as the second player? Ow. Huh? Bro. So... Uh-oh.
Thank you, Magic Defense.
Asked you.
Hang on 1 second. Okay.
He's probably gonna heal.
No, I got him coming towards me. You know what? I'll just
That's
finish
just
him.
so dumb. Oh, you're the second player? Your fucking parries don't work for no reason.
I failed you.
First of all, level. And second, resurrection. Saint's trophy. Okay. And now I yeet myself. I feel it.
You go that high up?
Yeah,
You don't need to.
it's consistent. It's what I do.
Mine is consistent as well.
Yeah. The best part is it's actually faster to just evacuate back to the Nexus from the top of the stairs. All right.
Hello, Phantom. Ghost with Dragon Bone Smasher.
Oh, I thought you were talking to somebody in your chat.
No.
Yeah, didn't think so.
I'm my only viewer.
Aren't we all?
Is a sanctuary for the lost and wretched. There is nothing here for you to pillage or plunder. Please, leave quietly.
No harm come to dearest.
Low-key kind of curious about how much damage I'll do with the ally ring, or friends ring rather.
Why must you pests insist on intruding upon our haven?
Woo!
You abandoned us long ago.
No, come
What
here,
right
come
do
here.
you have?
Come here.
We live humble lives. Leave
I think he's afraid. Bro, just come here. Let me boop your snoot. I just want to boop your snoot. Come on. Ow! Back up, back up,
Oh,
back
sorry.
up. 'Twas my snoot what was booped.
Yeah, if he two-hands his fucking hammer, like, no shot in this version. Just,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
It's too fast.
Yeah, I unfortunately I had somebody like right up behind me, like lovingly kissing the back of my neck, and it just wasn't in the cards for me to not get clobbered by that.
sure do love having Saturn's red ring around my head every time I wear the Ring of Avarice.
I had Saturn's ring of something else one time. Back in Montana.
Well, that's blinding.
Yeah, Montana's very blinding.
No, I mean, like,
I
look
know.
at my stream.
If it would catch up. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Really do look like Leningrass.
Yep. Alright, I gotta get me a fucking friend's ring Harry in here. Hi. Ow! Mulligan. What?
Yeah, parry timings are fucking just broken against him if you're not the host.
Great.
And sometimes it just doesn't even register hits against you either.
Ow. Come on, I got the fucking thing, but it... Ow.
What do you mean it's just not working for me anymore?
Ow. God, this is worse than that time I took a trip to the United Plates of Sponderica. Okay. 870?
Is that with the secret dagger?
Yeah. Oh my god! No, 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 no. I like it. Okay, well,
You pray do as you like.
yeah, queesh those vans. All right.
How much energy do you have?
No.
I'll equip the Storm Ruler.
Yeah, fuck it. We might as well fucking do the fucking storm roller.
On the safer side, I'm gonna put the Cling Ring on. Where's my bitch? There she is.
Then touch it. Soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted. Art thou made thy
I was worried sick. We are indebted.
Alternate universe, Garl Vinland, where he replaces random words with the names of birds. Dearest Estrella, I have quailed you.
My side is down.
Neat. I see it. One of these messages says talking won't work against this foe.
You think?
Yeah, you don't say. What was your first clue? The lack of a mouth?
Steve Irwin took its mouth with him.
Oh.
Ugh. Oh, Storm King's here. No. Is it?
Ow. Dude, oh my god.
Jesus.
I couldn't even get up. Okay. House strategy it is.
Maybe it's just me, but it feels like they nerfed the Storm Ruler in this version.
A little bit.
How's your shed?
Shetty. I killed your Ray. He was on the roof.
He's... Oh, okay, that was weird. That literally just sounds like a motorcycle.
Literally, how are we both whiffing?
Huh?
Okay. Okay.
was worried sick. We are in debt.
The touch, soul of the mind, key to life. I am here.
Okay.
I'm busy. Force. The demons are like the do invigorate. Each might the highest. All done. If it be the highest grade. All done.
Okay. And altar storms.
Oh, do you have further? Yes, I thought you must be.
Not even taking any chances. Check it is.
I don't like the fact that the Storm King health bar is just always active in this version. It's supposed to only show up when the boss is actually, like, aggroed and ready to fight.
Yeah.
I'm not liking all these direct hits that somehow count as whiffing.